The Smiths from 1987, Shoplifters of the World Unite. Or as my friend used to say, bad spellers of the world untie. Jane's Addiction, been caught stealing before that. We're lost in the supermarket. Song's about consumerism today. And there are a couple of different ways you can think about fashion. In a moment, nothing but the best. And sometimes nothing but cheap is the best, according to Macklemore.
What?
Some tags, only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome.
Now, walk into the club like, what up? I got a big. I'm just pumped. I bought some from a thrift shop. Ice on the fringe is so damn frosty. The people like,
damn, that's a cold ass honky.
Rolling in hella deep, headed to the mezzanine. Dressed in all pink, set my gator shoes. Those are green, draped in a leopard mink. Girl standing next to me. Probably should've washed this. Smells like R. Kelly sheets. But it was 99 cents. Copping it, washing it. About to go and get some compliments. Passing up on those moccasins. Someone else has been walking in. Bummy and grungy fucking man. I am stunting and flossing and saving my money. And I'm hella happy that's a bargain. I'ma take your grandpa style. No, for real. Ask your grandpa. Can I have his hand-me-down? Velour jumpsuit and some house slippers. Dookie brown leather jacket that I found. Dig it. They had a broken keyboard. I bought a broken keyboard. I bought a ski blanket. Then I bought a kneeboard. Hello, my ace man, my mellow. John Wayne ain't got nothing on my fringe game, hell no. I could take some pro wings, make them cool, sell those. The sneakerheads will be like, he got the Velcro.
I'm gonna pop some tags, only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome. I'm gonna pop some tags, only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome.
What she know about rocking the wolf on your noggin? What she knowin' about wearing a fur fox skin? I'm digging, I'm searching right through that luggage. One man's trash, that's another man's come up. Thank your granddad for donating that plaid button up shirt. Cause right now I'm up in her stunt. I'm at the Goodwill, you can find me in the. I'm not stuck on searching in the section. Your grandma, your auntie, your mama, your mammy. I'll take those flannel zebra jammies secondhand and rock that. Whoa. The built-in onesie with the socks on them. Whoa. I hit the party and they stop in that. Whoa. They be like, oh, that Gucci, that's hella tight. I'm like, yo, that's $50 for a t-shirt. Limited edition, let's do some simple edition. $50 for a t-shirt, that's just some ignorant. I call that getting swindled and pimped. I call that getting tricked by business. That shirt's hella dope. And having the same one as 6 other people in this club is a hella don't. Peep gang, come take a look through my telescope. Tryna get girls from a brand, man, you hella won't. Man, you hella won't.
Goodwill. Poppin' tags. Yeah.
I'm gonna pop some tags, only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome. I'll wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in this big air coat from that thrift shop down the road. I'll wear your granddad's clothes.
Damn right.
I look incredible.
Hey, come on, man.
I'm in this big air coat from that thrift shop down the road. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome.
Is that your grandma's coat? Some boys
material world.
In a material world. In a material world. In a material world. In a material world. In a material world. In a material world.
I really wonder how that song would play in the 2020s if it came out. Because when it dropped in 1985, people were like, yeah, pure indulgence. And Madonna had to point out, much like a Virgin, Material Girl was satire. Material Girl from Like a Virgin, released as a single in January of 1985. Before that, Macklemore and Ryan Lewis, still catchy and still not a bad way to think about your fashion, upcycling, recycling your clothes. Thrift shop. All right. On the way, a few songs about not wanting to buy anything when we get back to World Cafe. Welcome back. We are lost in the supermarket. Songs about shopping, songs about stealing, and songs about not wanting to buy anything or being unfulfilled by the shopping experience. Did you have a late night Amazon purchase that showed up at your house and you're like, why did I buy that? What was the point of that? I don't like what they're selling. Then this Rolling Stones song is for you.
I tried.
we're shopping. We're shopping. We're S-H-O-P-P-I-N-G. We're shopping. We're shopping. We're shopping. We're shopping. We're shopping. We're shopping.
What people thought was initially a tongue-in-cheek song about frivolity was actually commentary on Margaret Thatcher's efforts to privatize the UK. I got heavy all of a sudden. Pet Shop Boys, Shopping from Actually. Devo with Freedom of Choice, Rolling Stones, I Can't Get No Satisfaction. Songs about shopping, about consumerism, about not wanting to buy anything. And here's one from Pink Floyd that speaks volumes. It's Money.
part. Share it, fair it, but don't take a slice of my pie. Money, so they say, is the root of all evil today. But if you ask for a rise, it's no surprise that they're giving none away, away,
Yes, absolutely. I certainly was in the right. Yeah, I don't know, I was really drunk at the time.
Just told me it was in Pumpkins at number 2. He was asking why he wasn't coming up on 3-11. So after I yelling and screaming and telling him why he wasn't coming up.
The best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I want money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Your love gives me such a thrill, but your love won't pay my bills. I want money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Money don't get everything, it's true. What it don't get, I can't use. I want money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want money. I want to buy money. In fact, I want so much money. Give me your money. Just give me money.
A number one song for the UK group, The Flying Lizards, back in 1979, their cover of Barrett Strong's Money, putting the wraps on this edition of World Cafe. Lost in the supermarket, I don't know, after hearing this hour of music, I can't decide if I want to go out and buy something or never buy anything again. Want to thank our affiliates nationwide who make this show possible, a show we produce from WXPN at the University of Pennsylvania in Philly. I'm Kaleo. This has been World Cafe.
World Cafe is supported by the Lodestar Foundation, inspired by the principle that helping someone else less fortunate is a path to a happier, healthier, and more meaningful life. Learn more at lodestarfoundation.org, and by the Doris Duke Foundation, which aims to support the well-being of people and the planet for a more creative, equitable, and sustainable future.
Another hour ahead of the World Cafe. This is 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker. We are telling the stories of northern Minnesota through music, news, conversation, and events. Check out our playlist, podcasts, and more at KAXE.org. It's the people of northern Minnesota that power KAXE.
I'm a member because I feel a sense of belonging being part of KAXE because I know that they are representing me and the communities and people in our area and the work that we're doing in such a truthful and honest way. I love being able to share it nationally and tell people I've met across the nation, like, you can understand more about what it's like to live in northern Minnesota by listening online. There's so much that is of value to people anywhere. It's just an honor to contribute and be part of it.
Help us out. Tell us why you are a member. Text us at 218-326-1234 and keep KAXE powered. We're independent, we're local, we're not run by corporations, the government, or a national network. Text the word donate to 218-326-1234.
Imagine this. It's late, you're tired, and you need a snack before you head home or off to your next job. So you stop at the humble convenience store and you step into a world of bangers.
Don't believe me, just watch.
Today we are shouting out convenience stores like Wawa, Quick Trip, and Circle K as we play some of their best bangers today on World Cafe, including the B-52s. Michael McDonald.
I keep fucking, we're not in love anymore.
And Iconopop.
I don't care. I love it. I don't care.
And here, there are plenty of free refills. And yes, you can wheeze the juice. This is World Cafe. This has got to be a 21st century Hall of Famer when it comes to convenience store music. Here's Coldplay with Clocks.
Lights go out and I can't be saved. Tides that I tried to swim against put me down upon
NPR, it's World Cafe. Hey, I am Kaleo, and today it's the Ode to the Humble Convenience Store soundtrack. Songs that'll sound good when you're trying to make a cross-country trip at 3 a.m. or feel like an old, warm hug when you're just looking for a honey bun. Whether you're a fan of Quick Trip, Circle K, Come and Go, 7-Eleven, Buc-ee's, Lawson's, God forbid, Sheetz, it doesn't matter. We're all united under these comfortable songs. And we represent Wawa out here in the Mid-Atlantic, coming from Philadelphia, our backyard, Wawa, Pennsylvania. So we pulled some of their best bangers to start the show, starting with Mark Ronson. Here's Uptown Funk.
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Stylin', wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band about that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band about that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Before we leave, let me tell y'all a little something. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. I said uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sexed and flown it. If you freak dead and own it. Don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sexed and flown it. Well, it's Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe it, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! right enough, baby.
If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far.
Don't worry, baby.
Just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby.
Remember the day I set you free? I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow I'll be there when you want me, some way, somehow.
Oh, baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby.
Oh no, darling.
No wind, no rain, or winter's cold can stop me, baby.
No, no, baby.
'Cause you are my
If you're ever in trouble, I'll be there on the double. Just send for me, oh baby.
My love is alive, way down in my heart, although we are miles apart.
If you ever need a helping hand, I'll be there on the double, just as fast as I can. Don't you know that there
Ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe. Don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough. Ain't no mountain high enough.
Always feels good when you're in a convenience store and you hear a song older than you because you just don't feel as old. Marvin Gaye, Tammy Terrell, Ain't No Mountain High Enough. Before that, Mark Ronson, Uptown Funk. We got to give a shout out to Amy Perlingiero, who ran the Wawa Bangers Twitter account, keeping track of some of the best music played at Wawa. So good. Here is another classic banger that you would hear in a convenience store, later sampled by Warren G. and Nate Dogg. Michael McDonald, I Keep Forgetting.
I keep forgetting we're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made it so clear. Keep forgetting, babe. Every time I hear, every time I see you smile, hear your hand low, you
When I heard that song in a Wawa, I knew I wanted to spend an hour playing convenience store jams. Iconopop, I love it. That is also the breakout vocal performance of Charlie XCX over a decade ago. Still sounds great. Michael McDonald, I keep forgetting. We've got more convenience store classics and bangers next on World Cafe.
Since 1976, KAXE has been people-powered radio, telling the stories of the people and the land of northern Minnesota. We are not media that is corporately owned. We are fueled by you, with local business support, volunteer-hosted programs, and members who keep our focus on what matters most, our community.
Scott, why do you support KAXE?
I think that no matter what kind of program you guys do, how slick your production values get, whatever the thing does, you never lose sight of where it started and why it's there, and that's the community. And I think that's that way we hang in there with you.
You can keep people-powered radio going strong for northern Minnesota. Text the word donate to 218-326-1234. I'm Heidi Holton. I've been on the airwaves for about 25 years at KAXE, and now more than ever, I can't thank you enough.
Welcome back. It's World Cafe, and it's convenience store bangers or classics, depending on your point of view on World Cafe. And always takes me back to freshman year of high school when Lisa Loeb, Stay, pops on while I'm trying to buy a Slurpee.
You say I only hear what I want to. You say I talk so all the time, so and I thought what I felt was simple, and I thought that I don't belong, and now that I am leaving, now I know that I did something wrong, 'cause I missed you. Yeah, yeah, I missed you. And you say I only hear what I want to. I don't listen hard, don't pay attention to the distance that you're running to anyone, anywhere. I don't understand if you really care. I'm only hearing negative. No, no, no. So I turn the radio on, I turn the radio up, and this woman was singing my song. Lover's in love and the others run away. Lover is crying 'cause the other won't stay. Some of us hover and we weep for the other who was dying since the day they were born. Well, this is not that. Things that I'm throwing, but I'm thrown. And I thought I'd live forever, but now I'm not so sure. You try to tell me that I'm clever, that won't take me anyhow or anywhere with you. You said that I was naive, and I thought
keep in touch. Hey baby, let's keep in touch. But I'm more than a touch. I want you to reach me and show me all the things no one else can see. So watch out there, become mine as well. And soon if we're lucky, we'd be unable to tell what's yours and mine. The fishing's fine and it doesn't have to run. So don't you feed me alive, but yeah, now. Why you wanna give me a run around? Yeah, then sure, fire away to speed things up. When all it does is slow me down. Got some news for you. It seems my ship still stands no matter what you drop, and there ain't a whole lot that you can do. Oh, sure, the banner may be torn and the wind's gotten colder. Perhaps I've grown a little cynical, but I know no matter what the waitress brings, I should drink in and always be full. Yeah, I will drink it and always be full. Coffee and I like tea, but to be able to enter a final plea, I still got this dream that you just can't shake. I love you to the point you can no longer take. Well, alright, okay, so be that way. I hope and pray that there's something left to say, but yeah, why you wanna give me a run around? Is it sure fire away to speed things up when all it does is slow me down? Oh yeah, why you wanna give me a run around? Is it sure fire away to speed things up when all it does is slow me down?
You're listening to World Cafe.
You've gone too far this time, but I'm dancing on the Valentine. I tell you, some boy is fooling around with my chances on the danger line. I'll cross that bridge when I find it. Another day to make my stand. Oh, high time is no time for deciding if I should find a helping hand. Oh, why Yeah, you were so good.
Look, it says it on the side of the tin. Good. Not bad, not awful, not transcendent, good. And I think it's true. Better than Ezra with a good song. For them, it was better than good. For them, it was awesome. Because it was a huge hit. B-52's Love Shack, Duran Duran, The Reflex, Wawa Bangers, Convenience Store, Classics. A few more to go when we get back to World Cafe. Welcome back. It's World Cafe. Hey, I am Kalea. Wawa Bangers, Convenience Store Classics, songs that you would hear in a convenience store. And I would know I spent 3 months working at a 7-Eleven third shift. You want to know what makes me halfway decent at this job and talking to strangers all the time? Working third shift at a 7-Eleven. You deal with all types. Here's Shaka Khan, I Feel For You.
Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan, Shaka Khan, let me rock it, Shaka Khan. Let me rock it, that's all I wanna do. Shaka Khan, let me rock it, Shaka Khan. Let me rock it, cause I feel for you. Shaka Khan, what you tell me what you wanna do? Do you feel for me the way I feel for you? Shaka Khan, let me tell you what I wanna do. I wanna love you, wanna hug you, wanna squeeze you too. And let me take it in my arms, let me feel you with my charm, Shaka. Cause you know that I'm the one to keep you warm, Shaka. I make it more than just a physical dream. I wanna rock you, Shaka, baby, cause you make me wanna scream. Let me rock it, rock it. That's all I wanna do. Shaka Khan, let me rock it, Shaka Khan. Let me rock it 'cause I feel for you. Shaka Khan, would you tell me what you wanna do? Do you feel for me the way I feel for you? Shaka Khan, let me tell you what I wanna do. I wanna love you, wanna hug you, wanna squeeze you too. So let me take you in my arm, let me feel you with my tongue, Shaka. 'Cause you know that I'm the one to keep you warm, Shaka. I make it more than just a physical dream. I wanna rock you, Shaka, 'cause you make me wanna scream. Feel for you.
look out. You're in deep. Your throat is tight. You can't breathe. Another kiss is all you need. Oh, you like to think that you're immune to the stuff. Oh yeah. Closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know you're gonna have to face it. You're addicted to love. You see the signs, but you can't read. Running at different speed. Your heart beats double time. Another kiss, and you'll be mine. A one-track mind. You can't be seen, but baby, young love is all you crave. If there's some left over you, you don't mind. If you do, oh, you like to think that you're immune to the stuff. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say you can't get enough. You know you're gonna have to face it. You're addicted to love. Might as well face it. You're addicted to love. Might as well face it. You're addicted to love. Might as well face it. You're addicted to love. Might as well face it. You're addicted to love. Might as well face it. You're addicted to love. The lights are on, but you're not home. Your will is not your own. Your heart sweats, your teeth grind. Another kiss, and you'll be mine. Whoa, you like to think that you're immune to the stuff. Oh yeah. It's closer to the truth to say.
You are listening to a previously
You are
recorded
listening to
program on
91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids and 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji. We are Northern Community Radio, telling the stories of the people and the land of northern Minnesota through music, news, conversation, and events. Operating translator K210DR in Brainerd at 89.9. Listen at kaxe.org or on your smart speaker. We need people like you to support this local media. Text the word donate to 218-326-1234. And we thank you for your support. It is top of the hour, 1 p.m., and you are listening to our On the River set. I am your volunteer host, Dawn, and I will be with you for the afternoon. I'm so happy to be here. I hear the sun's going to be peeking out a little bit later, so I think it's going to be a beautiful day here on the river. Let's just take a quick peek at that weather before I get going on my music. Currently in Grand Rapids, we're sitting at 43, a little bit cloudy out there still. Over in Aiken, our friends in Aiken are also experiencing 43 and cloudy right now. And let's take a peek up there in Virginia. They are at 39 and cloudy, but never fear. Saturday, we have areas of frost early, but then the sun comes out with highs in the mid to the upper 60s. Southwest wind 5 to 10, gusts up to 15. Will be clear overnight with lows in the low to mid 40s. And Sunday, boy oh boy, sunny with highs 72 to 75. Amazing. Looking forward to the weekend for sure. So let's kick off this set of music. We're going to be listening to Lola Kirk off her latest Trailblazer album with a song called Zeppelin 3.
Christmas, we don't celebrate together. 20-minute coffee where we talk about the weather. And how his new wife, she's so nice. Will I let him walk me down the aisle? Will I ever get married? Is his all-time favorite question. I don't have the heart to say how I learned that lesson. So I left the life he gave me, and I try to hide my mama when I smile. He showed me Zeppelin 3. He showed me how to drive. He showed me how to make somebody laugh until they cry. I guess he tried his best, and I have to believe he would have showed me how to love, but all he knew was how to lead. Lately it don't hurt so bad to live my life without him. There ain't a day that goes by where I don't think about him, but I just let it go like he did years ago. And turn on Zeppelin 3. Go on Tangerine. Ramble on, sing my song. Well, you and I both know that the house is haunted. And you and I both know that the ghost isn't me. You should catch me in your bed sheets, just rattling your chain. Well, back then, baby, it didn't seem so strange. You used to buy, I used to moan. But I ain't so scary on my own. Tell me, honey, what's a dagger without a club? Well, I don't know. 'Cause you and I both know that the house is haunted. Yeah, you and I both know that the ghost isn't me. You should catch me in your bed sheets, just rattling your chains. Well, back then, baby, it didn't seem so strange. In the midnight hour, you came alive. I was looking for my crystal ball. I was busy trying to charm that snake. When the sun came up, but we had no place to hide. And you had to tell your friends that my things were fake. I just had to. Oh. Well, you and I both know the house is haunted. Yeah, you and I both know the ghost isn't me. You used to kiss me in your bed sheets, just rattling your chains. Well, back then, baby, it didn't seem so strange. Well, even when one is dead and gone, it still takes two to make a house a home.
to feel me, yeah. You and I both know that the house is haunted. Yeah, you and I both know that the ghost is you. Used to walk around screaming or slamming on them doors. Well, I'm all grown up now, I'm scared easy no more. But you and I both know. Yeah, you and I both know. Yeah, you and I both know. Half drunk, small talking, loose lips. You'll tell me something I already know. Look eyes, look away. There's nothing else left to say. So I head back home. 'Cause now I'm fine on my man, I miss this feeling. Flowing like I need it. Man, I miss this feeling. Waiting around, my feet they touch the ground. Long nights they linger, short days become familiar when you live in the cold. And old loves are new strangers. I'm moving on from bad behavior. I'm feeling ready to go. I'm doing well on my
the shine of the sun before it all goes dark, or the sound of a shot before you miss the mark. It's the feeling of the first sip flirting with disaster. Yeah, it tastes so sweet till the morning after. First it's fun, sounds like love, then I'm not the one. Think you'll come back around and play me now just like a violin. I've never heard a symphony that sounded quite like this. If you won't hang it up, I'll be gone in a blink. If I'm just a second fiddle kind of thing, I'm cutting these strings. You rode in just like a knight. Damn, that armor shined at me wrapped around your finger. I was all but hypnotized. Now you only ever call me when you're lonely or you're drunk, and I'm the only one you think just might pick up. Think you'll come back around and play me now just like a violin. I've never heard a symphony that sounded quite like this. If you won't hang it up, I'll be gone in a blink. If I'm just a second fiddle kind of thing, I'm cutting these strings. Oh, I'm cutting these strings. I thank God I got to see this side of you, 'cause I had the chance to go and change my tune. Think you'll come back around and play me now just like a violin. I've never heard a symphony that sounded quite like this. If you won't hang it up, I'll be gone in a blink. No, I ain't a second fiddle kind of thing. Think you'll come back around and play me now just like a violin. I've never heard a symphony that sounded quite like this. If you won't hang it up, I'll be gone in a blink. No, I ain't a second fiddle kind of thing. I'm cutting these strings. Oh, I'm cutting these strings. Oh, hey. I'm cutting these strings.
Yeah, you are listening to On the River. I am your volunteer host, Dawn. Over 70 hours of programming per week are hosted by volunteers like me. We are people-powered radio in northern Minnesota. Join us at KAXE.org. We receive support from the Mental Health Crisis Response Team of Itasca County. This crisis intervention service is a program of First Call for Help 211 and provides free crisis assessments, stabilization services, referrals, and resourcing to residents of any age who are in crisis. Available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by dialing 211. All ages can participate in Happy Dancing Turtle's Spring Bingo Scavenger Hunt going on now through May 15th. Look for 24 items on your bingo card and submit photos. Register and find more details at happydancingturtle.org. And the Special Olympics Minnesota is holding 2 big events in northern Minnesota, and they're looking for volunteers to help out. On Saturday, May 3rd, volunteers volunteer at a swim meet at Bemidji State University, and on Saturday, May 17th, volunteer at a track meet at Grand Rapids High School. No experience needed. For more information, visit SpecialOlympicsMinnesota.org. And KAXE's question of the week is, do you have a favorite poem or poet? Please text us at 218-326-1234. Well, we started off this top of the hour with Lola Kirk with her 2025 album. Followed by that, we heard Shaky Graves, who was one of our Riverfest musicians in 2024. And today, tickets do go on sale. They've been on sale since 8 o'clock a.m. So get your tickets for the 2025 Riverfest. It's a great lineup. Then we heard from Lila DuPont off of her latest album, Touch the Ground, with the same titled song, Touch the Ground. And we ended that set with Haley Mae Campbell off of her latest Dear Life album with her song Second Fiddle. We're going to keep the music going here. S.G. Goodman, who was another 2024 Riverfest musician, is just put out another new album, Planting the Signs. And she is also playing at the Fine Line in November. So I snagged a couple of those tickets and I'm excited to see her again because she was amazing last year. So here's a song off her latest album.
Well, I'm just trying to build a good life, nailing down shingles in the right side, no curling in the daylight, all like the old folks said they could. Some try to make me out a liar, but I'm a dreamer with no answers. All who's been living like the sun don't shine on the same dog's ass every day. Oh, and who put the fire out? 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 Living like a fire star, I was born a seeker. Living like a fire star, they're killing time when I'm sowing gold, shape-shifting through the night, life's turn rose. Yeah, I've been living like the sun don't shine on the same dog's ass every day. Oh, and who put the fire out? 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 Living like a fire star, yeah, I was born a seeker. Living like a fire star, an old story keeper. Oh, and who put the fire out? 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 Who put the fire out?
Isn't this how it goes? Another change of clothes, another pack of cigarettes, 20 graded building beds. Gaze out your window, and what do you see? Lovers and sun, criminals like me, blaming everyone's history. I pour myself into you. You really drink me dry. At times like this, might as well be kissing the sky. Liking you, the way I do. So much blind with you. out of days that so slowly pass. I pour myself into you, the apple of my eye. At times like this, I might as well be kissing the sky. Change of clothes, another pack of cigarettes, 20 graded, filled with regrets. Days out my window, and what do I see? Lovers in the sun, friends and me, aching for your cool company. I pour myself into you, you really drink me dry. At times like this, I might as well be kissing the sky. Liking you the way I do. So much like you. With you.
So much in life with you.
Got a big load off my mind. Here's the paper sealed and signed. And the judge was nice and kind all through the trial. This ends the 5-year war. I am myself once more. I can go where I please, I can come when I please, I can flit, fly and flutter like the birds in the trees, because I'm no man's mama now. I can do what I like, I can say what I like. I'm a gal who was on the matrimonial strike, because I'm no man's mama now. I'm screaming there, I know how a fella feels getting out of jail. I've got twin beds, and I take pleasure in announcing one's for sale. Am I making it plain? I will never again drag around another ball and chain, because I'm no man's mama now. go take a drink and I don't have to worry what my hubby will think because I'm no man.
You are listening to a previously recorded program with KAXE KBXE.
What I choose, I can play and sing the blues, and there's nobody messing with my ones and my twos because I'm no man's mama now. I tell you, there was a time I used to think that men were grand. No more for mine. I've gone and labeled my apartment no man's land. I got rid of my cat, cause the cat's name was Pat. Don't even have a mailbox in my flat because I'm no man's mama now. Am I making it plain? I will never again drag around another ball and chain because I'm no man's mama now.
That was Carolina Chocolate Drops from their Leaving Eden album with No Man's Mama. Support for this program comes from Sanford Health, with primary care locations in Bemidji and across the upper Midwest. Sanford Health is committed to providing care close to home. Learn more at sanfordhealth.org. You are listening to On the River. I'm your volunteer host, Dawn. We're just getting going here with another 2.5 hours of amazing music lined up for you. I'm enjoying myself. I hope you are enjoying the music as well. We're going to kick off the next half hour with a song from Queen off of their Night at the Opera album, 1975 album, with their song Good Company.
Take good care of what you've got, my father said to me, as he puffed his pipe and baby bee he dandled on his knee. Don't fool with fools who'll turn away, keep all good company. Oh, 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 oh. Take care of those you call your own and keep good company. Soon my crew went happy too, my very good friends and me. Play all day with Sally J, the girl from number 4. Very soon I begged her, won't you keep me company? Ooh, oh, oh, come marry me forevermore, we'll be good company. Now marriage is an institution, sure. My wife and I are needs and nothing more. All my friends by a year, by and by disappear, but we're safe enough behind our door. I flourished in my humble trade, my reputation grew. The work devoured my waking hours, but when my time was through,
This is KAXE, broadcasting to small towns and townships of northern Minnesota like Proporski, Big Fork, Aiken, and Merrifield. We are people-powered radio. Join us at KAXE.org. We just started off that set with Queen off of their Night at the Opera album with Good Company. We followed that with Taylor Ray's single, Maybe I'm the Villain. And then we heard a couple of covers. Beth Hart was covering the Led Zeppelin song Black Dog after a tribute to Led Zeppelin album. And then Scary Pockets, if that one was like, what the heck? How do I know that song? That was U2's With or Without You off of their Electric Dreams and Cosmic Nightmares album. Fire in the Village, a collective of artists and cultural organizers, have Room 203 Welcome Week activities each evening at 6 o'clock, May 5th through the 9th. Join them in their room at the Old Central School in Grand Rapids for bingo on Monday, games on Tuesday, fireside cinema on Wednesday, karaoke on Thursday, and music with S. Carey on Friday. Wow. Friends of the Brainerd Public Library continue their Brown Bag Author Series on Monday, May 5th at noon. Minnesota author Mary Seifert will discuss her new book, Maverick, Movies, and Murder, the first in a new mystery series. That sounds exciting. KAXE tells the stories of northern Minnesota, and we appreciate your input. Have you been impacted by the federal funding freezes or job cuts? Email news at KAXE or text 218-326-1234. And On the River is our volunteer-hosted mix of folk, rock, jazz, blues, and music from around the world on KAXE 7 days a week. Trained community members choose music every weekday at 1 and 7, plus Saturdays at 4 and Sundays at 1. Big thanks to all of our dedicated volunteers. They help make this all possible and really help expose us to a wide variety of music, as we all have a little bit of a different tweak to what we're doing here in the studio. All right, we are going to listen to some more music before we head into the top of the hour. Tracy Chapman with Telling Stories off of her early 2000 album, Telling Stories.
There is fiction in the space between the lines on your page of memories. Write it down, but it doesn't mean you're not just telling stories. Your everyday life seem
I'm coming, about half a year of side eyes and hidden smiles and shuffling fears. Had me wondering, had me guessing, had me asking all them questions that don't need no repeat, no. Hey there, Angeline, you're the woman of my dreams. You can have my soul to keep. Just answer my prayer. So back to the office, or back to my chair where I sit there counting tickets for the county fair. But in my back pocket, Big Billy told me, just run a chord, you'll get the girl they always like to sing. Hey, hey there, Angeline, 5 cent lollies from Dave's Canteen. I'll buy them all for you, my sweet. Just answer my prayers. Said I'll buy them all for you, my sweet. Just answer my prayers. Just answer my prayers. I was sitting there just wondering, sitting there, ain't you the goddamn prettiest girl that I've ever seen? Oh, Angeline, oh, Angeline, oh, hey there, Angeline. You could have all the diamond rings. You mean the world to me. Just answer my prayers. Take it away. I was sitting there just wondering, sitting there, well, ain't you the goddamn prettiest girl that I've ever seen? Oh, Angeline, oh, Angeline, oh, Angeline. Let it stop. I've been biting off my tongue my whole life. I've been sweet, I've been shy, I've been dumb, but never impolite. Giving you the knife to cut me down to size. Go on, give me your advice. Hey, hey, hey. It's like dreaming in a life, living in a dream. I've been weak, I've been mean, I've been nice, fighting back a scream, listening too hard, got the sweetest little heart, I'm gonna blow it all apart. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. You try to tell me what to do, you try to tell me what to do, to do what I want, when I want. If I do or I don't, yeah, it will or it won't matter. I don't tell you how to spin your world.
that you don't understand. Cause I don't make demands. Just shake my hand the way you would shake another man's. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah. You try to tell me what to do. You try to tell me what to don't. To do what I want, when I want. If I do or I don't, yeah, it will or it won't matter. I don't tell you how to spin your world. Keep your pearls. Keep your pearls. Cause I don't want your pearls. Baby, keep your pearls. Cause I don't want your pearls. You try to tell me what to do. You try to tell me what to don't. I do what I want, when I want. If I do or I don't, yeah, it will or it won't matter. I don't tell you how to spin your world. No, I don't try to tell you. I don't tell you how to spin your world. Keep your pearls.
This is 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker, telling the stories of northern Minnesota through music, news, conversation, and events. Find playlists, podcasts, and more at kaxe.org. It is 2 o'clock. You are listening to KAXE's On the River, and I am your volunteer host, Dawn. Let's take a quick peek at the weather, see what it's doing out there. Is it getting any nicer? We are cloudy and 47 in Brainerd right now. Walker's at 46, same thing with the clouds. Over in Park Rapids, they're a little more warm. They're at 50, and they've got mostly cloudy weather happening. A little bit of sun starting to peek out there in the west. And our friends up in Bemidji, they're at 51, mostly cloudy as well, with that sun starting to peek out. So I think some nicer weather is headed our way. Very exciting. If you're looking for something to do this weekend, there is plenty happening in northern Minnesota. The Ojibwe language version of Star Wars: A New Hope will be shown on Sunday, May the 4th at the Hibbing High School Auditorium, and admission is free. The Cass Soil and Water Conservation District is hosting Bees and Brews on Sunday, May 4th from 1 to 3 at Rendezvous Brewing in Hackensack. Learn how shoreline plants help to protect our waters and support our pollinators. And also on Sunday, May 4th, the Grand Rapids Area Male Chorus will be presenting their spring concert at 2:30 at the Wilcox Theater at the Rife Center. Special guest is Mary LaPlante on violin and fiddle, and the theme is All Nature Sings. There's also some other live music happening this weekend. Charlie McGuire is at the Brule Public Library today at 4 o'clock. That's just in a couple hours. Formerly Charles is at Unwind Up North in Grand Rapids at 6 p.m. tonight. And the Hobo Revival is at the Eagles in Grand Rapids starting at 8:30 tonight. Tomorrow, Saturday, May 3rd, the Zirkle Pit Punk Fest is in Zirkle from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., so that could be an all-day adventure for you. And the Family Damley Band is at the Popple Bar in LaPorte tomorrow at 7. So there is not a shortage of things to do. Very, very exciting. Well, I'm going to play a song for you off of this week's Album of the Week. The artist is The Chills, and this is their latest album called Springboard, the early unrecorded songs. And these are songs that hark back to the 80s and 90s, some of that college radio kind of feel. And the album of the week song that I've chosen for you today is I'll Protect You. So here's the Chills album of the week.
Well, if you want me to love you, or if you don't need my love, I'll still take care of you. So don't worry about anything, because I'll protect you, 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 I'll protect you. So don't worry about anything. Forget all the bad things. I'll share with you. Just stay calm and I love, because I'll protect you. 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 Just stay calm and I love. Just stay calm and I love. Just stay calm and I love. Stay calm and I love. Because I'll protect you. 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 I'll protect you.
When I wake up every day in the morning, each and every day is wrong. I go to China, I need my potion. I might find love. I'm looking for it in another place to go. I'm looking under my thumb. It's looking like a little rain cloud loves me.
I'll try for all of my life just to find someone who leaves on the light for me.
Please on the light for me. It's the magic in the trapdoor, ladies. They walk no doubt. Got some glamour doesn't mean like wine does. I count no love.
twice her age were me. He picked her wildwood flowers, placed them behind her ears. He said, I have no money, only love, my dear. And she said, oh, this heart of mine loves nothing but the water and the sky. And oh, the only thing I need is the northern wind blowing through the pines. He built for her a wagon, a gypsy caravan. He kissed her soft on the cheek and asked of her hand. Upon her slender finger, a golden ring he slid. Forever I will care for you, to me your heart you'll give. She said, oh, this heart of mine loves nothing but the water and the sky. And oh, the only thing I need is the northern wind blowing through the pines. Stormy waters, threw his body from a cliff. He left for her a letter, his final words to give. He said, if you cannot love me as a man of flesh and blood, I will become the water that I you might love. And oh, this heart of mine forever now becomes the sea. And oh, sweet love of mine, one day you will return to me. She was drinking moonshine, the bottle to her lips, replaced it with a pistol and gave her final kiss. For finally she did love him, her heart went out to sea. And if you walk on the shore, you can hear it sing. Oh, sweet love of mine, forever now I give my heart to thee. Forever now I give my heart to thee. Forever now I give my heart to thee.
You are listening to On the River, KAXE. I'm your volunteer host, Dawn. We're at 2:15 on a Friday afternoon. Support comes from the 19th Annual Lake Bemidji Dragon Boat Festival, July 30th through August 2nd. The early bird registration deadline is June 1st. Information is available at bemidjidragonboat.com. We started out the top of the hour with our album of the week, The Chills, with their newest album, Springboard, the early unrecorded songs, with their song, I'll Protect You. We followed that by DeJoe, and apparently this individual was also an actor on Stranger Things. So this is off their album, The Crucifix, with the song Potion. Then we heard from Minnesota artist Emmy Woods, with her sweet, sweet voice and that song Ballad of Lake Superior. And then we wrapped up that 4-song set with Too Much Coffee by the Irish band Two Door Cinema Club. Let's see here. Beltrami Electric has their annual multi-vendor indoor garage sale tomorrow, Saturday, May 3rd from 8 to 2:30 at their location on Technology Drive Northwest in Bemidji. There will be over 90 vendors plus food concessions, and all proceeds will benefit the United Way of Bemidji. You can celebrate National Astronomy Day tomorrow, Saturday, May 3rd at the Paulusi Space Theater in Hibbing. Games, activities, and solar viewing begin at 4 p.m., and you can look at the constellations through telescopes beginning at 8 p.m. And the weather sounds like it's going to be pretty great for that clear skies tomorrow, so you should be able to see some amazing constellations tomorrow night. And Grand Rapids Riverfest is Saturday, September 6th. This year's lineup features Courtney Barnett, Margot Price, Jeremy Albino, and Alan Sparhawk. Early bird tickets on sale today, Friday, May 2nd. There's a $10 discount on tickets for KAXE members during that early bird sale. Questions about your membership? Email heather@kaxe.org. You can buy your tickets at grandrapidsriverfest.com. All right, I'm going to keep the music going here.
Please stop smoking. Want your life to last a long time.
that you feel. Life's like a wheel, it turns and turns. I can hardly wait. Oh no, another day. I can hardly wait. Tell me about your weekend. Tell me about your day. Tell me how you feel good. Stay, don't leave. I believe the myth of long distance love, child. Yeah, you should know better. I sent you a letter across the ocean wide.
In a holler way back in Virginia, I heard a voice calling my name. I followed that sound through that old sacred ground. Was the first time I heard Sarah Jane. Was the first time I heard Sarah Jane. It felt like the back porch of heaven, where the angels would gather to sing. There were banjos and fiddles and a man in the middle. There was fire coming out of those strings. He could sure make that old guitar ring. If not for the bluegrass way back in these hills, if not for those high lonesome strings, I'd have no love to call my own. I'd have no song to sing. I'd have no song to sing.
country stages. So many good friends I had made. With some help from the Lord, I might make some more. With this worn out old guitar I'll play. With this worn out old guitar I'll play. If not for the bluegrass way back in these hills, if not for those high lonesome streams.
You are listening to a previously recorded program on KAXE KBXE.
Have no song to sing. I'd have no song to sing.
No, you're not sorry, so why say it? You're not sorry. You're not happy. You're not happy with me. You're in the ocean, and I'm looking for Lucas. Looking for Lucas. I'm looking for Lucas. I need to leave him before he leaves me. You said for me, you said you could
You said you could handle me.
That was Canadian psychedelic pop singer Saya Gray off their album 19 Masters with the song Found a Floorboard Under the Soil. We started off that set with Julia Jacqueline with Be Careful With Yourself. Then we heard from Minnesota musicians Vicious Vicious off their album Paradise with the song I Can Hardly Wait. And we also heard a song from Dan Tyminski, who is a member of the Alison Krauss Union Station band, off of his album God-Fearing Heathen with the song No Song to Sing. We are at 2:33 p.m. on Friday, May 2nd. I am your volunteer host, Dawn, and you are listening to On the River, which is a broadcast of KAXE. And we make our way to all sorts of small towns in northern Minnesota, like Langby, Deer River, Cotton, and my town of Baxter. We're people-powered radio. Join us at KAXE.org. We receive support from Klakow Brewing Company in Grand Rapids, making traditional Old World styles of beer, as well as modern classics for 7 years now. Their tap room is open daily at 3 on weekdays and noon on weekends. More info at klakowbrewing.com. The Edge Center Gallery in Big Fork is calling for entries to the Art on the Edge 19th Annual Juried Exhibit. The deadline is Monday, June 1st, with the exhibit running in August. All media is eligible, and the work must have been created from 2023 to the present. More information at edgecenterarts.org. Spring Thaw, the literary and arts magazine of Minnesota North College, will have a release party and reading on Monday, May 5th at 7 p.m. at the McMahon Student Center on Grand Rapids campus. And if you're looking for anything to do here on Saturday, May 3rd, we have Morning Bird at the Haven Bar and Grill in Hoyt Lake starting at 8. And Tom Mowbray is at the Sampagutia. I can never get that one right. I love that place, though. In Aiken, starting at 7 p.m. Check it out. All right, I'm going to keep playing the music. We're going to listen to amazing musician Bonnie Raitt here off of her 9 Lives album with the song Freezin' for a Little Human Love.
Go through the top.
I'm flattered you think I'm so pretty. I'm probably just illuminating something or other. Don't you know I think you would? Heaven sent, I can't believe we're arguing about some man that's so silly. In fact, I'd rather talk about you and me. I know you and your fella have a couple problems you'll need to resolve. In fact, he never told me about you. I didn't know this until now. We are just objects of desire, all disposable. I know loneliness has found you. I know you cheated too. Time is on your side. We can leave this as behind.
That was a song from a trio from Winnipeg called Slow Spirit with their song Out of Body Experience. Before that was the Norwegian singer-songwriter duo KAXE-FM with their song Jolene from Her Own Perspective. And we started out that set with Bonnie Raitt, the one and only, with Freezin' for a Little Human Love. You are listening to On the River. I'm your volunteer host, Dawn, and we receive support from Bike Bemidji's Loop the Lakes Festival. This 17-mile ride around Lake Bemidji celebrates biking and features food and music at rest stations along the way. Starting at the South Shore Beach between 7:30 a.m. and 10 a.m. on the summer solstice, Saturday, June 21st. Registration now open at bikebemidji.com. Pequot Lakes Community Theater holds auditions for the Willy Wonka musical on Tuesday, May 6th or Thursday, May 8th at 6 p.m. at the Pequot Lakes High School Auditorium. Roles are available for those in third grade and older, including adults. Performances will be in July. Northern Exposure to Lifelong Learning hosts a program with the Honeybee Farm on Wednesday, May 7th at 9:30 a.m. at the Foston Embassy Community Center. Antique tractors will be on display outside and light refreshments will be served. And you can catch Minnesota Mixtape. It's a deep dive into the local music scene on Fridays at 10 a.m. and Saturdays at 3 p.m. on KAXE. Host Malachi Coons continues Center Stage Minnesota's legacy of lifting up the local music scene through the latest releases, familiar favorites, and exclusive interviews. It is 2:47. Still a little cloudy outside of my window here, but I'm not losing hope yet. Not yet. It's going to be sunny. We're going to start this next set of music out with a group called the Little Smokies, and they are a very popular bluegrass band in Montana. This is their song, There for Taking.
Step out of it sometime, but I know you'll surely understand. You were there when I lost it, holding out your hand. All our love was there for taking. We were too busy breaking
You are listening to a previously recorded program on KAXE KBXE.
Was
'cause I feel like I wanna move. Too much pressure, trying to take me out the groove. I wanna get back to life, back to what feels right. Yeah. Bodies in the room, good sweating all on the dance floor. My body on you, giving what I need and more. You're bringing me back to life, back to what feels right. Yeah. Bring up your mind, your move to what you need to get down, get up, new groove, new you feel. Bring up your mind, your move to what you need to get down, get up, new groove, new you feel. Take your time, it's gonna start to feel nice. Open up, baby, let me see that body white to get back to life, to life. You're gonna have to take the night. Shift the room with your sway. Make the room rock your way to take control of life. You got to move it right. Bring up your mind, your move to what you need to get down, get up, new groove, new you feel. Bring up your mind, your move to what you need to get down, get up, new groove, new you feel. Bring up your mind, don't hate, just love. Bring up your mind, you'll rise above. Bring up your mind, don't hate, just love. Bring up your mind, you'll rise above. Bring up your mind, your move to what you need to get down, get up, new groove, new you feel. Bring up your mind, your move to what you need to get down, get up, new groove, new you feel. Bring up your mind, your move to what you need to get down, get up, new groove, new you feel. Bring up your mind, your move to what you need to get down, get up, new groove, new you feel.
This is 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker, telling the stories of northern Minnesota through music, news, conversations, and events. Find playlists, podcasts, and more at kaxe.org. It is 3 o'clock. You are listening to our On the River programming. I am your volunteer host, Dawn. I will be with you for the next hour. I hope you have been enjoying the music thus far. I know I have been. It's always a pleasure to be curating these lists for you. I learn a lot about music in this process as well, so it's also a learning experience for me. I'm grateful to have discovered all of the wonderful music along the way as I have been doing this for a little over a year now. In that last set, we started off with the Little Smokies out of Montana, followed by Tommy Castro and the Painkillers. That was from their album Stomping Ground with the song Soul Shake. And we ended that set with Back to What Feels Right with a three-sister group, Southern Avenue, off of their album Family. We're looking at 44 and cloudy in Grand Rapids right now. Over in Walker, 49, mostly cloudy. Bagley's looking at 57 and mostly cloudy. It's warming up over there in Bagley. And in Bemidji, we are at 54 and mostly cloudy. It is going to be a nice weekend. Tonight, we're cloudy early with some light rain. That's today. Sorry, cloudy early with some light rain, becoming sunny later this afternoon, 48 to 55. And it looks like it's going to be mostly clear overnight with lows 32 to 37. And tomorrow, Saturday, areas of frost early, sunny with highs in the mid to upper 60s, southwest wind 5 to 10, gusts up to 15, clear overnight with lows in the low to mid 40s. And then on Sunday, we will have some sun with highs 72 to 75. After Dark is KAXE's new Saturday night program, After Green Cheese, from 9 to midnight, featuring styles of music like punk, metal, EDM, R&B, hip-hop, and more. This Saturday's host is Diane Ott, playing hard rock deep cuts. And KAXE's Heidi Holton will moderate a Minnesota Matters panel with columnist Aaron Brown on Thursday, May 8th at 9:30 at Rapids Brewing. Hosted by the Minnesota Star Tribune, the event will focus on growing Grand Rapids with speakers Shalom Blake from the Grand Rapids Economic Development Authority, Derek Fox from Minnesota North College, and Andy Nitzel, co-founder of Minnesota Technology. Okay, let's turn back to the music here. Got another hour with you. I'm ready.
I know I don't want to be the one that you run to when you got nowhere else to go. When you need some love, I know I'm the last one you try to call, but I always give in to give you it all. Oh, I can't be your midnight love. Oh, when your silver is my gold.
bucket's got a hole in it. The bucket's got a hole in it. The bucket's got a hole in it. And we can't buy no more beer. I said the bucket's got a hole in it. It's too bad the bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, man, the bucket's got a hole in it. Somebody better run your spec.
It's after hours and you can't get in.
I know how it is, Jack.
It's after hours and you can't get in.
You're rough, Daddy.
We close at 9 and now it's 10:30. Honey, won't you please call again?
Blow it, Jack. Blow it, Daddy. Blow it.
I get lost in what things seem to be. What's my scenery mean to me? As of recently, I'm too locked in. Life can't come to my throat. People change a lot though. Gotta look fast and watch slow. A lot of these hearts is hollow. That's a tough pill to swallow. I mean, I'm always down the top, but been this way since Colorado. And if there's anything that I know, girl, you'll know as soon as I know. All that talk gon' stop though, and they'll know and say they thought so. And lately I don't think they love me, they just getting something from me. And sometimes I just run it past ya, not really looking for an answer. I mean, I think I'm finding my way. You know I'm trying. They tell me why not light in my shade, but I done lost the light in my days. But she thought if I really loved, that she would've been enough. She said, well, you know where to find me, but I put all of that behind me. Beside me, who's there besides me? Yeah, it's whatever.
You are listening to On the River. I'm your volunteer host, Dawn. Over 70 hours of programming per week are hosted by volunteers like me. We are people-powered radio in northern Minnesota. Join us at KAXE.org. Did you know that you can name KAXE as a beneficiary in your life insurance policy or individual retirement account? And you may receive additional tax benefits as well. The next time you meet your advisors to review your estate or long-term financial plans, remember to ask about including KAXE in those plans. For additional giving options, visit KAXE.org and click on Give. Let's see, we started that set out with The Girl in Red. They're a group out of Norway with the song Midnight Love. Then you heard the familiar voice and trumpet playing of Louis Armstrong and his All-Stars off their New Orleans Night album, My Bucket's Got a Hole in It. Followed by Minnesota's own Gazi Yukaga off of his Color album with the song Colorado. And we ended that set with a Nashville group that's been around since 2012, Sister Sadie, with their song Willow. Grace House, Itasca County's only homeless shelter, has a grand opening for their newly renovated space on Thursday, May 8th at 1 o'clock. And the 11th Loop, the Lake Festival, is Saturday, June 21st. Volunteers are needed to work 2 to 3 hour shifts. No special skills are required. Organizers hope to have all shifts filled by the end of May. Contact KAXE for more information. Call or text 218-326-1234. And the Headwaters chapter of Let's Go Fishing has a roast pork dinner on Friday, May 9th from 4:30 to 6:30 at the Park Rapids American Legion. Proceeds will go towards operating a pontoon that takes senior citizens fishing. Okay. I'm going to keep it going here. Starting out this set with Soccer Mommy, Salt in Wound.
Close my eyes when I dream my dreams.
I know I stand in line until you think you have the time to spend an evening with me. And if we go someplace to dance, I know that there's a chance you won't be leaving with me. And afterwards we drop into a quiet little place and have a drink or two. And then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you. I can see it in your eyes that you despise the same old lines you heard the night before. And though it's just a line for you, for me it's true, it never seemed so right before. I practice every day to find some clever lines to say to make the meaning come true. But then I think I'll wait until the evening gets late and I'm alone with you. The time is right, your perfume fills my head, the stars get red and all the nights so blue. And then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you. Your perfume fills my head, the stars get red and all the nights so blue. And then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you. I love you.
Lying in my bed, I hear the clock ticking. I think of you, caught up in circles. Confusion is nothing new. Flashback, warm nights, almost left behind. Suitcase, memories. Time after sometimes you think of me. I'm walking too far ahead. You're calling to me. I can't hear what you said. Then you say, go slow, and I fall behind. And the second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you look, you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. And after my picture fades and darkness is turned to gray, watching through windows, you're wondering if I'm okay. But secrets stolen from deep inside, and the drum beats out of time. If you're lost and you look, you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost and you look, you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting. Time after time. But you say, go slow, and I fall behind. Now the second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you look, you will find me. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost and you look, oh, you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I will be waiting. Time after
That was Marina and the Diamonds. Your song Fear and Loathing off Electrica Heart album. Before that, we heard from Burr, a Minnesota musician, from Bemidji, actually. And while that song was playing, a friend of mine texted me and said, "Hey, I know her. I went to Norway camp with her up in Bemidji." So that's pretty cool. Before that was Frente with their song Something Stupid. And we started off that set with a group out of Switzerland called Soccer Mommy off of their Evergreen album with a song called Salt in Wound. You are listening to On the River. I'm your volunteer host, Dawn. We have about another 26 minutes left together. And then I will turn over the reins to whoever's coming on at 4, and I'll let you know that in a second. We receive support from First National Bank Bemidji, helping local families and businesses reach their financial goals. First National Bank Bemidji, better together, member FDIC. And for the latest Up North report at KAXE, news from our region, heard on the morning show, World Cafe, and All Things Considered. Or as a podcast. Is there news in your region that we should know about? Please email news@kaxe.org. All right, up after me from 4 to 6 this evening is All Things Considered. 6 to 7 p.m. As It Happens, and then 7 to 10 p.m. volunteer host Cage Jambor will be doing some On the River, and from 10 till midnight will be our Headwaters programming. All right. I'm going to keep the music going. We'll start our next set off with Wildwood Kin with Beauty in Your Brokenness here on KAXE.
You feel like you'll never be enough. You're trying so hard to walk the line. Maybe you just need to realize the decisions that you make. It's okay to make mistakes. When you let go, you'll see it differently. As you break hold, break it recklessly. My faults are molding, shaping, making me. I know you'll find there's beauty in your brokenness. Your heart is born inside. You'll soon be so much more than this. And I know you'll find it's a perfect design.
life on the farm is kinda laid back. Ain't much an old country boy like me can't hack. It's early to rise, early in the sack. Thank God I'm a country boy. Well, a simple kind of life never did me no harm. Raising me a family and working on the farm. My days are all filled with an easy country charm. Thank God I'm a country boy. Well, I got me a fine wife, I got me old fiddle. When the sun's coming up, I got cakes on the griddle. And life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy. When the work's all done and the sun's setting low, I pull out my fiddle and I rosin up the bow. The kids are sweet, so I keep it kinda low. Thank God I'm a country boy. I'd play Sally Gooden all day if I could, but the Lord and my wife wouldn't think it very good. So I fiddle when I can and I work when I should. Thank God I'm a country boy. Well, I got me a fine wife, I got the old fiddle. When the sun's coming up, I got cakes on the griddle. Life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy. Woo! My life for diamonds or jewels. I never was one of them money-hungry fools. I'd rather have my fiddle and my farming tools. Thank God I'm a country boy. Yeah, city folk driving in a black limousine. A lot of sad people thinking that's a mighty keen. Well, son, let me tell you now exactly what I mean. I thank God I'm a country boy. Well, I got me a fine wife, I got me old fiddle. When the sun's coming up, I got cakes on the griddle. And life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy. Was my daddy's till the day he died, and he took me by the hand, held me close to his side, said live a good life, play my fiddle with pride. Thank God you're a country boy. Well, my daddy taught me young how to hunt and how to whittle, taught me how to work and play a tune on the fiddle. He taught me how to love and how to give just a little. And thank God I'm a country boy. Well, I got me a fine wife, I got me old fiddle. When the sun's coming up, I got cakes on the griddle. Life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy, yes!
Wall Street Avenue. I'd buy and sell and trade all day, and the rent would never come due. I'd buy a corporate lobbyist, keep a congressman as a pet. I'd never have to hedge a bet if I was too big to fail. If I was too big to fail, money couldn't do me harm. If I was too big to fail, I wouldn't be losing my farm. If I was too big to fail, there's nothing I couldn't do. If I was too big to fail, I wouldn't be singing to you. I wish I was too big to fail, like insurance companies. Instead of me backing you up, you're bankrolling me. I'd spend your money instead of mine, break the law and do no time. It don't cost me a single dime. If I was too big to fail, if I was too big to fail, money couldn't do me harm. If I
violence free. Insist on my humanity. Take the whole economy. If I was too big to fail.
You are listening to On the River, KAXE. I'm your volunteer host, Dawn. Support comes from the Leech Lake Walleye Tournament, held annually the weekend after Memorial Day. This two-person team tournament on May 30th and 31st has a mission to build community, provide support to area nonprofits, and promote tourism through fishing and family recreation. Registration now open at leechlakewaleyetournament.com. We started off that last set of music with Wildwood Kin, a group of two sisters and a cousin out of England, with their song Beauty in Your Brokenness. After that was Martha Wainwright with Ball and Chain. A little bit of a shout out to my dad. He requested John Denver's Thank God I'm a Country Boy. Apparently I liked that song quite a bit when I was little, so there's some fondness there for my father. And then we ended that set with Minnesota group The Rowe Family Singers with the song Too Big to Fail. And you can catch them every Monday night at the 331 Club in Minneapolis. And they've been doing that for over 20 years, every Monday night. That's pretty amazing. Well, I am wrapping up my time here with you. I've got about another 10 minutes left of music. I hope you have enjoyed what I cooked up for you. And although I don't have another date on the calendar yet, I know I will find another time to come back and spend some time with you all. Enjoy the day, enjoy the weekend, and we will get back to this last set of music. See y'all.
En manos de un tejedor, en manos de un tejedor, canastas y canastillas. El verbo compatía se convirtió en lo mejor, una vuelta en colorín para enlazar a mi amor. Ay la la la, ay la la la, ay la la la, la la la, la 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 la, ay la la la.
my hand and you follow my lead. Won't let you go, never gonna leave. Yeah, she took 2 pills and she danced. Never cared what happened next. Time went slowly as it passed. She thought this would always last. There she goes, running from her problems. Yeah, she knows she might never get too far. That's okay, just don't let things get out of hand. That's okay, that's okay. No one moved, throw your hands in the air. No one stopped, no one seemed to care, yeah. Bent down to look her in the eye. Not one to saying goodbye. Yeah, she took 2 pills, then she danced. Never cared what happened next. Time went slowly as it passed. She thought this would always last. There she goes, running from her problems. Yeah, she knows she might never get too far. That's okay, just don't let things get out of hand. That's okay, that's okay. There she goes, there she goes, there she goes, and there she goes. There she goes, running from her problems. Yeah, she knows she might never get too far. That's okay, just don't let things get out of hand. That's okay, that's okay.
I'm not afraid of anything in this world. There's nothing you can throw at me that I haven't already heard. I'm just trying to find a decent melody, a song that I can sing in my own company. I never thought you were a fool, but darling, look at you. Oh, you gotta stand up straight.
This is 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KPXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker. We are people-powered radio in northern Minnesota. Join us at kaxe.org.
Good morning. Attorney General Pam Bondi promised to end the weaponization of the Justice Department. Critics say she's weaponizing it, rewarding the president's friends and punishing perceived enemies. It's Morning Edition from NPR News. Has an advantage in the trade war. I'm Michelle Martin.
And I'm Steve Inskeep. President Trump backed off some tariffs for now, but not against China. We called Orville Schell, an American who has observed China for decades. Also, why does a journalist group say press freedom is no longer a given in the U.S.? And how teens across the country are prepping for the finals of a national poetry performance competition. It's Monday, May 5th. This day in 1961, a rocket carried Alan Shepard 116 miles up, the first American in space. The news is next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. President Trump says he'll lower tariffs on China at some point, but in the meantime, he's not promising relief for small businesses from the effects of tariffs. Trump spoke in an NBC interview yesterday. NPR's Luke Garrett has more.
President Trump was asked by NBC News whether he'd lower tariffs on China in order to start trade negotiations.
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them.
Meanwhile, some small businesses that rely on Chinese imports say they're struggling with the 145% tariffs on some goods from China. When asked if these businesses would receive government relief, Trump said,
"They're not going to need it.
Okay.
They're going to make so much money.
Are these tariffs?
If you build your product here."
Following Trump's new tariff policy against China and other nations, no trade deals have been made by the White House yet. Luke Garrett, NPR News, Washington.
Billionaire investor Warren Buffett says trade should not be a weapon. He spoke Saturday for hours at his annual shareholders conference in Omaha. It was for his company Berkshire Hathaway, where he's CEO. NPR's Maria Aspen says Buffett believes the U.S. should be looking to trade with the rest of the world.
Buffett didn't mention President Trump by name, but Buffett does often talk about how great America is. And he made a point of saying that if trade helps other countries become prosperous, it will also help our country become prosperous. So if it is his last annual meeting for Berkshire Hathaway, he made it a memorable one.
NPR's Maria Aspen reporting. It is likely to be Buffett's last annual meeting as CEO. At the end of the long meeting Saturday, Buffett surprised thousands of shareholders by saying he'll step down from his role at Berkshire Hathaway at the end of this year. He'll hand over control to his long-designated successor, Greg Abel. President Trump is telling his administration to reopen the federal prison on Alcatraz in San Francisco Bay. The Bureau of Prisons says it was closed in 1963 because it was too expensive for the government to operate on the island. Roman Catholic cardinals are in their final days of discussion leading up to the papal conclave. NPR's Jason DeRose reports from Rome. Their decision will determine the direction of the Roman Catholic Church for years to come.
The cardinals have been gathering in meetings called congregations. Among the issues they're discussing, sexual abuse within the church, war and peace, and how the church can be less insular. Cardinal Michael Cherney says these meetings are key to getting to know each other and the needs of the church throughout the world.
Learning to be church in our diversity is a real calling.
Cherney calls global Catholicism's diversity a challenge, but also a gift. He's among the 133 cardinal electors who will enter the conclave Wednesday to determine the next leader of the world's 1.4 billion Catholics. Jason DeRose, NPR News, Rome.
You're listening to NPR News from Washington. The Israeli cabinet has voted for a plan to take control of all food aid that enters Gaza. Israel has cut off all relief access to the Palestinian territory for the past 2 months. Relief agencies say Palestinians risk starvation. This comes as Israel continues to strike Gaza. In a statement, the Israeli cabinet says if it controls the food aid, it can deny Hamas access to it. Israel has provided no evidence of widespread theft by Hamas. Starting today, the U.S. government is resuming collection of student loans from borrowers who are in default. People who are behind in their loans may find their benefits and wages will be garnished. This payment system has been suspended since the start of the pandemic. Thunderbolts, Marvel's latest team-building exercise, is off to a decent start at box offices worldwide. NPR's Bob Mondello has details.
For a film about decidedly minor Marvel characters, Thunderbolts did just fine.
You feel fulfilled?
Yeah, so full. So filled. By the end of the weekend, it will have taken in about $76 million in North America and another $86 million overseas, for a total of $162 million in 3 days. That's hardly huge for a Marvel movie, but Thunderbolts wasn't hugely expensive to produce. It's expected to play well for much of the summer. Also performing well, the third weekend of the blues-inflected vampire film, Sinners.
We gonna kill every last one of you.
In 3 weeks, Sinners has now collected almost $180 million just in North America. Bob Mondello, NPR News.
I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News from Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Pew Charitable Trusts, telling stories behind data and trends that shape our world today through its podcast, After the Fact. Learn more at pewtrusts.org/afterthefact.
Welcome to MN90, Minnesota history in 90 seconds.
You say you can't create anything new?
In 1958, Minnesota author Robert Bly published The 50s, a magazine of poetry and general opinion. The first issue bore this challenge. The editors of this magazine think that most of poetry published today in America is too old-fashioned. Among the American poets featured in the pages of The 50s were Donald Hall and Gary Snyder. When the decade changed, so did the journal's title. It became The 60s. Bly continued to write essays under the name Crunk and waded through a mounting slush pile of submissions.
The secret of my endurance.
On July 6, 1966, a letter arrived on Bly's editorial desk. It was from a writer in Los Angeles named Charles Bukowski. In the letter, Bukowski complained to Bly, "Last I heard from you was 5 or 10 years ago, when you rejected some of my poems." Bukowski went on to become one of the biggest and best-known poets of the 70s and 80s. Bly was spending more time on his own poetry and printed the final issue of his periodical in 1972.
MN90 is produced by Ampers, diverse radio for Minnesota's communities. Made possible by funding from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Online at mn90.org.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin.
And I'm Steve Inskeep. Israel is planning to limit the way that food and supplies are distributed in Gaza.
Israel says it is the only way it will allow any food back into Gaza where people are going hungry. An Israeli official says it's part of a plan to take over more territory and expand the war. The main aid groups in Gaza, including the United Nations, are refusing to take part.
NPR's Daniel Estrin is covering this story in Tel Aviv. Daniel, welcome.
Thank you, Steve.
What exactly is the plan?
Israel's cabinet approved it last night, and it completely changes how the 2 million people of Gaza would get their food and their basic supplies. I got details from 5 people, including officials with knowledge of this plan. Each one of them spoke on condition of anonymity because the details have not been officially released, and it's very sensitive. But it's a plan to shut down hundreds of community kitchens and food distribution points across Gaza, and instead, Israel would allow for just around 4 to 10 designated aid centers in southern Gaza.
Okay, limited number of aid centers. Who would run them?
Well, the centers are supposed to be run by an American security contractor in coordination with a new foundation recently established in Switzerland that we know very little about. Israeli soldiers would not run them, but they would guard the periphery of this zone. And Palestinians would be coming to these places, registered and screened through facial recognition technology. They'd pick up parcels for their family. Israel says this whole operation is an attempt to isolate aid from Hamas and to weaken the group. And an Israeli official tells us it's actually part of a bigger strategy to get Palestinian civilians to move en masse to a smaller, more consolidated area of Gaza so that the military can expand the territory that it's taking over in Gaza. And the army is already starting to call up more soldiers.
Thanks for that bit of reporting. What are aid groups and the United Nations saying as they reject this plan?
They put out a statement together and they say basically this is not an acceptable aid plan. It's a military plan. They say you cannot use life-saving supplies to achieve military goals. They also say that large groups of people will simply struggle to reach these new aid centers. So think pregnant women or the elderly. So what we're seeing is this serious standoff over the very basic necessities of life. And it's happening at a time of extreme desperation in Gaza. Israel has been banning food and supplies, everything, for more than 2 months into Gaza. This is the longest full blockade it has ever imposed. So bakeries are closed, food kitchens are closed. Hunger is widespread.
Daniel, you said something about an American contractor being part of this. Is the United States on board?
Very good question. The Trump administration has not commented specifically on this plan, but President Trump has said that food needs to get into Gaza. He is coming to the region next week. I should note that a former U.S. official told me that Israel actually tried to implement a version of this aid plan under the Biden administration's tenure, but the Biden administration said no. According to the international laws of war, it said that anyone who needs aid must get aid. You cannot vet. You cannot fight a war through manipulating humanitarian aid. That's what the Biden administration said, but Trump has not made the same demands on Israel.
One bit of news from the weekend, there was a big bomb crater that I saw outside Israel's airport. What happened?
Yeah, the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen fired a missile. Israel failed to intercept it. It landed around the international airport near Tel Aviv. More than a dozen airlines have canceled flights, and the Houthis say that U.S. has struck back at targets overnight in Yemen.
NPR's Daniel Estrin is in Tel Aviv. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Let's go back to another major story we've been following, President Trump's tariffs. Those tariffs on imports from most countries are at 10%. His tariffs on China, though, 145%. China has retaliated with its own triple-digit tariffs. And Trump's commitment to this strategy continues. In a post on Truth Social last week, Trump threatened sanctions on entities buying oil from Iran, and China buys almost all of Iran's oil.
Now, the White House has framed any negotiations between the two countries as a matter between their presidents, Trump and China's Xi Jinping, but neither leader seems to be willing to make the first move. A. Martinez spoke with Orville Schell. If you follow China, you hear this name. He's been an authority for decades. He's the director of the Center on U.S.-China Relations at the Asia Society.
As the geopolitical order shifts, is this China's moment to seize?
Well, I think there is an excellent opportunity for China to move into the space being left by Trump sort of vacating the world. After all, nature abhors a vacuum. However, I'm not so sure that Xi Jinping and China have the skills or the ability. We find ourselves in a place where I think both leaders, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping, are very thin-skinned, very sensitive to making any concessions which might appear to be hallmarks of weakness. So this means that we're in a kind of a retaliatory spiral where neither side wants to sort of make the break that might stop the spiral.
How ready is China for this kind of trade war?
I think China is a very export-dependent economy. And to keep their growth rate up, they have to manufacture way more than they can use.
How damaging could this be to China long term?
Well, I think it could be quite damaging. It also could be very damaging for the United States because a couple of things are really important here. One are the choke points that each country has on the other. And we are using those in the United States. For instance, one choke point the United States has is microchips. But China also has choke points, which it is starting to use. Rare earths would be one for magnets, for cars, military hardware. Rare earths, it turns out, are a small element, but an absolutely critical one in sort of modern manufacturing.
And when you mention rare earth, Ukraine and the United States just wrapped up and signed their deal for rare earth minerals. How much of a blow is that for China, considering that that is one of the big things that China has as an advantage, the majority of the rare earth minerals on the planet?
Well, here's the problem about the Ukrainian deal and our mining of rare earths within the United States itself. We do not have the capacity to extract the minerals we need from the ore. Almost all of the rare earth ore that is mined around the world goes to China for processing. So they will still have a lock on a very important part of the production of rare earths.
Now, we've just been talking about the two heavyweights in this fight, China and the United States, but how much of a disruption will there be for the rest of the world as the United States and China figure out who's going to win this battle?
Well, if the United States tariffs of 145% remain, China is going to be even more inclined and under pressure to export elsewhere, and possibly at more reduced costs. So let's just look at Europe. They could pretty much wipe out the European auto industry, which is the heart and soul of the German economy.
Yeah, essentially what we're talking about, higher costs for manufacturing, higher costs for everything, the supply chain possibly being disrupted again. I mean, we're talking that kind of thing again?
Yes, I mean, the global supply chains are infinitely complex, where products, before they get to the consumer, ricochet back and forth from country to country, and supply chains are dependent on many other places. And we sort of confected this reliance on China at a time where we thought, well, political systems don't matter. And now we discover that political systems do matter. That if Russia attacks the Ukraine and we're China to do something in the South China Sea or the Taiwan Straits, suddenly China's form of governance and whether we have good open channels with them to negotiate solutions matters immensely. But everybody's in bed with everybody in a geopolitical world that is got tremendous tension points that remain not only unresolved, but becoming more fraught.
Orville Schell is the director of the Center on U.S.-China Relations at the Asia Society. Orville, thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
A group of high school students from across the country are in Washington, D.C. this week to compete in the 20th annual Poetry Out Loud National Finals. Students memorize and perform poems from a variety of styles and time periods. We asked some of this year's 55 competitors about how they are preparing.
My name is Emily Porter. I'm from Logan High School in Logan County, West Virginia.
The Coming Woman by Mary Weston Fordham.
Looking at the poem, you have to dissect each section as a way to fully understand what the poet is trying to say.
Dear me, what a slow, pokey man.
Right now, I am spending my days watching myself in the mirror, watching each move that I make to make sure that the moves that I make are interpreting the poem as they need to be interpreted.
My name is Zeke Moses, and I'm a freshman at Bexley High School in Columbus, Ohio.
America, I Sing You Back by Allison Adele Hedge Koch.
To be so honest, I was never the type of person who loved poetry or appreciated poetry to the fullest. But as I've gone through this process, I've developed a newfound love of poetry.
Before America began to sing, I sung her to sleep, held her cradle board, wept her into day.
My name is Nyla Dinkins. I attend Benjamin Banneker Academic High School in Washington, D.C.
Learning to Read by Frances Ellen Watkins Harper.
I think judges really want to understand or see that you can understand the poem, and then also you can be the vessel of that information. And I think the way in which you make that poem your own is something that's really powerful for judges to see.
Our masters always tried to hide book learning from our eyes. Knowledge didn't agree with slavery. would make us all too wise.
That was Nyla Dinkins from Washington, D.C., Zeke Moses from Ohio, and Emily Porter from West Virginia. They spoke with NPR's Elizabeth Blair. The champion of Poetry Out Loud will be announced Wednesday night. This is NPR News.
So much for listening to KAXE KBXE. My name is Heather Johnson, and I'm the membership coordinator here. If you're enjoying our music, news, phonology updates, and conversations, consider supporting the station by becoming a KAXE KBXE member today. Do you have questions about membership? We offer many options for making your contribution. I would love to chat with you. Give me a call at 218-326-1234.
Support for NPR comes from the station. And from BritBox, committed to shaking up people's watch list with British TV, including new original series like Ludwig, starring Peep Show's David Mitchell. Streaming now at BritBox.com/NPR. From the Kauffman Foundation, providing access to opportunities that help people achieve financial stability, upward mobility, and economic prosperity, regardless of race, gender, or geography. Kauffman.org. From RBC Wealth Management, dedicated to providing financial strategies to help navigate wealth planning and legacy building. More at rbcwealthmanagement.com. And from the Skoll Foundation, dedicated to powering social innovators to transform the world. Learn more at skoll.org.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin.
And I'm Steve Inskeep. Good morning. Attorney General Pam Bondi says she's ending what she called the weaponization of the department, the Justice Department, during the Biden administration. What is the case that she's weaponizing it herself? NPR Justice correspondent Ryan Lucas looked into some of the early acts of the Trump Justice Department.
At her confirmation hearing in January, Attorney General Pam Bondi vowed to fight violent crime and to restore confidence and integrity to the Justice Department.
The partisanship, the weaponization will be gone. America will have one tier of justice for all.
Like President Trump, Bondi argues that the department was politicized under the Biden administration to target Trump and conservatives more broadly, and they point to the prosecutions of Trump himself as prime examples. John Lauro, who served as Trump's defense attorney in some of those cases, says Bondi is tackling weaponization head-on. Here's Lauro speaking at a recent event with the Conservative Federalist Society.
So we now see no political prosecutions, no sham indictments, no fake grand jury proceedings, but instead a way of looking at the Department of Justice in terms of restoration and ensuring that the rule of law will be carried out going forward.
Liz Oyer is the former pardon attorney at the Justice Department.
I think what's happening in the Department of Justice right now is that it's being transformed into Donald Trump's personal law firm.
Oyer and other critics say that, in fact, Bondi is taking actions to politicize the department herself.
The Attorney General has made it clear that directions are coming from the very top, from the president, and she is there to do his bidding. That means pursuing enemies of the president. That means doing favors for friends of the president. The Department of Justice is essentially whatever the president wants it to be right now.
Oyer was fired in March after she declined to restore gun rights to the actor Mel Gibson, who is a prominent supporter of President Trump. Oyer says she had public safety concerns due to Gibson's domestic violence conviction. Ultimately, Bondi gave Gibson his gun rights back. But it's an example of concerns that Oyer has about what is driving decision-making for the new department leadership.
Career professionals, experts in their field, are being marginalized, and decisions are being driven by political considerations, uninformed by the knowledge and expertise of the career staff.
Bondi and her top lieutenants previously served as Trump's personal defense attorneys. Under their leadership, the department has fired prosecutors who worked Capitol riot cases or investigated Trump, pushed out senior officials at the FBI, and dropped cases against the president's political allies. One example critics point to is the corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. In that instance, the department leadership directed prosecutors to dismiss the Adams prosecution, suggesting that it interfered in the mayor's ability to help Trump with immigration enforcement. Nearly a dozen prosecutors resigned in protest. One of them was Ryan Crosswell. He worked in the public integrity section in Washington. After prosecutors in New York refused to drop the case, the then acting deputy attorney general gave lawyers in Crosswell's office 1 hour to find 2 attorneys among them to sign the court papers dismissing the Adams case.
We felt we had 3 options, and I don't think I'm just speaking for myself. 1 was to resign en masse, 2 was to be fired, or 3 was that someone would sign the motion.
In the end, 1 attorney agreed to sign it, Crosswell says, to save the public integrity section and its mission, prosecuting corruption, including criminal conflicts of interest and people that profit from their government positions.
I think that losing the public integrity section would be devastating because the work's so important. It's been serving the public for nearly 50 years.
Days later, Crosswell resigned. He had been a federal prosecutor for around a decade. He disputes that the department ever was weaponized, and he finds the current leadership's talk of ending it ironic.
And if you did think that it was weaponized, then the correction to weaponizing the department is not to do it yourself.
Certainly, enforcement and policy priorities shift from administration to administration. What's going on now, Crosswell says, is something altogether very different. Ryan Lucas, NPR News, Washington.
Another change at the Justice Department involves a memorial to victims of gun violence. It was created by the agency under President Biden, but the Trump administration has taken down both a physical memorial and an online companion. NPR's Kristen Wright reports that some families are upset over the decision.
On Easter Sunday, Brenda Joyner marked 8 years since her 74-year-old father, Robert Godwin Sr., was shot to death not far from her home in Cleveland in a random act of violence.
He was literally the parent that was just everything to us.
Her father's portrait and biography were part of the Faces of Gun Violence exhibit, removed from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives headquarters. The Trump administration took down all 120 portraits of gun violence victims. Law enforcement officers who died had also been honored in the memorial. Joyner says she had no idea this was happening, and she's devastated.
Should there have been some bit of notification to us? Absolutely. But do I want my dad's picture sitting at the bottom of a dumpster? Hell no.
The Justice Department, in a statement to NPR, says, quote, the ATF will continue to honor the memory of all victims of violent crime, while at the same time preserving the rights of law-abiding Americans. The spokesperson did not answer a question asking where the portraits are now and whether families had been notified about the removal. ATF enforces federal gun laws and is tasked with regulating the firearms industry. It's within the Department of Justice. Brady United Against Gun Violence is one of the groups that helped plan the remembrance. Chris Brown, who's president, says taking down the exhibit is part of the administration's efforts to roll back firearms regulations.
What they want to do is deny the reality that gun violence exists, and that makes me very angry.
President Trump signed an executive order in February directing the Attorney General to examine all regulations and guidance involving the Second Amendment. Brenda Joyner now works for Brady and says the exhibit was not just a wall of pictures.
And I felt like this country was, actually taking recognition of taking note of all the lives that are lost to gun violence.
Robert Godwin Sr. was pictured smiling and preparing fish he'd just caught for a family meal. Joyner would like his portrait returned. Kristen Wright, NPR News.
This is NPR News.
As of May 7th, if you board a plane, you will have to show a picture ID compliant with the Real ID Act. Implementing the 20-year-old federal law has been easier said than done.
It comes with ideology, view of the world, technology, your identity, how much information you share.
I'm Elsa Chang. Why Real ID took so long to be enforced on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
All Things Considered starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon with your local host, Andrew DeZingle. Good morning. It is 5:29. I'm Jennifer Barr. Coming up in a few minutes, our daily dose of phenology. John Latimer takes a look back at his nature notes for this day in history. Sunny today, highs in the low 70s with winds from the south 5 to 10, and clear tonight, lows in the mid 40s. Tomorrow, slight chance of showers in the afternoon, otherwise sunny, highs in the low 70s. Fire in the Village is a collective of artists and cultural organizers. They have Room 203 Welcome Week activities each night this week at 6 o'clock through Friday. You can join them at their room in Old Central School in Grand Rapids. Tonight it is bingo. Again, that's at 6 o'clock. The Edge Center Gallery in Big Fork is calling for entries to Art on the Edge 19th Annual Juried Exhibit. The deadline is Monday, June 1st. The exhibit will run in August. All media is eligible and the work must have been created from 2023 to the present. More information at edgecenterarts.org. Pequot Lakes Community Theater has auditions for Willy Wonka the Musical this Tuesday or Thursday at 6 o'clock at Pequot Lakes High School Auditorium. Roles are available for those in third grade and older, including adult roles. Performances will be in July. Heidi Holton from KAXE will moderate a Minnesota Matters panel with columnist Aaron Brown this Thursday, May 8th, starting at 9:30 a.m. at Rapids Brewing. Hosted by the Minnesota Star Tribune, the event will focus on growing Grand Rapids with speakers Shalom Blake from the Grand Rapids Economic Development Authority, Derek Fox from Minnesota North College, and Andy Nitzel, co-founder of MN Technology. Thanks for tuning in to KAXE this Monday morning. It is time now for our daily dose of phenology. Here's John Latimer.
On today's date, May 5th, I meet a Sora rail for the first time. This is a bird of the swamps. It's a robin-sized bird with crane-sized feet. It's got long green legs and great big feet for walking around on top of lily pads and marsh grasses and hiking amongst the cattails. This is not a bird that is seen very often. The only reason I got to see this one is that my Labrador, Madeline, brought one home to me. I saw her come stumbling up out of the swamp, and I could see right away she had something in her mouth. So I called her over, and I held out my hand, and I gave her the command, give, and she gave me a Sora rail. I was a bit surprised, having never handled one before, and I was concerned for its health, so I put it in a cardboard box and put a screen over the top, put some water in there so it would not be too thirsty, and I observed it for 12 hours, kept it overnight, and in the morning it seemed to be just fine. I took it outside, left the dog inside, and turned it loose, and it sort of ran and then flew slowly and lowly across my yard and out into the bog again.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from National Geographic Lindblad Expeditions, committed to taking travelers deeper into the wonders of planet Earth. Each expedition cruise is guided by a diverse team. natgeoexpeditions.com/cruises. From Indeed, committed to giving job listings increased visibility with relevant candidates through its sponsored jobs feature. Learn more at Indeed.com/NPR. And from listeners like you, who donate to this NPR station.
On a Monday morning, it's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm Michelle Martin. Good morning. Press freedom is, quote, no longer a given in the United States. That's according to a new report published by the Committee to Protect Journalists. That's a nonprofit organization that promotes press freedom around the world. CPJ normally waits about a year into any new presidential administration to evaluate its impact on the free press. But under the current administration, the group decided to act sooner. Here to tell us more is Catherine Jacobson, lead author of the CPJ report, and she's the program coordinator for the U.S., Canada, and the Caribbean. Good morning, Catherine. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me.
So what led your team to conclude that press freedom is, quote, no longer a given in the United States? That's actually a pretty disturbing statement.
Yes, indeed. So the first 100 days of the Trump administration were marked by a flurry of executive actions that we concluded have created a real chilling effect and have the potential to curtail media freedoms. So what we're talking about are challenges to access, so journalists being able to even get into the White House for various events that they would previously have been able to have access to. We're talking about the weaponization of regulatory bodies and legal frameworks against news organizations as well, in addition to continued targeted attacks against journalists and newsrooms. And it's all of these actions kind of taken individually might seem like a one-off case, but when put together, paint a really alarming picture of deteriorating media freedom in the U.S.
What do you think it means in practice, especially around the country? I think many people might be aware of certain actions directed at media organizations based in Washington, D.C., but what about elsewhere?
Yeah, so it might seem like insider baseball in DC, right? Things that are happening far away, but it's not. It's really creating a permission structure for local leaders to behave this way, both in the United States and then globally as well, right? What happens in the White House matters, and when the Associated Press, one of the world's largest news organizations, can't get into certain White House events because of decisions they've made about calling a body of water the Gulf of Mexico versus Gulf of America, right? That has real impact on journalists' ability to do their work, and also ability for the American public more broadly to have an understanding of what's happening in those rooms that organizations are excluded from.
I assume that you reached out to the White House about these findings. Did you get a response?
We did not, no.
So let me note here that NPR and public media are explicitly mentioned in your report. President Trump signed an executive order last week that seeks to end federal funding. The Federal Communications Commission is investigating whether NPR's corporate sponsorship credits comply with federal regulations. Other news organizations like CBS and 60 Minutes have been targeted with lawsuits. And as you just mentioned, the White House has been in a sort of a legal battle with the Associated Press over access to presidential events. When you consider all these actions together, what do you think the administration is trying to do?
You know, it's difficult to say what they're trying to do, but in effect what's happening is that it's creating a less free media environment and creating a chilling effect, which in some ways is very difficult to quantify, very difficult to undo, and the impact, I think, will be felt for decades to come, quite frankly. It's kind of the intangible, of slowing down the process of reporting and scaring off news outlets from covering stories that the administration perhaps might not want to be covered.
Before we let you go, just 30 seconds here. Does your organization have advice for journalists and news organizations?
Yes, I think continue doing your job. There are lots of organizations to support you. And I think it's really important for Americans to understand the role that journalists play as watchdogs in their community. You know, what reporters do is really hold power to account. And without a robust and free press, it's very difficult to have that accountability.
Catherine Jacobson is the lead author of a new report about diminishing press freedom in the United States by the Committee to Protect Journalists. Catherine Jacobson, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Safe to Sleep is a campaign to help prevent babies from dying in their sleep. It's been around for decades. It's seen big results. And now the Trump administration has shut down the office responsible for leading it. NPR's Maria Godoy has more.
Originally called Back to Sleep, the campaign launched in 1994 to bring awareness to sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS. At the time, more than 4,000 infants a year died from the condition. Dr. Rachel Moon is a researcher at the University of Virginia. She helped write the American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines on safe infant sleep. She says after the campaign launched, those deaths decreased by 50%.
Which is huge. We've saved thousands and thousands of babies' lives because of this.
Safe sleep recommendations for babies include laying them down on their back instead of their stomachs and avoiding loose blankets, pillows, and bumpers that could strangle or suffocate them. This information was distributed on social media as well as in pamphlets targeted to specific groups, like grandparents, and in different languages. All of this material was produced and distributed by the Communications Department for the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. Shriver was the aunt of current Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. As first reported by Stat News, that entire department was terminated on April 1st. Moon's contact at the office emailed her to share the news.
Just wanted to let you know that since the office has been terminated, so has Safe to Sleep. And that was it.
Moon says she was shocked.
For this to be pulled without any notice, at a time when these deaths are increasing, is devastating, frankly.
After holding steady for years, sleep-related infant deaths rose by nearly 12% between 2020 and 2022. Researchers think the rise may be related to parents not getting the information on safe sleep they needed during the pandemic, when access to healthcare might have been more limited. Allison Jacobson is with First Candle, a nonprofit that has participated in the Safe to Sleep campaign since it began. She says the group will continue its efforts to educate parents on safe sleep recommendations, but it doesn't have anywhere near the funding needed to replace the resources that the NIH provided.
State agencies, departments of health, hospitals would reach out to them and ask for all of these free resources to be sent to them, which they were able to do. We don't have the ability to do that.
We reached out to the National Institutes of Health for comment and received an email saying, quote, "No final decision has been made regarding the future of the Safe to Sleep campaign." And the email said the campaign materials remain available on the NIH website. When I went onto the Safe to Sleep website, the pamphlets and other materials could still be downloaded, but many were listed as temporarily unavailable for order. Allison Jacobson says she's all too familiar with what can happen when parents don't get the safe sleep information they need. She says she's often heard this as part of First Candle's bereavement support services.
I can't tell you how many times it breaks my heart when we have parents in the group saying, "Nobody told me," or "I didn't know. I didn't know I couldn't have a blanket in the crib. I didn't know about anything."
She worries that going forward, it's going to be that much harder to get information out to help parents keep their babies safe. Maria Godoy, NPR News.
Covering the news for you, this is NPR News.
It's 5:42. Thanks for listening to the Monday Morning Show on KAXE, including Morning Edition from National Public Radio. I'm Jennifer Barr. Sunny today, highs in the low 70s, winds from the south 5 to 10, gusting higher. Clear skies overnight, lows in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, slight chance of showers in the afternoon, otherwise sunny, highs in the low 70s. Crossing Arts Alliance celebrates 25 years this Thursday, May 8th from 5 to 7 p.m. at an event at Sage on Laurel in Brainerd. RSVP by stopping by Crossing Arts, or you can do that online at crossingarts.org. Grace House is Itasca County's only homeless shelter, and they have a grand opening for their newly renovated space this Thursday at 1 p.m. And the Headwaters chapter of Let's Go Fishing has a roast pork dinner on Friday from 4:30 to 6:30 at the Park Rapids American Legion. Proceeds will go towards operating a pontoon that takes senior citizens on fishing trips. The Minnesota Lions Hearing Foundation and the Bemidji Lions Club invite you to the Defeat Hearing Loss Walk on June 7th. Registration is now open at 5mhf.org. The walk will go from Diamond Point Park to the Paul and Babe statues and back. The day includes lunch, games, and live music by the Empty Cooler Band. More news is next on KAXE. Pam Perry from Brainerd is a regular contributor to the KAXE morning show. She talks about birds and other wildlife. We asked her why she supports this station.
And now the most recent thing is the newsroom. And I love the news reports. You're not hearing that anywhere else. You're not hearing about what county boards are doing and local governments. This is the place. This is where you're going to hear about it. And the music was wonderful. And you had your volunteer hosts. And again, local people often. I want to support it. I want to support something. And then, of course, when I was listening, I was going, where else do you hear about bud break and plants and birds and forestry and all the things that, were northern Minnesota.
You can become a member like Pam Perry. Give now at KAXE.org.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Capital One with the Capital One Saver Card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Details at CapitalOne.com. From Workday. Workday is an HR and finance platform for forward thinkers, dedicated to propelling organizations, workforces, and industries into the future. Workday, moving business forever forward. And from the Skoll Foundation, dedicated to powering social innovators to transform the world. Learn more at skoll.org.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin.
And I'm Steve Inskeep. All right, the trial of Sean Diddy Combs begins in New York today.
The record executive, rapper, and businessman has been in federal custody since his arrest last September. He faces charges that include sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. He's pleaded not guilty.
NPR's Isabella Gomez Sarmiento is covering the trial for NPR in New York, and this report lasts about 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Many people have followed this blow by blow, but what exactly is Combs on trial for?
Yeah, he's on trial for a number of alleged activities that center on the abuse of women and others around him. So prosecutors are basically alleging that Combs used his significant power and his business empire to protect himself from the repercussions of those actions. So for one, he faces charges of sex trafficking. That means forcing or coercing someone to engage in commercial sex acts. Aya Gruber is a criminal law professor at the University of Southern California, and she says that especially after the trials of Harvey Weinstein and the NXIVM cult case, the legal definition of commercial sex is quite broad.
Courts are willing to define commercial sex as an exchange of sex, not just for money, but for anything of value.
So, for example, promising to help someone's career could potentially be considered something of value in some instances. Combs also faces charges for transporting people across state lines to participate in commercial sex. And the third charge, racketeering conspiracy, is what ties all of this together. Prosecutors allege that Combs directed his employees to organize and conceal these sex crimes for over a decade, and Combs has pleaded not guilty to all of these charges.
How do these criminal charges relate to the civil sexual assault lawsuits that Combs also faces?
The civil law and the criminal law are two completely different systems, but there is a lot of overlap in the behavior described here. So you're absolutely right. Combs faces dozens of civil lawsuits. Some listeners might be familiar with the R&B singer Cassie Ventura, who filed the first prominent civil lawsuit against him. But that's not necessarily what this trial is about. He's really only on trial for the criminal charges in the indictment that we just discussed. However, there is a chance that some of the alleged victims who filed civil suits have also been cooperating with this criminal investigation. So even though there are two different legal roads when it comes to Sean Combs, there could be some intersecting here.
And we have this question now that comes up whenever somebody who's extremely famous is put on trial. How do you select a jury for a case like this where so many people have probably heard something about it?
Yeah, Combs is from New York City, and he's a huge star. So there's really a high chance that potential jurors here will already have some opinions about this case. Both the prosecution and the defense submitted proposed questionnaires for what they'd like the jury to be asked. Combs' team included questions about how jurors feel about wealthy celebrities, what kind of music they listen to, and how they might respond to evidence that, describes people engaging in sexual relations with multiple partners. On the prosecution side, Several of their key witnesses are alleged victims who will be testifying against Combs under pseudonyms. So the prosecution also proposed asking whether jurors would be more or less likely to believe a witness who testifies under a different name.
Really interesting. So if he is convicted, how long could he go to prison?
So Sean Combs has been in custody since he was arrested in September. He's been denied bail multiple times. And if he's found guilty of all of these charges, he could be spending the remainder of his life behind bars.
Man in his mid-50s. Isabella Gomez Sarmiento, thanks so much.
Thank you.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm Michelle Martin.
Hey, thanks for listening to your public radio station, which brings you Morning Edition, the most popular radio news program in the United States, where you get voices of people in the news and reports from around the world. We know you have millions of options to get somebody's opinion on the news, millions of options for a take on the news, but few options where you can get people who dig up facts and go to the scene to look and give you the information to make your decision. And this public radio station is the place for that, where you get NPR News.
This public radio station is KAXE. We are people-powered. We are not governed by algorithms or corporations. We are governed by people like you. We need you to join us and keep us people-powered. Text the word donate to 218-326-1234. I'm Heidi Holton, and I thank you for your support.
The Oracle of Omaha is bowing out.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Progressive Insurance. On the road and at home, customers can simplify their insurance needs and protect what's important by bundling home and auto with Progressive Insurance. Learn more about Progressive and bundling at progressive.com.
From Marketplace, I'm Sabri Benishore, in for David Brancaccio. Warren Buffett is stepping down as head of Berkshire Hathaway after 60 years.
The time has arrived where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at year end.
That was the legendary investor himself making the announcement at Berkshire Hathaway's annual shareholder meeting in Omaha, Nebraska. The Greg he mentions is Vice Chairman Greg Abel, who would need approval from Berkshire's board.
I would still hang around and could conceivably be useful in a few cases.
Marketplace's Nancy Marshall-Genzer has more.
The 94-year-old Buffett will still be chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, but he says Greg Abel will have the final word on investment decisions and company operations. Buffett says he plans to keep his money in Berkshire and has no intention of selling his shares, pledging to, quote, give it away eventually. Before his retirement announcement, Buffett talked about the global economy, warning that President Trump's trade war could cause worldwide instability, and adding that trade should not be a weapon. Buffett said there should be trade balance between countries, but Trump was taking the wrong approach. Buffett also tried to reassure investors worried about market volatility, saying there's no comparison between the recent drop and the market crash at the start of the Great Depression. I'm Nancy Marshall-Genzer for Marketplace.
All right, let's do the numbers. Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ futures are all down about in the 0.6 to a full percent range, with Dow futures down 262 points. The yield on the 10-year Treasury is 4.32%. 2%. And OPEC Plus, that's the oil cartel, plus a few other oil-producing countries. Well, it adjusts production of oil to manipulate global oil prices. That is what cartels do. Often, its members lower the supply of global oil to push prices up, and then they all make more money. But what happens when a member doesn't go along? Iraq and Kazakhstan didn't cut their production as they were supposed to, while everyone else did, so they made even more money. Well, now they're getting punished, analysts say. OPEC Plus got together over the weekend and decided everyone would increase the supply of oil, driving down prices. West Texas Intermediate is, sure enough, down about 1.3%.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Bitwarden Password Manager, helping to secure personal logins during every career shift, fresh start, or new opportunity. Learn more at bitwarden.com. And by Mercury. Mercury brings together banking, credit cards, and financial software to help businesses manage their finances. Learn more at mercury.com.
We return now to our Odd Job series. What's that like? A few weeks ago, we heard from an oyster farmer based in Massachusetts, and we are sticking with our aquatic theme here. Today, we learn what it's like to work in aquatic animal medicine. Dr. Kara Field works at the Marine Mammal Center. That is a teaching hospital located on the California coast.
My name is Dr. Kara Field, and I am the Director of Conservation Medicine at the Marine Mammal Center. I am one of those people that got my interest and started really young with animals, probably 5 or 6 years old. What do you want to be? I was like, a veterinarian. I was very fortunate to grow up on the coast, but I didn't know that there were vets for aquatic animals.
Long before us, great travelers were crossing our oceans, risking it all to ensure the future of the next generation.
There's not really a focused track for aquatic animals or too many exotic species in veterinary medicine. Most schools have the option to do out rotations or externships. So I was fortunate to do such a rotation here at the Marine Mammal Center when I was in vet school. And I was able to go to Florida to Mote Marine Lab and work there for a few weeks, where I got my first real exposure to sea turtle medicine and met some manatees and some dolphins. And it was like, these are very different species from the seals and sea lions I'm used to. In wildlife medicine, we get animals in where we don't usually know their history. There'll be like a sea lion that's on a beach, unable to move. And in that case, you're like, well, it could be anything. So we do our very best to figure it out with the tools we have. And if we don't have the tools, we'll see if we can make the tools. It's not easy. They don't like to tell their secrets. So we have to get a little creative with how we learn about their health issues. The first time I cared for a baby harbor seal, it was like, oh my gosh, this thing is so cute. You just want to squeal and go like, oh, come on. But you can't. I know the best thing for that baby seal is for me to stay away, except for when it needs that care, and then let it be with the other harbor seals and be a harbor seal. I think for a lot of folks that work with these animals, the feeling of satisfaction, of happiness, of joy in releasing them back into the wild and seeing them go home is overwhelming sometimes, especially because the other side of that, the severe injury, the mortalities, like those can really weigh on you. I was in Louisiana during the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, and we received hundreds and hundreds of oiled sea turtles. And I did not know what to do with those oiled sea turtles because there was no reference. Nobody had cared for that number of oiled sea turtles. We came up with plans, and some seemed to work well and others maybe not so well. But in the end, we were able to release almost all of those turtles. But some of them were just, you could barely tell it was a turtle under all that oil. And that's a direct human impact. We can fix, some of these animals when those direct impacts are felt. But how do we do better beyond that? So those are the kind of big picture questions. I feel unsatisfied with, my contribution there. Like, how can I do better ultimately? My family was supportive of my interest in science. And I think that's a lot of why I was able to get where I am, is because of that support. Even when I failed, even when I didn't get into vet school, it wasn't like, oh, well, do something else. So, that's one of my take homes to folks who are trying to get into this field and make it, and is like, keep trying. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect system. Our desire isn't enough. So keep after it.
In New York, I'm Sabri Benishore with the Marketplace Morning Report.
It's a minute before 6 o'clock. Thank you for listening to 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker. We are people-powered radio in northern Minnesota. You can join us at KAXE.org. I'm Jennifer Barr. There is more ahead from Morning Edition from National Public Radio. Coming up at 6:30, Minnesota Native News, and we'll also hear Laura Erickson speaking for the birds. Coming up at 7:45, Grand Rapids area children's librarian Tracy Campa has some new and noteworthy books for us. Sunny today, highs in the low to mid 70s, south winds 5 to 10, gusting higher. For tonight, mostly clear, lows in the mid-40s, and tomorrow, slight chance of showers, especially in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, highs in the low 70s. There's more ahead from Morning Edition on KAXE.
Good morning. Marco Rubio is now President Trump's national security advisor on top of being Secretary of State. We asked John Bolton, a former national security advisor, if one person can really do both jobs. It's Morning Edition from NPR News. We've talked a lot about who the president's tariffs will help or hurt, but what about whether they are legal? I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm Michelle Martin. We hear from a lawyer leading a fight over the limits of presidential power. And the Met Gala is tonight. We hear from Oscar-winning costume designer Ruth E. Carter about dressing up as an act of defiance. It is Monday, May 5th. On this day in 1904, Cy Young pitched the first perfect game in the modern Major League Baseball era, leading the Boston Americans to a 3-0 win over the Philadelphia Athletics. And the news is next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. President Trump says he believes many U.S. businesses are being helped by his tariffs on China. In an interview yesterday on NBC, Trump said small businesses are not going to need relief because they'll make money. Separately, Trump says he is instituting a 100% tariff on movies produced outside of the U.S. NPR's Mandalit Del Barco reports.
On social media, Trump wrote that America's movie industry is, quote, dying a very fast death, and that Hollywood is, quote, being devastated by other nations that draw filmmakers and studios away from the U.S. with incentives, something he calls a national security threat. His post did not give any details about his tariff plan, but it appears to be his solution to the fact that many American films and TV shows are produced internationally. Countries like Canada, the UK, and Australia give productions lucrative tax incentives, rebates, and grants. Trump blames California Governor Gavin Newsom for allowing that to happen, but Newsom has already proposed boosting his state's tax incentives. Mandalit Del Barco, NPR News, Los Angeles.
Israel is seeking to limit the way that food and supplies are distributed to Palestinians in Gaza. NPR has learned the plan would shut down hundreds of community kitchens and food distribution points. Instead, Palestinians would be told to report to between 4 and 10 aid centers. NPR's Daniel Estrin reports they would only be open in southern Gaza.
Israel says this whole operation is an attempt to isolate aid from Hamas and to weaken the group. And an Israeli official tells us it's actually part of a bigger strategy to get Palestinian civilians to move en masse to a smaller, more consolidated area of Gaza so that the military can expand the territory that it's taking over in Gaza. And the army is already starting to call up more soldiers.
NPR's Daniel Estrin reporting. Israel has cut off food and aid supplies to Palestinians in Gaza for the past 2 months. Closing arguments are expected today in the second-degree murder trial of 3 former Memphis police officers. They're accused in the fatal beating of black motorist Tyree Nichols. From member station WKNO, Katie Reardon has more.
Prosecutors are relying heavily on graphic body camera and surveillance footage that captured 5 officers either restraining, punching, kicking, or striking Nichols after a January 2023 traffic stop. He died 3 days later. They argue that although some of the officers, who are also black, used more excessive force, all had a duty to intervene. One of the men initially charged testified against his former colleagues. Defense attorneys dispute whether some of the officers were able to see the punches and kicks because of the heavy use of pepper spray and chaos of the arrest. They argue that officers complied with police training to handcuff Nichols, who they say resisted. For NPR News, I'm Katie Reardon.
You're listening to NPR News. High-speed trains in Spain have been hit with delays today. Spanish officials say some of the cabling used in the train's signaling system has been stolen from 4 different locations. Thousands of people have been traveling home after a holiday weekend in southern Spain. Some people were stuck overnight in their rail cars. Police in Brazil say they foiled a bomb threat aimed at the free Lady Gaga concert in Rio de Janeiro on Saturday night. Officials say police arrested 2 people connected with the alleged attempted attack. NPR's Andrew Limbong has more.
More than 2 million people gathered at Copacabana Beach on Saturday night to dance and sing. According to a police statement, the group allegedly responsible for the planned attack were targeting children, adolescents, and the LGBTQIA+ community using improvised explosives and Molotov cocktails. The 2 unnamed people arrested included the alleged leader of the group and a teenager who police say was storing child pornography. A spokesperson for Lady Gaga told the Associated Press that the pop star only learned about the alleged threat via media reports Sunday morning, and that her team worked closely with law enforcement and was confident in the safety measures in place. Andrew Limbong, NPR News.
The John F. Kennedy Library has presented this year's Profile in Courage to former Vice President Mike Pence. He was honored for putting his life and career on the line to ensure a peaceful constitutional transfer of power on January 6, 2021. Pence says members of both parties worked to do their duty. This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from the Skoll Foundation, dedicated to powering social innovators to transform the world. Learn more at skoll.org. And Jarl and Pamela Mohn, focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and the arts.
Hi, I'm Michael Goldberg, host of our weekly mix of story and song, Stay Human. I hope you can join us at a special live storytelling event at Bemidji Brewing, Tuesday, May 20th. The theme is Where I Come From, and we'll hear from Terry O'Brien, Leif Wallin, Susie Saxhog-Loeffler, Scott Stoll, and Anne-Marie Newman. With Watermark Arts Center and support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund, come raise a glass to great storytelling in good company. Music from John Henningsgaard starts at 6 p.m., storytelling at 7, free admission, everyone welcome, and we'll have an open mic following our guest storytellers. So if you'd like to tell us about where you come from, please do. Tuesday, May 20th at Bemidji Brewing. See you there.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm Michelle Martin. Good morning. In a few minutes, we'll talk about the Trump administration's cabinet shuffle with John Bolton, who served as National Security Advisor in the president's first administration.
First, the president has made more remarks, leaving people wondering what he really meant.
This time, it was an interview on NBC's Meet the Press with Kristen Welker. The president celebrated the tariffs that he regularly changes. He said they could be permanent, although he's claiming the power to impose them by saying there's an emergency. He also said, I don't know, when asked if he needs to uphold the Constitution.
NPR White House correspondent Asma Khalid was listening. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Okay, so what exactly did the president say about the Constitution on NBC?
Well, the context for this was a series of questions about whether non-citizens in the U.S. deserve due process. The president believes, frankly, he has a mandate, he thinks, on immigration, and said if you talk about due process for people who are not in the country legally, you'd have to deal with millions of trials. And he was pressed on this by the show's moderator, Kristen Welker.
Even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
The backdrop to this is the high-profile case of a man who was sent from Maryland to El Salvador, despite a court order saying he should specifically not be deported there. The Supreme Court has called on the U.S. government to facilitate his return, but thus far he remains in El Salvador. And one last related point, Steve, here is that last night Trump said he's ordering the federal government to reopen and rebuild one of America's most notorious prisons, Alcatraz. He told reporters he wants to do this because of radical judges who've been insisting on due process for people in the country illegally. Though we should remind folks, this prison, Alcatraz, is now a tourist attraction. It actually hasn't operated as a prison in decades.
Yeah, it had to be closed because it was falling apart. Did the president make any news on the economy, Esma?
There were a couple of things that caught my ear, particularly when the moderator asked the president if tariffs are here to stay for the long run.
You're not taking the possibility that these tariffs could be permanent off the table. Some of them.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, because if somebody thought they were going to come off the table, why would they build in the United States?
At one point, Trump also seemed to say that he'd be okay with a short-term recession because he believes the economy will be fantastic in the long run. But his optimism does not match economic data or consumer sentiment at this point.
We're getting to the contradiction of the entire tariff policy, aside from the legality of whether it's even legal what the president is claiming to do on a permanent basis now. He likes tariffs. He wants permanent tariffs. He also talks about negotiating away the tariffs in exchange for other benefits. Is the administration trying to make deals?
I mean, the president told reporters on Air Force One yesterday that there could be some trade deals this week. But at the same time, Steve, he also suggested that this broad tariff dynamic is not an actual negotiation. He said at the end of the day, he will set the terms of these tariff deals because he sets the deals. Other countries do not. Tariffs are key to the president's economic vision. In fact, just last night on social media, he announced plans for yet another tariff, this time 100% tariff rate on movies produced outside of the United States. One last thing to note, Steve, is that this week, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney is coming to Washington. It is a high-stakes meeting to watch, given Trump's threats of tariffs and, of course, annexation toward the United States' northern neighbor.
NPR's Esma Khalid with reporting and analysis made right here in the United States. Esma, thanks so much.
Good to speak with you.
We're going to take a look now at some of the shifts within the Trump administration. Marco Rubio is now both Secretary of State and acting National Security Advisor. The person who had been Trump's National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, has been asked to represent the U.S. at the United Nations. Rubio is the first person tasked with both jobs since the 1970s, when Henry Kissinger led both the State Department and the National Security Council for 2 years under Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford. We wanted to consider more about how this might work out, so we've called John Bolton. He was ambassador to the United Nations during the George W. Bush administration and National Security Advisor during Trump's first term. Ambassador Bolton, welcome back to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Glad to be with you.
So for people who don't keep up with this kind of thing, briefly, what is the core responsibility of each job?
Well, the National Security Advisor is in charge of coordinating discussions among the various departments and agencies that form part of the national security responsibilities of the president, to help provide the president with the information that he needs to make decisions, give him the options that are available to him and the pros and cons of each, and then after he makes a decision, to coordinate the implementation across the bureaucracy, State Department, Defense Department, Intelligence Community, Homeland Security, Treasury, and on and on. Secretary of State is charged with being the lead diplomat for the United States, running a 75,000-person department with embassies and consulates all over the world, and really trying to achieve through diplomacy what the country's foreign policy objectives are. There's some overlap between those jobs, inevitably, but they are so fundamentally different that I think it's no criticism of Marco Rubio, that no one individual can really handle them, particularly given the threats and challenges we face in the world today. The Kissinger case was extraordinary for two reasons. One, he was Henry Kissinger, and two, the Nixon administration was in the very depths of Watergate. And in fact, Nixon resigned in August of '74, of course, and Kissinger stayed on. But comparing the Trump administration to the depths of Watergate, I would think would not be a good look for them.
Also, my recollection from when I was a White House correspondent is that the National Security Advisor stuck pretty close to the president. He or she would brief the president every day, whereas the Secretary of State was constantly on the road. So just on that basis alone, like what is your sense of this decision? Why do you think they've made it?
I think Trump has had a long-standing suspicion of the National Security Council staff. He had he believed elements of it represented the deep state and were trying to subvert his presidency. So he may well think that minimizing the role of the NSC staff will be a plus for him. He's dead wrong on that. In fact, he is in effect reducing his own scope of control by combining these two roles, but it certainly puts Marco Rubio in a very advantageous position. And indeed, over the weekend, Trump said that he looked at not only J.D. Vance as vice president, but Marco Rubio as a potential successor. So from Rubio's point of view, this is a real opportunity.
But say more about what you just said here. You think that, in fact, this is not as advantageous to President Trump as he may think that it would be. Say more about that.
Well, number one of the criticisms of Kissinger that ultimately led Gerald Ford to split the positions again and make Brent Scowcroft the National Security Advisor was the Defense Department and other agencies felt that Kissinger, surprise, surprise, biased decision-making below the presidential level in his favor. And that's one reason why the National Security Advisor is often called an honest broker, that there are disputes between departments based on institutional disagreements, differences in their functions, that the NSC staff process is designed to help mitigate. Moreover, the whole idea that the Secretary of State really almost alone should be by the president that much time, I think will diminish the president's capacity through the bureaucracy to keep control of the State Department and keep control of the other agencies too. All of these jobs are more than full time. And when you diminish one aspect of one of the jobs, you're going to tilt the system in a way that's ultimately disadvantageous to the president, even though he may not see it that way, and probably disadvantageous to the country too.
So I also want to mention that Marco Rubio is also overseeing what's left of USAID and the National Archives, although it seems clear that the president doesn't value the work of USAID. I'm wondering if you mentioned that the National Security Advisor is an honest broker. I'm wondering if President Trump doesn't want an honest broker.
Well, he wants everything centered in him, and obviously the president ultimately makes the decisions. The issue is whether he makes informed decisions or whether he's surrounded by a bunch of yes men and yes women who, when he says, let's reopen Alcatraz, what a great idea, they all say, yes, sir. And they don't say, well, here are the considerations you might want to take in mind. Here are the pros and cons of that. The president will decide one way or the other. If that's what he wants to do, his decision will prevail. But he can either make a spur-of-the-moment decision, which is Trump's typical style, or he can make an informed decision. And downplaying the role of the National Security Advisor, I feel, will lead to more displays of fealty by Trump's staff, but fewer informed decisions.
Now, all of this is happening first because, as we mentioned, that President Trump removed Michael Waltz as National Security Advisor. He's nominated him to be ambassador to the United Nations. That's a post that you once held. Given all the circumstances sort of behind that, what do you think it says that the president is sending Mike Waltz to the United Nations?
I think he's exiling him to New York. Different presidents have different styles. They listen to different people in different regards on different issues. It's very hard to characterize. But there's no doubt if Waltz is in New York doing his job, he's not in Washington talking to the president. And you can give the UN ambassadorship cabinet rank. Really doesn't make any difference just to show up around the table every once in a while. I did it in the reverse way, UN ambassador first, National Security Advisor later. And I think that's a more normal line of progression than what we're seeing now.
That is former National Security Advisor, former Ambassador to the United Nations, John Bolton. Ambassador Bolton, thanks so much for joining us once again.
Thanks for having me.
This is NPR News.
It's 6:19. You're listening to the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. I'm Jennifer Barr. Coming up just after 6:30 Minnesota Native News, we will hear about MMIW Awareness Day. And Laura Erickson speaking for the birds. She's taking a trip to visit some pelicans. This week is National Teacher Appreciation Week, and our question of the week, we are wondering about your favorite teachers. Let us know. You can text in 218-326-1234. We receive support from North Home's Children and Family Services, providing compassionate mental health services to children and families at home, school, and in the community. More information at northhomes.org. We also thank the First State Bank of Big Fork with branches in Big Fork and Kelliher, offering tools for managing money on any mobile device. Hometown banking at its best since 1912. FSBBigfork.com, member FDIC. Sunny skies today, highs in the low to mid 70s. Support comes from the Veteran Mental Health Crisis Response Team of Itasca County. This crisis intervention service is a program of First Call for Help 211 and provides free crisis assessments, stabilization services, referrals, and resourcing to veterans and their families who are in crisis. Trained providers are available to serve fellow veterans 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by dialing 211. We continue with Morning Edition on KAXE.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Proven Winners with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs, offering flowering shrubs and evergreens for gardens and landscapes at garden centers nationwide. ProvenWinnersColorChoice.com/NPR. From Fisher Investments, Fisher's dedicated team of specialists provide resources on investing, retirement income, estate planning, and more. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. From Progressive Insurance with Snapshot, which monitors safe driving habits to determine a personalized rate at Progressive.com. Not available in California or from all agents. And from the listeners who support this NPR station.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm Michelle Martin. Hundreds of designers, actors, and other celebrities are gathering in New York to attend the Met Gala tonight. Technically, it's a fundraiser that raises millions for the Metropolitan Museum's Costume Institute, but in recent years, it has also become a huge cultural phenomenon, a showcase for people at the leading edge of fashion, Hollywood, and even sports to show up and show out. There's always a theme, and this year's has generated additional buzz, if that's even possible. It's Superfine, tailoring for Black style, a nod to Black dandyism.
Dandyism is seen through clothing. It's seen through the way that we wrap ourselves in elegance and power, and it's a cultural declaration.
To hear more about what that is and why it matters, we've called Ruth E. Carter. She is the first Black woman to win an Oscar for costume design, and she's styled unforgettable costumes for films like Malcolm X, Black Panther, and Sinners. Ruth E. Carter, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's really an honor.
So what's particularly noteworthy about devoting this Met Gala to Black dandyism? Because I think people associate dandyism with somebody like a Gatsby, like a Beau Brummel, kind of white people from the European heritage, a lot of wealth. What is it about Black dandyism that puts a twist on that idea?
Well, the Black dandy has always used style as resistance. It's garments of protest. It's garments of freedom. Even as we emerge out of colonization into emancipation, we defined our self-esteem and our worth by how we presented ourselves. Many times that was all we had, and that was the only way in which we could express our creativity or our defiance. And that's why the Black dandy is very important to this gala, because it defines something that's undescribable in any other context.
You know, the guest curator of this year's gala is a professor at Barnard, Monica Miller, who wrote a book about Black dandies. And one of the things that she noted was that one of the origin stories of this was the habit of the wealthy dressing up their enslaved servants in a very luxurious manner as a sort of a walking billboard for their own wealth. So to then have people kind of convert the roots of that into an expression of their own agency and identity seems particularly sly and also kind of remarkable. I was thinking about like the Zoot Suit riots, where Black and Latino men who wore these suits were sometimes attacked in the street. There's just something about certain styles that Black men in particular have embraced that just seems to push people's buttons. And I just wonder why you think that might be.
Well, Black dandyism has a place in rebellion, and it also has a place in celebration. It's not only an act of defiance, it's also a celebration in self-esteem and self-identification. So when you think of the Zoot Suit riots, yes, you think of the Black and Latinos in Los Angeles that were wearing the baggy pants and the long chain and the feather in the hat. And it was very unlike what you would see in fashion, but also fashion followed that style and things started to emerge in the mainstream just as they do today.
In your work, fashion is not just about clothes. It's about who a character is, where they come from, where they're headed. In your latest movie, Sinners, you dress Michael B. Jordan's twin characters, Stack and Smoke, and they are in sharp suits and fitted hats. They're two Black men. They're trying to survive, and not just survive, but kind of thrive and make their way in Jim Crow, Mississippi. What were you trying to signal through their style, and would you consider them dandies?
I would say that my work in storytelling, working with a script, allows me to delve into, past ideas where Smoke and Stack came out of Chicago. Then they returned to the Mississippi Delta to open up a juke joint. So their look was kind of like reverse migration. They amassed a certain amount of wealth and power, and they went back to Mississippi where there were sharecroppers. And so their representation as characters was very much in a dandy style. If we take away kind of the stereotypes or the tropes of dandyism, like you don't have to walk down the middle of the road with a big feather bow in your hat. You can be finely tailored and represent power, individual idea, and identity.
You are someone who has shaped so much of how Black stories are seen. What does this moment of centering Black fashion at the Met mean to you?
Well, it just highlights, it's like a microcosm of everything. And it highlights, all of the style that we have been bringing into fashion since the beginning. It's a celebration of how Harlem to Chicago to Texas, how we all worked on having style when sometimes we couldn't afford it. And you think of Dapper Dan and all that he was doing in the 90s, he made a way for dandyism to come into the urban style, street style.
Forgive me for folks who don't know, Dapper Dan he's still here. He's a Harlem designer who's famous for suiting up hip-hop artists like Jay-Z
Yes.
and LL Cool J in the 90s. And also in some cases kind of retrofitting sort of luxury brands to a different purpose in a way that gave them a very different look. So you're going to go.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited about it. I love how costume design and fashion are merging in this Met Gala. It's storytelling, it's identity, it's going to be wonderful.
That is Oscar-winning costume designer Ruth E. Carter. Ruth Carter, thank you so much for talking with us.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's been great.
This is NPR News.
As of May 7th, if you board a plane, you will have to show a picture ID compliant with the Real ID Act. Implementing the 20-year-old federal law has been easier said than done.
It comes with ideology, view of the world, technology, your identity, how much information you share.
I'm Elsa Chang. Why Real ID took so long to be enforced on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
All Things Considered coming up at 4 o'clock today on KAXE. Your local host will be Andrew DeZingle. Good morning. It is 6:29. I'm Jennifer Barr. Thanks for listening to the Monday Morning Show. Coming up in a few moments, Minnesota Native News. We received support from the Green Heron Bed and Breakfast, a four-season B&B on Pekegama Lake, featuring home-cooked meals and all the amenities for a complete family vacation. More information at greenheronbnb.com. We also thank the Watermark Art Center in downtown Bemidji with exhibits, classes, and handcrafted original art made by regional artists found in their Shop 505. The center is accessible and open to the public, watermarkartcenter.org. Taking a look at current temperatures, we have a range of it's 39 in Hibbing, 47 currently in Bemidji, 45 in Brainerd, 43 in Grand Rapids. Sunny today, highs 75 to 78. South winds 5 to 10, gusting higher. Clear skies overnight, lows 43 to 49, and sunny tomorrow, highs in the upper 70s for most of the area. A bit cooler in the Bemidji area, about 70 degrees there. Light and variable winds, and sunny tomorrow, highs 61, or sunny on Wednesday, highs 61 to 67. You can answer our question of the week. It is National Teacher Appreciation Week. You can tell us about your favorite teacher or teachers. Text us 218-326-1234. You can kick it with KAXE Thursday, May 22nd. Join us as we kick off patio season with a free outdoor concert with Molly Mayer, plus Woodblind meets Teague Alexi. That one will feature TNT Hi-Fi. It's at Rapids Brewing Company in Grand Rapids, starting at 5:30. Before the music, it's KAXE's annual meeting with a brief recap of the past year, plus nomination and introduction of potential new board members. If you are interested in joining our board, email sarah@kaxe.org. Kick It with KAXE made possible with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. It's time now for Minnesota Native News.
This is Minnesota Native News. I'm Marie Rock. May 5th is MMIW Awareness Day, a day to honor missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people with events statewide. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Office, part of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety, is also helping lead support and outreach efforts.
My name is Ana Negretti, and I am Otomi tribe of Northern Mexico. I am the community planner. Really proud of the state's stance to really see MMIR as a public safety issue.
I did want to add, too, that as has been mentioned, we have the first in the nation Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relative Office.
We have February 14th, Minnesota's Day of Remembrance, and then May 5th as the National Day for MMIR families. And so I help organize those.
Minnesota events are scheduled in Minneapolis, Bemidji, and Duluth. Indigenous women experience violence, disappearances, and murder at significantly higher rates than other communities.
Their loved ones, their children. You guys hold your kids close.
If you want to show your support, you can wear red on May 5th, attend a local event, or consider getting the state MMIW license plate for your car.
They're a specialty plate like you can get for different causes. Anybody can purchase the plates, and $25 of the purchase of the plate feeds back into the Gagi Gay McWindigoziwa Reward Fund. It means they will be remembered forever.
Really and truly making a difference.
So those funds help support the billboards, the searching. We love to see them, and I know families do too.
In Minnesota, you don't have to wait to file a report for a missing loved one. Always call 911 first. For Minnesota Native News, I'm Marie Rock. Up next, guidance for visitors ahead of the upcoming powwow season, particularly for those new to attending these community events. Here's Emma Needham with more.
Tribal communities and organizations across the state host powwows throughout the spring and summer seasons. Many are open to the public, welcoming non-Indigenous people to celebrate and learn about tribal culture.
So we really take into consideration our Indigenous community, our dancers that we're inviting to participate and share their teachings, but we're also considering who's coming and what base of knowledge do they have.
Jill Spencer is the Senior American Indian Liaison for Mounds View Schools, which just finished hosting their 7th annual powwow. Their powwow is educational.
I've never been to a powwow before. What do I do? How do I act? But we also really try to incorporate some of those social parts of a powwow, like round dances. How can we really get our community engaged and participating in the powwow?
Felicia Galvin also works at Mound View Schools. She helped plan this year's powwow and explains the importance of the announcer for the powwow, known as the MC.
Because I think some folks will hear the MC talk, but they don't really process that, like, they're part of the crowd that the MC is talking to. Like, I think there's a disconnect between our non-Native community members who come to powwow and want to participate, but I don't think they really include themselves.
Timing at powwows is flexible, even for events and dances. It begins when everyone is ready, which is not always at the advertised time.
I've definitely run into a number of folks who are like, oh, I can't go for the whole time. I'm like, totally okay. You know, come in, drop in, bring a friend.
Mounds View School Senior Indian Liaison Jill Spencer says guidance is helpful, but also reminds people to consider the diversity of tribal nations.
There's not just one nation. We're all not just one group of people with one language, one set of teachings. And so how do we help people understand that in a really good way?
For details on upcoming powwows in your area of Minnesota, you can visit Tribal Nation news outlets or school and community event pages. For Minnesota Native News, I'm Emma Needham.
Minnesota Native News is produced by Ampers, diverse radio for Minnesota's communities, made possible by funding from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
You can find more at minnesotanativenews.org. 6:37. Thank you for listening to the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. I'm Jennifer Barr. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, Sarah Bignell will join me as my co-host. We'll have events up north at about 7:20. Closer look at some of the many events happening throughout the week. You can also find that list and more at KAXE.org. Look for events up north. Also in the 7 o'clock hour, best wishes. We'll do our best to wish friends and neighbors happy birthday, happy anniversary. And at 7:45, it is What We're Reading today. Grand Rapids area children's librarian Tracy Campa will tell us about some new children's books you'll want to check out. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Headwaters with DJ Dang. He's got the request line because it's Monday. So at 10:30, he's looking for your song suggestions, songs about work. You can text those in 218-326-1234. You can do that anytime. Also, we want to hear about your favorite teachers. That's our question of the week. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. You can text in 218-326-1234. Support comes from Headwaters Unitarian Universalist Fellowship in Bemidji, gathering at 10 a.m. Sundays now through May at the Headwaters Peace Center. HUF is an inclusive space to seek truth, practice love, and celebrate life. Learn more at headwatersuu.org. And we thank Grand Rapids State Bank, committed to serving the Grand Rapids area for over 110 years. More at grsb.bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Now it's time to hear from Laura Erickson speaking for the birds.
Now that I've been living in Duluth for 44 years, I finally did something I'd never made time for before. I went with my birding buddy Bernie to Chambers Grove Park during the time in April when American white pelicans are staging there. Many large water birds gather in large flocks during migration between their wintering range and their breeding range at a tried and true safe area where food is abundant. The birds pig out and rest up to prepare for both their final migratory surge and their most important job of the year, making and raising new baby pelicans. The birds at Chambers Grove arrived here from the southeastern states. These birds probably don't breed in Minnesota. Of the roughly 60 breeding colonies in North America, one is in Faribault County near the Iowa border, well south of here, and the other in Pope County is in west central Minnesota. So these birds are almost certainly headed to Canada. But like people headed to the Boundary Waters or Thunder Bay, Duluth makes a fine stop en route. Pelicans have been staging on the river at Chambers Grove for years, but I never got there before. This year, I decided not to let anything stand in my way. My original plan was to go last Tuesday, but rain was in the forecast and the sky was murky, so we waited a day, and I'm very glad we did. The lighting was perfect, showing to perfection every one of the 150 or so pelicans in almost full breeding plumage, highlighting the delicately ribbed pouch that expands when holding prey but fully contracts when closed. The cool growth on the upper bill, called a plate, that grows in spring, reaches full size during courtship and early nesting, and is then shed, and the elongated plumes on their crown and nape. The bills were not in their full breeding color yet. Many of the birds had the blue eyes that are another element indicating a breeding bird. The eyes change color back to hazel after the breeding season. I've seen plenty of pelicans during my birding life, but this was the most I've ever seen in one place, and they were incredibly close. I took hundreds of photos, and most of them turned out. Birds in flight, on the water, and sitting on rocks, preening or loafing. I watched one get a huge fish that it had trouble positioning to swallow. Another pelican grasped its throat pouch with its own bill, and the one trying to eat didn't resist or pull away at all, leading me to believe the second bird seemed to understand the difficulty and was trying to help the first bird align the fish right. In the end, it finally got it down. It seems odd to think a pelican would help another eat a huge fish, and I'm not 100% certain that that's what was happening, but pelicans do fish cooperatively, gathering in a tight group to herd fish into shallow water where they can all have a good chance of feeding. I was thinking that the bird that helped the other bird must have been its mate, but pelicans are not known to pair up before arriving on their breeding grounds, so I'm not sure whether this is a case of functionally illiterate birds ignoring the rules, or if I'm just plain wrong that they're a pair. My grandson Walter has been reading the Wild Robot books about a robot who raises a baby goose and teaches it to be wild. And he's suddenly taken with birds flying in V formation, something pelicans do when traveling, but not so close to where they're taking off and landing. Walter found it funny that of all the letters in the alphabet, birds chose the letter V to define their formations, and suddenly I keep picturing geese or pelicans flying in a perfect B or G. I've gotten pretty good at photographing while I watch birds. I know that in the moment I don't see them as well through the camera as I would through binoculars, but I do see them, and sometimes the details I get on a camera confirm, right there in the field, a bird that was just in view a few seconds. And whoa, when I get home and look at my pictures, I can study details I'd never have been able to observe in real time. But even as I pulled my head away from my camera to watch the pelicans floating down to the river, sometimes slowly flapping, sometimes soaring, always beautiful, I thought of Aldo Leopold's words, "With queer antediluvian grunts they set wing, descending in majestic spirals to the welcoming wastes of a bygone age." I'm Laura Erickson, speaking for the birds.
You can find more at lauraerickson.com. It is 6:44. Thanks for listening to the Monday Morning Show on People-Powered KAXE. I'm Jennifer Barr. Support comes from Thrive Up North, sharing the stories of a welcoming community of people who've chosen to make Itasca County their new home, promoting all the area has to offer, including natural amenities and jobs in healthcare, manufacturing, and more. Offering an incentive package to help with your move to the area. Learn more at thriveupnorth.com. You can join us for a live storytelling event at Bemidji Brewing Tuesday, May 20th, featuring Stay Human contributors on the theme of Where I Come From. Music from John Henningsgaard begins at 6 p.m., stories at 7. There will be an open mic, time permitting, supported by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Fire in the Village is a collective of artists and cultural organizers. They'll have a Room 203 Welcome Week activities each evening at 6 o'clock today through Friday. You can join them in their room at Old Central School in Grand Rapids. They have bingo tonight, games tomorrow, coming up on Friday, music with S. Carey. We continue now with Morning Edition from National Public Radio.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin.
And I'm Steve Inskeep. Good morning. Last night, President Trump asserted the power to impose another tariff. He said he wants 100% tariffs on movies produced outside the United States. The president didn't say how this would work, and he announced it as he has other tariffs. There was no vote by Congress, no deliberation, nor even a regulatory process, just one person's social media post. Some of the people affected by the president's constantly changing tariffs assert that he has far exceeded any legal authority. Ilya Soman is a lawyer who has teamed up with the Liberty Justice Center to challenge the tariffs in court.
We represent 5 U.S. businesses that have been massively harmed by Trump's Liberation Day tariffs because they depend on a variety of imported goods, and the tariffs potentially pose an existential threat.
His clients include a winemaker and a clothing company. The president has used a particular set of laws to change tariff rates repeatedly so far this year. He says there's an emergency, and therefore he has power to raise and lower tariffs all by himself. What is wrong with that argument, beginning with the idea that there's an emergency?
There's many different things wrong with it. He's trying to use the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. We can start off with the fact that that act doesn't even mention tariffs as one of the powers that the president is authorized to use under it.
Does not have the word tariff at all?
That's right.
Doesn't say raise taxes, impose taxes, import duties. Is there any synonym or similar word?
None of that. It does say that it enables him to regulate international transactions, but in law, the word regulate is usually distinct from the word tax or tariff or the like.
Okay, so you said that's one problem. What else is wrong with the president's construction here?
we have a whole bunch of other problems. As you mentioned, this law can only be used during an emergency. An emergency is a sudden, unexpected crisis. The rationale for using it this time is the existence of bilateral trade deficits. They are not sudden or unexpected or a crisis. They've existed for decades with many countries. And so they're definitely not an emergency, and they're not even a problem at all, because merely the fact that we buy more from some country than they buy from us, that's not a problem any more than the fact that I have a trade deficit with my local supermarket is necessarily a problem. I buy things from them all the time. They virtually never buy anything from me, but that doesn't mean the situation is an emergency.
Would you be open to the argument that trade deficits may have existed for a long time, but they finally built up to the point where someone may consider them intolerable, and therefore that is an emergency?
There's no evidence of that. And if you want to use that kind of argument that merely the fact that someone might consider them intolerable makes a situation an emergency, then pretty much anything can be an emergency.
So your fundamental points are there's no emergency by definition, and tariffs weren't a tool that this law allowed for in an emergency anyway. What else you got?
There's the point that there's no extraordinary and unusual threat, which the law requires. In addition, we have what's known as the major questions doctrine. The Supreme Court has said in a whole series of cases in recent years that when the executive branch claims the power to decide some major economic or social issue, they must show that Congress clearly delegated that authority to them. An ambiguous phrase in a law is not enough. There must be a clear statement, and there's nothing even remotely resembling a clear statement like that here. And if starting the biggest trade war since the Great Depression is not a major question, then I do not know what is.
I want to underline an irony here. Are you saying that this tool the Supreme Court has developed over the last several years that restrained Democratic presidents might now restrain a Republican president?
The logic is the same, and indeed even more compelling, because this is even more of a major question, and it's even more obvious that there's no clear statement of delegation here.
I want to ask about one other aspect of this. It might feel a little abstract, but as I understand the history, there are a lot of laws that give the president a lot of latitude when it comes to international affairs especially, and national security especially. The idea being that we wouldn't really want a president to do terrible things, but we want to leave a president with as much freedom as possible, given that you never know what emergency there might arise in the world. Are you concerned at all about winning a case like this, fencing in a president who might then need that authority some later time?
No, there's much greater risk in having a president who is able to impose tariffs and violate basic Econ 101 and cause massive harm anytime he wants than in limiting a tool that basic Econ 101 suggests overwhelmingly does more harm than good. Congress can potentially pass new laws giving the president more precisely worded delegations if they wanted to. If there really is a need, then they can do that.
Ilya Soman at George Mason University, thanks so much for your insights.
Thank you so much.
Now we asked the U.S. Trade Representative's office to explain how they think the tariffs are lawful. We didn't hear back, but they remain welcome. One thing NPR does is keep covering stories over time, and we will return to this one.
Brazilian police say they stopped an alleged bomb attack planned for a Lady Gaga concert in Rio de Janeiro on Saturday. City officials there said more than 2 million people attended, the biggest crowd for a female artist in history, according to organizers. Juliette Carneo reports from Rio.
It was a historic night in Rio, dubbed Gaga Cabana, as Copacabana Beach was packed to the brim to see Lady Gaga. But after a night of collective bliss, Rio woke up with alarm. This video by Rio's civil police shows officers carrying out raids and making 2 arrests hours before the concert. The operation Fake Monster uncovered an alleged plan to attack concertgoers using improvised explosives. Police said a group was recruiting participants on social media promoting hate speech. Their main targets were LGBTQ+ fans, and the goal? To gain notoriety online.
A prova material, ela não é necessária.
No bombs were found. The police inspector Carlos Oliveira said the intent to harm was there. Police claimed the suspects planned to disrupt the concert using improvised explosives and Molotov cocktails. The crowd that poured onto Copacabana for the free concert on Saturday was oblivious to the alleged threat. as was Lady Gaga herself. Her spokesperson said they weren't aware of any safety concerns before or during the show and learned about the plot at the same time as the public. Fans here in Rio were desperate to see Lady Gaga after she canceled the show in 2017 for medical reasons. English teacher Vitor Almeida was one of them.
Gaga, we love you. We've been waiting for many years. We're not devastated anymore. We love you!
The concert cost almost $17 million. Almost a third of that was public money. But for Rio, these mega concerts are a strategy to boost tourism and the city's image. Lady Gaga's show was bigger than Madonna's free concert in Rio last year. On social media, the megastar said that seeing the crowd of over 2 million people, her biggest ever, took her, quote, breath away, and she would never forget this moment. For NPR News, I'm Julia Carneiro in Rio.
This is NPR News.
This is the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. Good morning, I'm Jennifer Barr. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's great to hear from you. Our question of the week, you can tell us about your favorite teacher. Text 218-326-1234. We heard from our friend Mary in Cass Lake. She says, my favorite teacher is Sarah Larson, my adult ed teacher. Got my GED in 2009, and she knew I could pass when I didn't. Passed with the equivalent of a B+. Not bad for someone who had been out of school for 33 years. Great story, Mary. Thank you so much for sharing that. You can tell us about your favorite teacher as well. Text us 218-326-1234. Coming up at 9 o'clock, it is DJ Dang, your host today for Headwaters. He's got the request line at 10:30, looking for your song suggestions, songs about work today. Support comes from Paul Bunyan Communications, offering technology for businesses like Smart Biz, Managed Voice and Wi-Fi services, security cameras, and more. Online at paulbunyan.net, Paul Bunyan Communications. It's right here. Weather for today, we can expect sunny skies, another beautiful day, highs 75 to 78, winds from the south 5 to 10, gusting higher. Clear skies overnight, lows 43 to 49, and sunny tomorrow, highs in the upper 70s for most of the area, a bit cooler in the Bemidji area, around 70 degrees there, and light and variable winds. There's more news ahead from National Public Radio's Morning Edition.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin.
And I'm Stephen Skeep. Starting Wednesday, the rules for flying within the United States change. The Department of Homeland Security will require travelers on domestic flights to use Real ID security standards. The ID will also be required to enter secure federal facilities like a military base or a nuclear power plant. I think I'm okay with that one. To get us up to speed, A. Martinez spoke with Clint Henderson, a travel editor at The Points Guy.
Clint, I have my California driver's license on me right now. So I remember getting the Real ID years ago, but I don't remember doing anything special or extra to get it. So what makes this different than the ID I had before?
So I know specifically for California, your ID should have a golden bear on the upper right-hand portion with a star in it.
Yeah, right on the back side of the grizzly bear's butt.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so what makes this Real ID different than the ID I had before this?
So you have to go through more extensive security screening, and it's basically a way for the government to have unified standards for every state ID. So this came about in the wake of 9/11. Some states had fairly lax requirements. So in fact, that is how some of the hijackers were able to get through security with fake credentials that they were issued by a state. So they wanted to have a uniform way of tracking people and have a uniform ID. And so what happens is you're supposed to be proving that you have a social security number. They want to look at your birth certificate. They want all kinds of backup paperwork that they don't normally necessarily ask for when you get an identification.
Okay. Now, say I don't have a Real ID, but I need to travel. What do I need to bring?
There is some good news here. They're putting about a 2-year wiggle room period into the process, and that allows airports on a case-by-case basis to subject people to additional screening instead of requiring a Real ID. So you could still be turned away, but hopefully there's systems in place now where they will let you with slightly more screening. That said, that is probably going to cause some backup when this goes into effect on May 7th. The good news is a passport or even a passport card are considered good enough to get you through security. They are Real ID compliant, essentially. So if you have a global entry card, if you have a Nexus card, a fast border crossing card, a Sentry card, those are all considered valid government documents for travel. And so if you have one of those things, even a permanent resident card, a U.S. Department of Defense ID, a border crossing card, enhanced driver's licenses. Several states have already been sending out enhanced driver's licenses for a while now. And so many people are covered.
Okay. Now, who exactly is eligible for Real ID?
Anyone who's getting a driver's license or a state ID renewed, basically.
Would it be to your advantage if you have this option to go to a smaller airport in your city?
Absolutely, because remember, while the bigger airports are probably a little bit more trained on this stuff, they're dealing with so many passengers. So if you can start from a smaller airport, I think you're going to find that it's much easier to get through.
You are at an airport right now, Clint. How quickly did you get through?
It was like less than a minute. I was shocked. And I tried to chat up a few of the agents about whether they felt ready for Real ID. They weren't really interested in pursuing the conversation, but I did wish them all luck. So I'm so curious to see how this gets implemented.
You should have told them, do you know who I am? I'm Clint Henderson, travel editor at The Points Guy.
I don't think that would have given me any grace.
All right. Well, Clint, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
This is NPR News.
You are listening to 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KBXE Bagley, Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker. We are people-powered radio in northern Minnesota. You can join us at KAXE.org. I'm Jennifer Barr. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we'll have events up north, a closer look at what's going on this week, also best wishes, and what we're reading today. Children's librarian Tracy Campa lets us know about some new children's books. Coming up at 8:45, we're going to talk with Brian French from the Forest History Center. They are hosting Warbler Walks on Wednesdays and Saturdays during the month of May. And at 9 o'clock, Headwaters with DJ Dang. His request line theme for this Monday is Songs About Work. We receive support from the Blandin Foundation, strengthening rural Minnesota. More at blandinfoundation.org. Taking a look at our current temperatures, it is 48 in Bemidji. I think that's the warm spot. 41 in Hibbing, 45 in Hibbing, 46 in Brainerd and Park Rapids. Lots of sunshine today, high 75 to 78, winds from the south 5 to 10 with a bit higher gusts. Clear skies overnight, lows 43 to 49, and sunny tomorrow, highs in the upper 70s for most of the area, a bit cooler in the Bemidji area, highs there around 70 degrees, light and variable winds, and looking ahead to Wednesday, sunny, just a bit cooler, highs 61 to 67. Coming up next, we have a special edition of the Up North Report.
For KAXE News, I'm Chelsea Perkins with a special edition of the Up North Report.
Would it be okay to go in the closet and pick out a few pairs of socks?
You can go in there and get a few pairs of socks, yes. Okay. That's open to you guys anytime you can go in there.
People checked in steadily to the Bridge on 7th warming shelter in Brainerd on Monday night, looking for a place to sleep and maybe a couple of donated items like socks to make their days a little more tolerable. The shelter would only be open for 3 more nights before shutting down on May 1st. It won't open again until September. William was one of the guests staying at the shelter. He's excited to soon start a new job as a demonstrator at Costco in Baxter. He just doesn't know where he'll sleep at night this summer. The 58-year-old says he's been homeless since an eviction more than 2 years ago, and he spent last summer sleeping outside.
I lived on the second bench on the trail, just right down the road here, and that's where I slept. Actually, I had 1 blanket.
But that's now illegal in Brainerd and Baxter following the passage of camping bans on public property. Leaders of Bridges of Hope, the nonprofit that operates the shelter, had hoped to extend their services through the summer months because of this ban. But the Brainerd City Council denied that request earlier this month, and the shelter's interim use permit was shortened from 3 years to 1. Questions over whether the shelter attracts people from outside the city, perceived public safety concerns, and potentially murky data on those utilizing the shelter set the stage for the council's decisions. Councilmember Gabe Johnson says he supported the shelter from the beginning when it opened in 2021. Before that, there was no shelter at all, and as it stands, Bridge on 7th is the only one between Bemidji and St. Cloud. But Johnson doesn't see himself being convinced of the need of a year-round shelter in Brainerd, nor does he support the idea that the city of 13,000 people should be responsible for serving a 6-county area.
I don't know what the solution is. I know the concerns shared from our staff and our chief of police, number one, who I really trust on the matter, was that there is some hesitation and concern about a year-round shelter further expanding the problem of unhoused people in our community.
Data collected as part of a point-in-time count completed on one night each year in January does show that the number of homeless counted in Crow Wing County has risen significantly in the last few years. But shelter leaders and supporters say that the council's decisions are based on faulty reasoning, leaving Bridge on 7th on shakier ground and some of the community's most vulnerable people with no place to legally sleep. Brainerd resident and local business owner Amanda Quisberg expressed disappointment to the council over its decision. She says that she and her children have raised money for the shelter by sleeping outside themselves, and while volunteering there, she's seen how it helps people be stabilized.
Closing the shelter during the warmer months won't make the need go away. It just pushes people into more difficult and dangerous situations.
According to Bridges of Hope, a total of 50 people of the 170 who stayed there this year are now in more permanent housing solutions. And 70% of those who've stayed there since it opened have utilized the shelter for 14 days or fewer. Bridges of Hope Executive Director Janice Sjogren says these outcomes are thanks to partnerships with several other organizations. The shelter serves as an entry point to connecting with resources to find places to live, help with mental health or substance abuse, and jobs like Williams.
We're going to lean into this and say, hey, we do have data. We think you made the wrong decision. There is a path to come back to the table here and make a different, better decision.
The Bridge on 7th closed for the summer as of Thursday night, a rainy and cold one, and the building now sits empty. Faith leaders are scrambling to provide solutions, with at least one Brainerd church handing out tents and talks of opening their doors or lawns to those in need. 50-year-old George says he hopes he can find a place to camp where police won't harass him. 64-year-old Jeffrey plans to fix up an old pontoon and spend the summer living on a lake he knows like the back of his hand. And William hopes his job works out and leads him to once again live in stable housing.
I just got to keep my mind, straight and none of those curves, but the challenge is, again, like I said, it's getting there and back. I'll get it. I'll do it.
That's it for this special edition of the Up North Report from the KAXE News Desk. I'm Chelsea Perkins, telling the stories of northern Minnesota through local news.
The Up North Report is made possible by Woodland Bank, serving the area since 1920, with locations in Grand Rapids, Cohasset, Hill City, and Deer River. Woodland Bank believes in building community and serving local nonprofits like KAXE.
You can find the Up North Report as a podcast and on our website, KAXE.org. Also hear the latest edition today at 5:30 during All Things Considered here on KAXE. Good morning, I'm Jennifer Barr. It's 7:06. Support comes from Sanford Health with primary care locations in Bemidji and across the upper Midwest. Sanford Health is committed to providing care close to home. Learn more at sanfordhealth.org. And we thank Happy Dancing Turtle, a nonprofit organization dedicated to growing stewards through education, programs, and experiences. More information at happydancingturtle.org. Coming up at 7:20, it's Events Up North. We're taking a closer look at the many events happening throughout the region this week. Right now, there is more ahead from Morning Edition from National Public Radio.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin.
And I'm Steve Inskeep. Israel is planning to limit the way that food and supplies are distributed in Gaza.
Israel says it is the only way it will allow any food back into Gaza where people are going hungry. An Israeli official says it's part of a plan to take over more territory and expand the war. The main aid groups in Gaza, including the United Nations, are refusing to take part.
NPR's Daniel Estrin is covering this story in Tel Aviv. Daniel, welcome.
Thank you, Steve.
What exactly is the plan?
Israel's cabinet approved it last night, and it completely changes how the 2 million people of Gaza would get their food and their basic supplies. I got details from 5 people, including officials with knowledge of this plan. Each one of them spoke on condition of anonymity because the details have not been officially released, and it's very sensitive. But it's a plan to shut down hundreds of community kitchens and food distribution points across Gaza, and instead, Israel would allow for just around 4 to 10 designated aid centers in southern Gaza.
Okay, limited number of aid centers. Who would run them?
Well, the centers are supposed to be run by an American security contractor in coordination with a new foundation recently established in Switzerland that we know very little about. Israeli soldiers would not run them, but they would guard the periphery of this zone. And Palestinians would be coming to these places, registered and screened through facial recognition technology. They'd pick up parcels for their family. Israel says this whole operation is an attempt to isolate aid from Hamas and to weaken the group. And an Israeli official tells us it's actually part of a bigger strategy to get Palestinian civilians to move en masse to a smaller, more consolidated area of Gaza so that the military can expand the territory that it's taking over in Gaza. And the army is already starting to call up more soldiers.
Thanks for that bit of reporting. What are aid groups and the United Nations saying as they reject this plan?
They put out a statement together and they say basically this is not an acceptable aid plan. It's a military plan. They say you cannot use life-saving supplies to achieve military goals. They also say that large groups of people will simply struggle to reach these new aid centers. So think pregnant women or the elderly. So what we're seeing is this serious standoff over the very basic necessities of life. And it's happening at a time of extreme desperation in Gaza. Israel has been banning food and supplies, everything, for more than 2 months into Gaza. This is the longest full blockade it has ever imposed. So bakeries are closed, food kitchens are closed. Hunger is widespread.
Daniel, you said something about an American contractor being part of this. Is the United States on board?
Very good question. The Trump administration has not commented specifically on this plan, but President Trump has said that food needs to get into Gaza. He is coming to the region next week. I should note that a former U.S. official told me that Israel actually tried to implement a version of this aid plan under the Biden administration's tenure, but the Biden administration said no. According to the international laws of war, it said that anyone who needs aid must get aid. You cannot vet. You cannot fight a war through manipulating humanitarian aid. That's what the Biden administration said, but Trump has not made the same demands on Israel.
One bit of news from the weekend, there was a big bomb crater that I saw outside Israel's airport. What happened?
Yeah, the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen fired a missile. Israel failed to intercept it. It landed around the international airport near Tel Aviv. More than a dozen airlines have canceled flights, and the Houthis say that U.S. has struck back at targets overnight in Yemen.
NPR's Daniel Estrin is in Tel Aviv. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Let's go back to another major story we've been following, President Trump's tariffs. Those tariffs on imports from most countries are at 10%. His tariffs on China, though, 145%. China has retaliated with its own triple-digit tariffs. But Trump's commitment to the strategy continues. In a post on Truth Social last week, Trump threatened sanctions on entities buying oil from Iran, and China buys almost all of Iran's oil.
Now, the White House has framed any negotiations between the two countries as a matter between their presidents, Trump and China's Xi Jinping, but neither leader seems to be willing to make the first move. A. Martinez spoke with Orville Schell. If you follow China, you hear this name. He's been an authority for decades. He's the director of the Center on U.S.-China Relations at the Asia Society.
As the geopolitical order shifts, is this China's moment to seize?
Well, I think there is an excellent opportunity for China to move into the space being left by Trump sort of vacating the world. After all, nature abhors a vacuum. However, I'm not so sure that Xi Jinping and China have the skills or the ability we find ourselves in a place where I think both leaders, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping, are very thin-skinned, very sensitive to making any concessions which might appear to be hallmarks of weakness. So this means that we're in a kind of a retaliatory spiral where neither side wants to sort of make the break that might stop the spiral.
How ready is China for this kind of trade war?
I think China is a very export-dependent economy. And to keep their growth rate up, they have to manufacture way more than they can use.
How damaging could this be to China long term?
Well, I think it could be quite damaging. It also could be very damaging for the United States because a couple of things are really important here. One are the choke points that each country has on the other. And we are using those in the United States. For instance, one choke point the United States has is microchips. But China also has choke points, which it is starting to use. Rare earths would be one for magnets, for cars, military hardware. Rare earths, it turns out, are a small element, but an absolutely critical one in sort of modern manufacturing.
Yeah, and when you mention rare earth, Ukraine and the United States just wrapped up and signed their deal for rare earth minerals. How much of a blow is that for China, considering that that is one of the big things that China has as an advantage, the majority of the rare earth minerals on the planet?
Well, here's the problem about the Ukrainian deal and our mining of rare earths within the United States itself. We do not have the capacity to extract the minerals we need from the ore. Almost all of the rare earth ore that is mined around the world goes to China for processing. So they will still have a lock on a very important part of the production of rare earths.
Now, we've just been talking about the two heavyweights in this fight, China and the United States, but how much of a disruption will there be for the rest of the world as the United States and China figure out who's going to win this battle?
Well, if the United States tariffs of 145% remain, China is going to be even more inclined and under pressure to export elsewhere, and possibly at more reduced costs. So let's just look at Europe. They could pretty much wipe out the European auto industry, which is the heart and soul of the German economy.
Yeah, essentially what we're talking about, higher costs for manufacturing, higher costs for everything, the supply chain possibly being disrupted again. I mean, we're talking that kind of thing again?
Yes. I mean, the global supply chains are infinitely complex where products, before they get to the consumer, ricochet back and forth from country to country, and supply chains are dependent on many other places. And we sort of confected this reliance on China at a time where we thought, well, political systems don't matter. And now we discover that political systems do matter. That if Russia attacks the Ukraine and we're China to do something in the South China Sea or the Taiwan Straits, suddenly China's form of governance and whether we have good open channels with them to negotiate solutions matters immensely. But everybody's in bed with everybody in a geopolitical world that is got tremendous tension points that remain not only unresolved, but becoming more fraught.
Orville Schell is the director of the Center on U.S.-China Relations at the Asia Society. Orville, thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
A group of high school students from across the country is in Washington, D.C. this week to compete in the 20th annual Poetry Out Loud National Finals. Students memorize and perform poems from a variety of styles and time periods. We asked some of this year's 55 competitors about how they're preparing.
My name is Emily Porter. I'm from Logan High School in Logan County, West Virginia.
The Coming Woman by Mary Weston Fordham.
Looking at the poem, you have to dissect each section as a way to fully understand what the poet is trying to say.
Dear me, what a slow, pokey man.
Right now, I am spending my days watching myself in the mirror, watching each move that I make to make sure that the moves that I make are interpreting the poem as they need to be interpreted.
My name is Zeke Moses, and I'm a freshman at Bexley High School in Columbus, Ohio.
America, I Sing You Back by Allison Adele Hedge Coke.
To be so honest, I was never the type of person who loved poetry or appreciated poetry to the fullest. But as I've gone through this process, I've developed a newfound love of poetry.
Before America began to sing, I sung her to sleep, held her cradle board, wept her into day.
My name is Nyla Dinkins. I attend Benjamin Banneker Academic High School in Washington, D.C.
Learning to Read by Frances Ellen Watkins Harper.
I think judges really want to understand or see that you can understand the poem, and then also you can be the vessel of that information. And I think the way in which you make that poem your own is something that's really powerful for judges to see.
Our masters always tried to hide book learning from our eyes. Knowledge didn't agree with slavery. 'Twould make us all too wise.
That was Nyla Dinkins from Washington, D.C., Zeke Moses from Ohio, and Emily Porter from West Virginia. They spoke with NPR's Elizabeth Blair. The champion of Poetry Out Loud will be announced Wednesday night. This is NPR News.
It is 7:19. Good morning. Thanks for listening to the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. I'm Jennifer Barr. Sarah Bignell joins me now. Good morning.
Good morning. The sun is shining, and did you see all the activity across the street?
I did. They're starting to dig, it looks like.
They are. They have. There has been an empty lot across the street from the KAXE studios forever, and they are starting to build a apartment complex, I believe, and I don't know. It's been things that we've heard rumored for years, and to actually
see action over there, it's like, oh, it's happening.
Oh, it's happening. So lots of beeping, the backup sounds there of large equipment, and that I think will be the soundtrack or the background music of our entire summer. But
yeah.
Anyways, but it's a beautiful morning.
It is so beautiful. We've had such a beautiful weekend.
So nice.
And yeah.
I think this is the time of year where the temps are fantastic, and the mosquitoes aren't out, and
right.
I think everybody should just have time off to go outside, and because you're not being harassed by insects.
Yeah, it's I bet a week from now things are going to be so much greener.
Yeah,
and budding out and flowering out,
but even here at the station from Friday to today, I would say that there's a significant increase in the greenery you're seeing. So, we have, what does the rest of the temps look like for today? I think it was supposed to be in the upper 70s.
It is supposed to be in the upper 70s, 75 to 78 for the region, and light winds really from the south, 5 to 10, a bit higher gusts. And then tonight, clear skies, lows 43 to 49. And then tomorrow should be sunny, and highs again in the upper 70s for most of the area. Bemidji showing 70 as a high tomorrow, and light and variable winds. And then Wednesday, sunny, just a bit cooler, highs in the 60s.
There you go. Perfect week there. I like that the wind won't be so gusty. You don't have to use as much hairspray in your hair. Good. Our thanks goes out to Edward Jones financial advisor Christina Gallis, helping individuals and business owners reach their financial goals. More at edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
We also thank Dale's Auto Body, serving the auto body needs of Grand Rapids and surrounding communities since 1984. Performing auto body and collision repair, as well as auto glass replacement, dedicated to getting you back on the road after an accident. More information at dalesautobodyin.com.
It's time for events up north. A closer look at some of the events happening across northern Minnesota this week. And the Friends of the Brainerd Public Library continue their Brown Bag Author Series today at noon. Minnesota author Mary Seifert will discuss her new book, Maverick, Movies, and Murder, the first in a new mystery series.
And the Grand Rapids Area Community Foundation announces 100 Women Who Care. That's an event happening today, 6 o'clock at Timberlake Lodge. Each attendee will donate $100 and pool their resources for a local nonprofit. You can learn more by following 100 Plus Women Who Care Itasca area on Facebook. We had a conversation with the organizers of that event a few weeks ago, and it's a really interesting concept. I guess it's been going on in other places for a while. This is the first time trying it here. People get together and people can kind of pitch their nonprofit, and then the whole, everybody who attends gets to vote, and then one nonprofit will get the pooled resources that everybody donates.
Well, that'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah.
The Spring Thaw, it's a literary and arts magazine of Minnesota North College, will have a release party and reading Monday, May 5th at 7 o'clock at the McMahon Student Center on the Grand Rapids campus.
And Pequot Lakes Community Theater holds auditions for Willy Wonka the Musical. Those are on Tuesday or Thursday, 6 o'clock at the Pequot Lakes High School Auditorium. You only need to attend one of those. Roles are available for those in third grade and older, and there are some adult roles in there as well. Performances will be in July.
Northern Exposure of Lifelong Learning hosts a program with the Honeyberry Farm Wednesday, May 7th at 9:30 a.m. at the Foston Embassy Community Center. Antique tractors will be on display outside, and light refreshments will be served.
And Crossing Arts Alliance celebrates 25 years this Thursday, May 8th from 5 to 7. They're having an event at Sage on Laurel in Brainerd. You can RSVP by stopping by Crossing Arts or online at crossingarts.org.
The Headwaters chapter of Let's Go Fishing has a roast pork dinner Friday, May 9th from 4:30 to 6:30. At the Park Rapids American Legion, proceeds will go towards operating a pontoon that takes seniors fishing.
It is the fishing opener this weekend.
That's hard to believe. It's already here. We're into May already.
Oh, yes. And the Alcott Botanical Garden and Metza Memorial Garden have a spring plant sale on Saturday, May 10th from 8 to 4 at the Alcott Park Greenhouse in Virginia. There'll be a variety of plants, seedlings, and gifts for Mother's Day.
Bemidji Contra Dance hosts its last dance of the season on Saturday, May 10th at Rail River Folk School, starting at 6:30 with live music from the O'Neill Family Band. All ages welcome, no partners or experience needed.
And the Buck Lake Improvement Club, which is 12 miles north of Nashwauk, they are having their monthly breakfast buffet, and they're celebrating mothers and Minnesota statehood. Sunday, May 11th from 9 to noon. This month will feature Minnesota favorites like Spam, Nut Goodies, Wild Rice, and Blueberries.
Events Up North is made possible by the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota. And if you have events to share with our listeners, you can pass those along to us, psa@kaxe.org. You can also look for us for Events Up North at kaxe.org every week.
And Sarah, our question of the week is about teachers. It is National Teacher Appreciation Week. Do you have a favorite teacher?
You asked me this question, so I've kind of been pondering it a little bit. And so I took graphic arts in high school, and I had Bob Frick as a teacher, and I absolutely loved Mr. Frick. He was one, I think he ended up with an interesting mix of students in that class, and he was just very good. When we were stressed out or whatever, he'd be like, come here and sit down, and would chat with us, and I don't know, he was such a great guy. So I really, really, really loved my time in his class, and he unfortunately passed away shortly after I had him as a student. And just a great teacher.
Yeah. Well, my favorite teacher was also in high school, Mr. Peterman, who I had in 9th grade for civics, which, everybody had to take civics.
Oh, yeah.
But he made it fun, and he started each class. He had this thing, he called it rows. So you kind of based on how well you did on answering these questions is kind of the seating arrangement. But we'd have to answer, I don't remember how many questions he'd ask at the beginning of each class, but it was maybe, just a little bit to get us started. But then on Fridays, the desks got moved into a big block, and then that was called panels, and that was a current events game.
Okay.
And it was just, he made it so fun, and he was always laughing in the most joyful way. And then he also was our driver's ed teacher.
Okay.
So we had him for the classroom driver's ed, but then you got to go out and do your behind the wheel with him. It would be you and 2 other students. And he had this cone he called Floppy that you had to you'd be going down, and then he'd tell you, right at the last minute which way to swerve.
Yeah. Okay.
and I killed Floppy.
Oh, no.
And he laughed and laughed and laughed about it. Like,
You ran
because I hit over. And he just was laughing. You killed Floppy, ha!
You didn't maneuver quick enough there.
Not quick enough, no.
Move
and he did like this thing like where all of a sudden he'd say no brakes, and like you'd have to figure out like how to work the emergency brake. Yeah.
Oh,
Fun times.
I did not experience that in driver's ed. I don't recall any of the, quick braking or, evasive maneuvering.
Yeah. And he would kind of almost laugh like he did with when I killed Floppy. He would laugh kind of at you, but with you, and not ever make you feel bad.
Okay.
Like he called this one kid Bike Path for the longest time because he ended up driving the car in a bike path.
Oh, no.
But it was just like, he was really joyful.
Oh, that's good.
And he too has since passed away. But yes, just a lot of joy in that one.
And I just got a text from Susie, and Susie also had Mr. Frick. And said, I loved Mr. Frick as well.
Yeah.
Just a great teacher. I don't know. And like graphic arts was super fun. So it was in the early days, now they have Photoshop and, all these things. And it was in like the early days of that. And so a lot of the things we were doing, we were having to like actually cut out paper to,
make cut and paste cut and paste. Actually cutting and pasting.
Correct. You know, it was the cut and paste before cutting and pasting. And I don't know, it was good. Like you'd get frustrated. You'd have to like do like runs of, we'd make like notebook paper. This makes me seem like I'm 900 years old, but we'd have to, and we had like actual printing presses that we had to, and you had to like, some of our assignments would be to make a booklet or like a notepad of like 10 pages. And you had to like get your best, runs, making sure you had enough ink in there and that things were lined up appropriate. And I don't know, he wouldn't get down on us though. I mean, he was very encouraging of like, come on, you can figure this out. And he'd be like, not true. These look terrible, but no, I love that class. And
it's good.
As you know, I still do graphic layout things because of that class.
Yeah.
So you let us know as we've been reminiscing here on teachers. If you have any teachers yourself, and so I have a lot of teacher friends. So happy Teacher Appreciation Week, you guys.
We know you work very hard, and we appreciate it.
Yeah. So pass along your favorite teacher. You can text us. That's 218-326-1234.
Support comes from Timberlake Lodge in Grand Rapids, offering an endless soup and salad bar for lunch and burgers and hand-cut steaks for dinner. More at timberlakelodgehotel.com. We're going to listen to our album of the week. We always get to kick it off here on Monday mornings.
Yeah. So who do we have this week?
This week, it's Rhiannon Giddens and Justin Robinson, their new album, What Did the Blackbird Say to the Crow? These two are 2/3 of the Carolina Chocolate Drops. They're reuniting on this, and it compiles songs that have their origins in the African-American fiddle tradition in North Carolina, as taught to them by their old mentor, the fiddleist Joe Thompson, influenced by the Piedmont blues of guitarist Etta Baker. The song we're going to hear from Rhiannon Giddens and Justin Robinson is called Fly Around My Pretty Little Miss.
for Charlie. Fly around my pretty little miss, fly around my daisy, fly around my pretty little miss, almost drive me crazy.
From our album of the week, What Did the Blackbird Say to the Crow? That's Rhiannon Giddens and Justin Robinson, the song Fly Around My Pretty Little Miss. You can let us know what you think. Text us 218-326-1234. I'm Jennifer Barr with Sarah Bignall. It is the Monday Morning Show.
And coming up in just a moment, we'll have best wishes. And before we get to that, we'd like to thank Lake Country Journal. It's a local lifestyle magazine sharing stories about places to go, things to do, and people to know in Lake Country. More at lakecountryjournal.com.
KAXE has a mission to build community throughout northern Minnesota, and our loyal audience supports the organizations that support KAXE. You can consider joining us in building community in northern Minnesota. Learn more by emailing sponsor@kaxe.org. Thanks so much. Coming up at about 7:45, it's What We're Reading Today. Children's librarian Tracy Campa will tell us about some new children's books that you'll want to check out.
So in the question of what we're reading, what are you reading these days?
I am reading Anita DeMonte Laughs Last.
Okay.
Laughs Last. It's about an artist in the late 70s, early 80s who had come from Cuba, and then something happens, but also we're looking at an art student in the late 90s who's kind of discovering her work, and there's I'm not loving it.
Okay.
But I'm not hating it, and now I'm like 2/3 of the way through. So
okay. So I finished is it Richard Osman has the Thursday Murder Club?
Okay.
So the second book in that series, The Man Who Died Twice. I finished that and then started Abby Jimenez, The Playlist. What is it?
Oh yeah, I've read that one.
Yeah, with it's Sloan and the Happy Ever After playlist.
Yeah. And
I have like a half hour left of listening, so my afternoon walk today I should be able to finish that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've enjoyed that a lot.
I think that was the first Abby Jimenez book that I got into.
Okay.
And then the Thursday Murder, is that the one that's kind of like set in the
it's a retirement community in somewhere in England.
Okay.
And there is a group of 4 people who, one, Elizabeth is like an MI6, a retired MI6 agent. And Ibrahim he was a psychiatrist, and Joyce was a nurse, and Ron, he was like a union activist.
Okay.
I don't know. So they're all very just interesting characters, and Elizabeth is very busy. I think she's maybe just a little bored in retirement, so is solving murders in her retirement with the help of 3 other individuals that she lives with. And anyways, it's been great. I really like the characters, and it's being developed into a Netflix series.
Oh, okay.
And so that will come out here in August. And Helen Mirren is Elizabeth, which I think is like perfect casting. So I'm looking forward to that. And Ben Kingsley was cast as Ibrahim.
Oh,
and
big
then
names.
Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, Brosnan.
Yeah, he is Ron, the other one. So I'm like, that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. What we're reading? If you have, just interested, because reading for me is kind of a newer thing. Something that I was very envious of all the readers that we have around here, and I was like, I could become a reader, and so I always like recommendations. And if you have anything that you're listening to or reading, pass it along to us, 218-326-1234.
And we got another answer to our question of the week about your favorite teacher. Ian from Minneapolis says, my favorite teacher is a retired postman turned phonologist from up north.
I think I might know who that is.
To our friend John Latimer, which just goes to show you don't have to be a classroom teacher necessarily, like traditional, like what we're thinking of.
Yeah.
Anybody can be a teacher of something. So.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for passing that along, Ian. And again, the number Ian texted was 218-326-1234.
It is time for best wishes. We're going to do our best to wish friends and neighbors happy birthday, happy anniversary. We get to start with yesterday, Sunday, May 4th. Happy 41st anniversary to Iona and Jerry Meyer from Coleraine. John Downing turned 66 yesterday in Grand Rapids. Maya Prim, happy 19th to you in Bemidji. Noah Grotjohn turned 23, and Helen Killer celebrated a birthday yesterday. And Zeta Bibu had a 6th birthday yesterday. You now get to count your age on 2 hands.
Yeah,
Very
that's an exciting, advancement there. Yeah, and for today, May 5th, we'd like to say happy 47th birthday to Derek Sumption from Longville. Mark Hawkinson is also celebrating a birthday today from Grand Rapids, as is Jennifer Baker. She's celebrating her 49th birthday. And Mike Peterson turning 79. Sorry.
Maybe he wants to be 39.
Yeah, maybe. How Mickey is turning 39. Amber Kaiser celebrating a birthday today as well from Cohasset. And Mary Coons is celebrating her 54th birthday from Georgia.
Yeah, they're
grilling in shorts on grilled cheese or green cheese.
Yeah, green cheese, that's their handle. Grilling in their shorts in Smyrna, Georgia.
Okay.
So our best wishes to you all. We are going to listen now to one of our Grand Rapids Riverfest performers. Early bird tickets are on sale right now.
They sure are. You can find those at grandrapidsriverfest.com. And they've been going really well, so you can take advantage of the discount, the early bird discounts that we have, and get your tickets. And I have been listening to Jeremy Albino over the weekend, and I'm really looking for. I think he'll be the one that everybody's like, I didn't know who this was, and will be like totally surprised at that.
Yeah, and let's see, Alan Sparhawk's going to kick it off.
Yep,
Then Jeremy Albino, and then Margot Price and Courtney Barnett. But this is from Jeremy Albino's album that came out earlier this year. This one's called Hold Me Tight.
I'll be yours every night. I'm gonna hold you tight, hold you tight, hold you tight. I'll be yours every day. For my love won't fade, fade away, fade away. When they see us so, they're seeing trouble. Oh, now, and they don't know just what we're gonna do. Oh, yeah, when love gives way to struggle, tell me who's taking care of who. I'll be yours every night. I'm gonna hold you tight, hold you tight, hold you tight. I'll be yours every day. Oh, my love won't fade, fade away, fade away. For the first time I ever saw your smiling face, oh yeah. Oh, I knew that I could never, ever let you slip away. Oh no, before I said forever, you knew what I was gonna say. I'll be yours every night. I'm gonna hold you tight, hold you tight, hold you tight. I'll be yours every day. For my love won't fade, fade away, fade away, fade away, fade away.
That is Grand Rapids Riverfest performer Jeremy Albino. The song's Hold Me Tight, from his album Our Time in the Sun.
And tickets are on sale now. You can get early bird tickets through the end of the week. Is it 2 weeks, I think?
16th, unless we run out earlier. There's a limit on them.
So get them while you can.
That's right. GrandRapidsRiverfest.com. It is the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. I'm Jennifer Barr with Sarah Bignell. And coming up in just a few moments, our daily dose of phenology and then what we're reading. Today, Tracy Campa, children's librarian, will tell us about some new books.
And the Friends of the Grand Rapids Area Library, they're having a Spring Fever pop-up book sale today from 10 to 6 at the library.
That's right. We receive support from Minnesota Power, an elite company envisioning a carbon-free future through their Energy Forward strategy. More at mmpower.com/energyforward. Coming up, it's our daily dose of phenology. John Latimer will take a look back in his nature notes for this day.
On today's date, May 5th, I meet a Sora rail for the first time. This is a bird of the swamps. It's a robin-sized bird with crane-sized feet. It's got long green legs and great big feet for walking around on top of lily pads and marsh grasses and hiking amongst the cattails. This is not a bird that is seen very often. The only reason I got to see this one is that my Labrador, Madeline, brought one home to me. I saw her come stumbling up out of the swamp, and I could see right away she had something in her mouth. So I called her over, and I held out my hand, and I gave her the command, give, and she gave me a Sora rail. I was a bit surprised, having never handled one before, and I was concerned for its health, so I put it in a cardboard box and put a screen over the top, put some water in there so it would not be too thirsty, and I observed it for 12 hours, kept it overnight, and in the morning it seemed to be just fine. I took it outside, left the dog inside, and turned it loose, and it sort of ran and then flew slowly and lowly across my yard and out into the bog again.
That is your daily phenology. You can tune in tomorrow morning at 7:20 for John Latimer's latest observations, and you'll also hear student phenology reports starting at 6:45.
Yeah, lots going on in the phenology world right now, and our kids are just doing such a great job, especially this time of year. They've got some experience under their belt of looking for things and being observant, and it's so much fun.
I think last week, do we have like 15 or 16?
Yeah.
Reports from the students, but great to hear from them on what they're seeing, and it makes you a little more aware to just be observing what you're seeing, whether it's buds breaking on trees or birds.
Right now, so many different birds. I saw somebody on the Season Watch page, which is a Facebook group you can join, reported their first hummingbird sighting.
Oh, okay.
So I saw a dragonfly yesterday.
While riding my bike, had a dragonfly fly right into me.
Yeah, so. And there we go.
I was like, don't do that. We need you.
Yeah, we do.
If you have any nature observations, though, too, we like to hear. Season Watch is a great place to share those, especially if you have questions, too. We had a porcupine that was debarking a tree. But we just had the debarked tree that we were like, oh, what's doing that? And
yeah.
Fortunately, that community was like, I think you have a porcupine, which is not, when you have two dogs, necessarily the thing you want in your yard.
No, goodness.
No.
So our question of the week is about favorite teachers. We did hear from our engineer, Steve, who said, I know this is probably supposed to be K-12 oriented, but not necessarily Steve. But my favorite teachers stem from my college education. I was excited about the prospect of finally learning some higher math when I enrolled at the university as an adult, but it turned out the night school did not have anything beyond remedial algebra classes. As a result, I had to enroll in day classes, and the math teachers I had didn't raise an eyebrow at the presence of a 30-year-old man surrounded by students fresh out of high school, and I benefited from a classroom atmosphere of hopeful excitement for the future as opposed to the weary desperation of my other night classes. I know none of you are listening in Wichita, Kansas, but thank you to Irvin Stanley and Nora Strasser. You helped me achieve a decades-long goal.
Oh, that's
very
awesome.
nice. Yeah. And then we heard from Tracy Campa, who
Yes.
we're also going to hear from in just a few moments. She said, my 8th grade social teacher taught with such fierce love for her topic and a passion for connecting students with history and geography that I was still depending on things I learned in her class when I was in college. She changed my life. Her willingness and ability to put a face on history reminded us that we too were part of history and we should think about the footprint we were leaving. Thank you, Frida Hall, for teaching and caring about your topics, especially about your students.
Just reading that, I knew that was that was
as soon as I started. And I know that Tracy loves Frida. I've seen them together recently, in recent years. They've, crossed paths sometimes. They're still in the same community, and you can just tell Tracy's got a great admiration for Mrs. Hall.
So I never had Mrs. Hall, which was very sad. All of my friends seemed to be having the best time ever in their history classes, and my history classes were maybe not as fun as Frida's.
And I didn't go to Grand Rapids High School, but I too have heard great stories about Frida Hall and wish I could have had her too.
Yeah, they did like living history days to where you'd have to dress up as a historical figure, and you'd tell. So I was very envious of my friends that got to dress up in character.
Yeah,
and have a little, I don't know, just a cool concept. So if you have favorite teachers like Mrs. Hall, or we also heard from Ian when thanking John Latimer, or pass it along to us, 218-326-1234.
What We're Reading is our show all about books, produced by our staff librarian, Tammy Bobrowski. Today, Grand Rapids Area Library Children's Librarian, Tracy Campa, tells us about some new children's books that you'll want to check out.
I can read anything. I can read everything.
Children's librarian Tracy Campa is back with 4 new books to tell us about. I'm Tammy Bobrowski, producer of What We're Reading. Tracy begins with a fascinating picture book biography of mathematician Marjorie Rice and an early chapter book by Annie Barrows.
When I go to the library.
Hello and happy spring. My favorite season. I'm awash in gratitude as the haze of green starts appearing on the trees. Spring also brings a plethora of new books. By all accounts, Marjorie Rice was a quiet homemaker in the 1950s. Yet, for her entire life, she had been fascinated with geometry and art. And that fascination led her down a rabbit hole to the land of shapes. Have you ever thought that shapes could be invented? For hundreds of years, mathematicians had wrestled with the problem of the pentagon, that is, a 5-sided shape. They knew that any 3- or 4-sided shape with straight edges could be tessellated or tiled so that it would fit infinitely one against the other with no gaps or overlaps. Some 6-sided shapes could be tiled as well. But what about 5-sided shapes? Why was this so difficult? Reading her son's Scientific American magazine one day, Marjorie found an article about the pentagon problem. In 1918, a mathematician had listed 5 types of tiling pentagons and thought the list complete. After working on the problem for 35 years, 3 more types of tiling pentagons were discovered. Marjorie's interest was piqued, and she started out drawing pentagons, or little houses as she referred to them, and started pushing and pulling the edges, that is, making them longer or shorter, and manipulating the angles. She was constantly sketching pentagons. Marjorie would even draw on the steam created on her backsplash while her water was boiling in the pot for dinner. Her method was fascinating, and her work astounding. Marjorie Rice ultimately discovered 4 types of tiling pentagons, helping to solve a puzzle that had baffled mathematicians for hundreds of years. Many more years would pass before 2 more types of tessellating pentagons were discovered, and then finally 1 more. In 2017, with the help of a computer, it was determined that there are no more tiling pentagon shapes. Out of the 15 types of convex tiling pentagons discovered throughout the history of mathematics, Marjorie Rice discovered over a quarter of them. The back matter of this book not only includes a great author's note, but it also encourages readers to discover shapes on their own and to look at the works of other tiling artists and mathematicians such as M.C. Escher. I was absolutely blown away by this picture book biography, and I think any reader of any age would appreciate learning about the incomparable Marjorie Rice. It lit my imagination on fire, and there are a few dozen cut shapes on my desk right now. Give your brain a break and a challenge, and check out The 5 Sides of Marjorie Rice, How to Discover a Shape by Amy Alsnauer, with astounding illustrations by Anna Braun. If you have an early chapter book reader in your life, you may have heard of the Ivy and Bean series by Annie Barrows, with illustrations by Sophie Blackall. This duo is again coming together to bring us a new book that has the hallmarks of becoming just as iconic as Ivy and Bean. Stella and Marigold are sisters. Stella, a 7-year-old second grader, and Marigold, a 4-year-old preschooler. They live in a half house, the bottom half, and live the normal lives that sisters do. They go to school and the zoo, and they have friends, and they get sick. But in each short chapter in the book, there is a little magic sprinkled in. The magic that comes from great imagination. The sick blanket might hold the key to dreams of stars and lions. The book their mother read to them launches Stella and Marigold into a quest for survival when they are left inside the house alone. They even had to burn their toys to keep warm. Thankfully, the flames they used were made of construction paper. A challenge to a best friendship is handled quite nicely by a hopping bunny. A closet-turned rocket ship takes Stella and Marigold to Japan to see the snow monkeys. Through it all, Stella and Marigold stick together, navigating the world with their sister by their side and using wonderful imagination to iron out all the wrinkles. I hope there is more to come, as I loved the time I spent with Stella and Marigold by Annie Barrows, illustrated by Sophie Blackall.
This is what we're reading, and we're hearing about some new books recommended by children's librarian Tracy Campa. Up next, we hear about Jose Pimienta's new graphic novel and a middle grade book in verse by Andrea Beatriz Arango.
Abe lives in Mexicali, Mexico, just south of the U.S. border. They love the time spent with their family, especially time outside in the desert, hiking through the hills. Abe's mom, however, takes a job offer in Lawrence, Kansas, and moves Abe and younger brother Ramon to the United States. All three had been born in the U.S., which made the move easier for them. Older sister Cruz and Abe's dad had been born in Mexico and would join the family when they were able to. Abe struggles in Kansas. They're not sure of their English, and their mother's Mexican expectations of Abe seem impossible to meet in this new culture. Abe is frustrated as Ramon seamlessly accepts this foreign culture as his own and makes a best friend on his first day in Kansas. Running helps Abe clear their mind and work through memories. They are very much looking forward to when the family will be reunited and hopes for a return to some normalcy. Tensions boil over, though, when Abe's mother tells them that the separation is permanent and Cruz and their father aren't coming. Exploration of identity is central to this beautifully drawn and colored graphic novel. How does Abe assimilate into this new culture while their definition of who they are is falling apart? Ultimately, Abe gets along with a lot of help from some new friends. I very much enjoyed this graphic novel, Halfway to Somewhere, by Jose Pimiente. Vale is a world-class athlete, pushed by her parents to excel in the world of fencing. A motorcycle accident, however, not only takes her out of competition, it forces her to spend 4 months away from school, away from her sport, away from the identity she has created for herself. But now she's back at school and ready to practice with her team. Expecting to be greeted as a returning hero by her team, she is instead introduced to the new member, Mirka, who has taken Vale's place as the head of the team. Her first practice back leaves her in doubt and frustration. Her leg is weak, and she can't stand that Mirka not only easily beats her, but that the coach praises Vale even though she lost. While subsequent practices go slightly better, Vale comes to a slow realization that her life may be permanently different. Her hated pink cane is a reminder of how much life has changed and how her life may never, ever be the life that Vale recognizes. She is forced to start looking around her, allowing her laser focus on fencing to blur and shift. With great courage, she tells her family that it's time for a break. She not only sees her family in a new light, but she finds friends and more as her world grows. This novel in verse is a magnificent reminder that as difficult as change may be, it is possible, and sometimes might be the only way forward. I cheered for Vale, and think you will too. Don't miss It's All or Nothing, Vale, by Andrea Beatriz Arango. Happy reading!
What we're reading is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota. We will have a list of Tracy Campa's latest recommendations soon on our website, KAXE.org. As always, tell us about a book that you're excited about on our What We're Reading Facebook page, or you can text in 218-326-1234.
Our thanks goes out to Hibbing Chrysler Center, serving the Northland for over 25 years on the Beltline in Hibbing. Their service center provides regular maintenance and major auto repairs, weekdays from 7:30 to 5:30. More details online at hibbingchrysler.us.
We also thank Lakes Tax Advisors, where Ron Berg and his staff offer tax, accounting, and payroll services for Minnesota businesses, with locations in Grand Rapids and Rush City. More information at lakes.tax.
You're listening to 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids and 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji. We're Northern Community Radio, telling the stories of the people and land of northern Minnesota through music, news, conversation, and events. Operating translator K210DR in Brainerd at 89.9. Listen at KAXE.org or on your smart speaker. We need people like you to help support this local media. You can text the word donate to 218-326-1234.
Our question of the week is asking about your favorite teachers. We heard from KAXE volunteer Heather Kidd. She said, I'm no doubt just one of many who grew up in the Brainerd area who loved Lauren Nikish's music classes and remembered them with joy and affection. She continues to be a generator of art in the area and planted the seed of love of music in so many. Thank you, Heather, for that. You can text in about your favorite teachers too, 218-326-1234. Weather today, sunny, high 75 to 78, winds from the south 5 to 10, gusting higher. Clear skies tonight, lows 43 to 49, and sunny tomorrow, highs in the upper 70s. For most of the area, a bit cooler in the Bemidji area, northwestern Minnesota, with light and variable winds. Up next, it's news from Morning Edition.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mattingly. Cardinals from more than 70 countries are expected to begin efforts to select a new pope this week. The conclave is slated to get started on Wednesday. There are 135 cardinals under the age of 80 who are eligible to vote. 2 of them have indicated they cannot travel to the Vatican for health reasons and will not be part of the process. A 2/3 majority is needed to elect a pope to succeed Francis. Pope Francis died of heart failure last month at the age of 88 following a stroke. Israel's security cabinet has approved a plan to gradually expand the country's military offensive against Hamas in Gaza. That plan is expected to be implemented after President Trump's visit to the region later this month. The BBC's Hugo Bachega has more.
The Israeli military is calling up tens of thousands of reservists in preparation for the expansion. Israel says its aim is to put pressure on Hamas to guarantee the release of hostages. Critics say this is a failed strategy, as no captive has been freed since Israel renewed its offensive against the group in March. Reports say the cabinet has also approved a plan to resume the delivery of basic supplies to Gaza through international organizations and private companies. It's not clear when that will be implemented. Aid agencies say the proposal is a breach of basic humanitarian principles and that they will not cooperate.
That's the BBC's Hugo Bachega reporting. The Pentagon is moving a Patriot air defense missile system from Israel to Ukraine. That's according to a U.S. official speaking to NPR. President Trump says he's directing the Federal Bureau of Prisons to reopen and expand Alcatraz, the former prison in California on an island off San Francisco. Rachel Vasquez with member station KQED has more.
In a social media post, Trump celebrated the island's history as a maximum security penitentiary, saying in the past the U.S. didn't hesitate to, quote, lock up the most dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they could harm. He said he wants the island to once again house the nation's most violent offenders. A spokesperson for the Bureau of Prisons says they comply with all presidential orders and will share more information when they have it. Alcatraz hasn't been a working prison in more than 60 years, but remains a popular tourist destination. A spokesperson for Governor Gavin Newsom called the proposal a distraction. For NPR News, I'm Rachel Vasquez.
Warren Buffett says he plans to retire as CEO of Berkshire Hathaway at the end of the year. Buffett made the announcement over the weekend while speaking to shareholders. Buffett is 94 years old. He's long said he would not retire. He's recommending the company's board replace him with Greg Abel. This is NPR News from Washington. President Trump says he will use tariffs to try to help the Hollywood film industry as well as other American movie productions. In a post on social media last night, the president said he wants to see a 100% tariff placed on any movie shown in the U.S. that's produced overseas. Trump says he's directing the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative and the Commerce Department to take such action. According to one industry tracking firm, movie production in the U.S. was down 26% last year as compared to 2021. The New York Theater Awards season is in full swing. Last night, the Lucille Lortel Awards were handed out, honoring off-Broadway shows. As Jeff London reports, two of the big winners told very different stories about the Holocaust.
With 4 awards, the revival of the play Our Class was the big winner of the night. Set in 1941 Poland, it follows Jewish and Catholic classmates and the tragedy that befalls them. In addition to winning Outstanding Revival, it picked up awards for direction, scenic design, and ensemble. Here There Be Blueberries, about the lives of Nazis at Auschwitz, was named Outstanding New Play and won for projection design. Andrew Scott's Vanya, a one-man adaptation of the Chekhov play, was Outstanding Solo Show, and Three Houses was named Outstanding Musical. For NPR News, I'm Jeff London in New York.
Wall Street is coming off a positive close to the trading week. I'm Dave Mattingly, NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Joyce Foundation, committed to advancing racial equity and economic mobility for the next generation in the Great Lakes region. Learn more at joycefdn.org. This is NPR.
It's 6 minutes after 8 o'clock. Thanks for listening to the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. We are People-Powered Radio. You can become a member at KAXE.org.
And coming up this afternoon at 1 o'clock on The River, David John is your host for that. And this evening, DJ the DJ is your host for On the River, starting at 7.
Yeah, thanks to our great volunteers who bring us all this great radio.
Yes, it really brings kind of diversity, and you never quite know what you're going to get as far as music. Each volunteer kind of brings their own special flavor of music, and I don't know, I think you get to know people better when you kind of like, oh, that's what they're really into. And
yeah, for sure.
I don't know. There's definitely volunteers that I'm like, oh, we have similar taste in music. So I look forward to hearing what they have. So tune in for that. Again, David John up at 1:00 this afternoon.
That's right. And we receive support from North in Bloom in downtown Grand Rapids. North in Bloom wants to recognize moms and mom-like figures by wishing all a happy Mother's Day. Bouquets, gifts, and more information at northinbloom.com.
We also receive support from the Move It Real Estate Group, assisting clients with real estate purchases and sales for over 25 years, not only in Grand Rapids, but across northern Minnesota. Move to what moves you. More at moveitrealestate.com.
Coming up at 8:45, we're going to talk with Brian French from the Forest History Center about warbler walks, which are going to be happening on Wednesdays and Saturday mornings during the month of May. We'll find out just what warblers are and what defines a warbler and what you can expect with those events.
Yeah, and that's coming up at 8:45, did you say?
Yep.
Well, good. And looking at events going on around the listening area, we have our Kick It with KAXE coming up on Thursday, May 22nd. You can join us as we kick off patio season with a free outdoor concert with Molly Mayer and Woodblind meets Teague Alexi at Rapids Brewing Company. The event starts at 5:30. Before the music, we will have our annual meeting with a brief recap from the past year and nominations and introductions of new potential board members. We'll also be presenting our community awards as well and recognizing our volunteers. Last year, it was such a fun event.
Yeah.
So if you can, please join us. And if you'd like to run for our board of directors, we do have some open seats. You can email me I'm Sarah at KAXE.org. And this free concert is made possible in part with support from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Yep, really looking forward to that event. And the Edge Center Gallery in Big Fork is calling for entries to Art on the Edge. It's their 19th annual juried exhibit. Deadline is Monday, June 1st. The exhibit will run in August. All media is eligible, but the work must have been created from 2023 to the present. Find more information at edgecenterarts.org.
And if you have any community events going on, we'd love to hear about them. You can pass those along to us, psa@kaxe.org.
Up next, we are going to hear more from Morning Edition from National Public Radio. And coming up at 8:30, we'll have a special edition of the Up North Report.
On a Monday morning, it's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm Michelle Martin. Good morning. Press freedom is, quote, no longer a given in the United States. That's according to a new report published by the Committee to Protect Journalists. That's a nonprofit organization that promotes press freedom around the world. CPJ normally waits about a year into any new presidential administration to evaluate its impact on the free press. But under the current administration, the group decided to act sooner. Here to tell us more is Catherine Jacobson, lead author of the CPJ report, and she's the program coordinator for the U.S., Canada, and the Caribbean. Good morning, Catherine. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me.
So what led your team to conclude that press freedom is, quote, no longer a given in the United States? That's actually a pretty disturbing statement.
Yes, indeed. So the first 100 days of the Trump administration were marked by a flurry of executive actions that we concluded have created a real chilling effect and have the potential to curtail media freedoms. So what we're talking about are challenges to access, so journalists being able to even get into the White House for various events that they would previously have been able to have access to. We're talking about the weaponization of regulatory bodies and legal frameworks against news organizations as well, in addition to continued targeted attacks against journalists and newsrooms. And it's all of these actions kind of taken individually might seem like a one-off case, but when put together, paint a really alarming picture of deteriorating media freedom in the U.S.
What do you think it means in practice, especially around the country? I think many people might be aware of certain actions directed at media organizations based in Washington, D.C., but what about elsewhere?
Yeah, so might seem like insider baseball in DC, right? Things that are happening far away. But it's not. It's really creating a permission structure for local leaders to behave this way, both in the United States and then globally as well, right? What happens in the White House matters. And when the Associated Press, one of the world's largest news organizations, can't get into certain White House events because of decisions they've made about calling a body of water the Gulf of Mexico versus Gulf of America, right? That has real impact on journalists' ability to do their work, and also ability for the American public more broadly to have an understanding of what's happening in those rooms that organizations are excluded from.
I assume that you reached out to the White House about these findings. Did you get a response?
We did not, no.
So let me note here that NPR and public media are explicitly mentioned in your report. President Trump signed an executive order last week that seeks to end federal funding. The Federal Communications Commission is investigating whether NPR's corporate sponsorship credits comply with federal regulations. Other news organizations like CBS and 60 Minutes have been targeted with lawsuits. And as you just mentioned, the White House has been in a sort of a legal battle with the Associated Press over access to presidential events. When you consider all these actions together, what do you think the administration is trying to do?
You know, it's difficult to say what they're trying to do, but in effect what's happening is that it's creating a less free media environment and creating a chilling effect, which in some ways is very difficult to quantify, very difficult to undo, and the impact, I think, will be felt for decades to come, quite frankly. It's kind of the intangible, of slowing down the process of reporting and scaring off news outlets from covering stories that the administration perhaps might not want to be covered.
Before we let you go, just 30 seconds here. Does your organization have advice for journalists and news organizations?
Yes, I think continue doing your job. There are lots of organizations to support you. And I think it's really important for Americans to understand the role that journalists play as watchdogs in their community. You know, what reporters do is really hold power to account. And without a robust and free press, it's very difficult to have that accountability.
Catherine Jacobson is the lead author of a new report about diminishing press freedom in the United States by the Committee to Protect Journalists. Catherine Jacobson, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Safe to Sleep is a campaign to help prevent babies from dying in their sleep. It's been around for decades. It's seen big results. And now the Trump administration has shut down the office responsible for leading it. NPR's Maria Godoy has more.
Originally called Back to Sleep, the campaign launched in 1994 to bring awareness to sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS. At the time, more than 4,000 infants a year died from the condition. Dr. Rachel Moon is a researcher at the University of Virginia. She helped write the American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines on safe infant sleep. She says after the campaign launched, those deaths decreased by 50%.
Which is huge. We've saved thousands and thousands of babies' lives because of this.
Safe sleep recommendations for babies include laying them down on their back instead of their stomachs and avoiding loose blankets, pillows, and bumpers that could strangle or suffocate them. This information was distributed on social media as well as in pamphlets targeted to specific groups, like grandparents, and in different languages. All of this material was produced and distributed by the Communications Department for the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. Shriver was the aunt of current Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. As first reported by Stat News, that entire department was terminated on April 1st. Moon's contact at the office emailed her to share the news.
Just wanted to let you know that since the office has been terminated, so has Safe to Sleep. And that was it.
Moon says she was shocked.
For this to be pulled without any notice, at a time when these deaths are increasing, is devastating, frankly.
After holding steady for years, sleep-related infant deaths rose by nearly 12% between 2020 and 2022. Researchers think the rise may be related to parents not getting the information on safe sleep they needed during the pandemic, when access to healthcare might have been more limited. Allison Jacobson is with First Candle, a nonprofit that has participated in the Safe to Sleep campaign since it began. She says the group will continue its efforts to educate parents on safe sleep recommendations, but it doesn't have anywhere near the funding needed to replace the resources that the NIH provided.
State agencies, departments of health, hospitals would reach out to them and ask for all of these free resources to be sent to them, which they were able to do. We don't have the ability to do that.
We reached out to the National Institutes of Health for comment and received an email saying, quote, no final decision has been made regarding the future of the Safe to Sleep campaign. And the email said the campaign materials remain available on the NIH website. When I went onto the Safe to Sleep website, the pamphlets and other materials could still be downloaded, but many were listed as temporarily unavailable for order. Allison Jacobson says she's all too familiar with what can happen when parents don't get the safe sleep information they need. She says she's often heard this as part of First Candle's bereavement support services.
I can't tell you how many times it breaks my heart when we have parents in the group saying, nobody told me, or I didn't know. I didn't know I couldn't have a blanket in the crib. I didn't know about anything.
She worries that going forward, it's going to be that much harder to get information out to help parents keep their babies safe. Maria Godoy, NPR News.
Covering the news for you, this is NPR News.
This is KAXE. It is 8:18. Thanks for listening to the Monday Morning Show. I'm Jennifer Barr.
And I am Sarah Bignell. And we just heard a story there about the freedom of the press. And I was just wanting to talk a little bit about the executive order and some of the other things that have happened in regards to funding for the CPB, and kind of how it trickles down and affects us.
Yeah, you've been on a lot of calls.
A lot of calls lately, and just trying to navigate it. It seems like every time we turn around, there's another something that has been happening. And so there was a call first for the defunding of the CPB that we have, that the president office had issued that.
And that's the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
That is. And the Corporation for Public Broadcasting was established back in 1967 with the Public Broadcast Act of 1967 to prevent political meddling into public media. And the U.S. government at that time realized how important a role public media plays in America, and that we need to have airwaves that are free and easily accessible to everyone. And, you know, we don't have a paywall. Any kind of programming that we have is accessible to everybody. And, the free radio is such an important component of that. And we have rules and guidelines in which, like, our content, we have to present material that reflects our communities, and that is presented in a factual, balanced way. And, commercial radio doesn't have that. And really, we have an obligation to serve our communities and the American people. And so with that, the Public Broadcast Act of 1967 established the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, to which KAXE has been receiving money from the CPB for many, 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 many years. Mm-hmm. And that really helps us to be able to pay to do the work that we do here, the programming. It goes kind of to our overall bottom line. It also helps us to actually purchase programming, like what you just heard from National Public Radio. Morning edition. We also get All Things Considered as well. And so really it's an important piece of our overall budget. About 12% of our overall budget comes from the CPB. And we kind of thought we were safeguarded because our funds are appropriated 2 years in advance. Mm-hmm. And so, again, that was established back in 1967 to make sure that there wouldn't be any kind of political meddling into how public media is funded. And we have heard rumblings that there was a memo that the president had sent to Congress asking for a rescission of those funds, for those funds to actually be taken back. And so that has kind of stalled out. We haven't heard much more from that. There are also rumblings of the potential for reconciliation when they're looking at the budget. And instead of raising the debt limit, they would look at kind of reorganizing what they're funding, and that there's some concerns that the funding for the CPB could be eliminated out of that. And then with this executive order there's been the executive order that came out directly to the CPB, and there was also some letters that went out to some of the board members on the CPB's board telling them that they were terminated. And so now there are some court cases that are happening as a result of that they're challenging and saying that the president doesn't have the authority to be able to influence and make impacts to the CPB on the way it operates and how their board of directors are also operating. So a lot of fluid kind of things that are going on right now.
Yeah.
And, if the biggest thing, if people are kind of wanting more information or they're wanting to know like how they can help, there's a website called Protect My Public Media that really kind of lays out, the importance of the work that stations like ours do in communities. And you can sign up for more information there. So I really recommend people go check that out. Again, it's Protect My Public Media.
Okay. And then there was an executive order calling, a second one calling for the defunding directly of NPR and PBS.
Correct. And so the funding for NPR and PBS isn't necessarily directly from the CPB. They do receive some funding from that, but really the bulk of the monies that goes from the CPB to NPR, for example, in our case, is actually done through stations.
Through the local stations.
Yep. So we receive, for easy math here, we receive $200,000 from the CPB every year. And of that, they say that $60,000 of that has to be spent on national programming. And we're not told that you need to purchase programming from NPR. We choose to purchase programming from NPR. And so that designated dollar amount, the $60,000 we use to purchase programming from NPR. So that's kind of how that filters through there. Mm-hmm. And I believe on the last call that I was on that accounts for about 30% of NPR's total operating budget is the monies that they get from affiliate stations throughout the United States.
Okay.
So again, we're kind of monitoring things really closely, and it seems like anytime I'm like, oh, okay, I completely understand, that's what's going. It's like the winds kind of shift and something else is happening. And so I'm trying to kind of communicate how that affects us at a local level, and that has been really difficult. But again, the Protect My Public Media is a good spot to go that lays out ways in which you can get involved, because you as a listener, if you value, independent public media, you can reach out to your elected officials and voice your concern and support of public media. And, this time is important for us to do that. I wholeheartedly believe in public media and the power of it. And, not just for our stations, but, for all of the public media throughout northern Minnesota. If you look at the work like WTIP is doing up in, Grand Marais, and it's those local community stations that, we have an in. We live and work in these communities. We're able to authentically tell the stories of what's happening up here. And if that, funding goes away, I'm sad for the day of what that means, because we're seeing consolidation with local newspapers. We've seen that with local radio stations, and that we're kind of the last man standing, if you will, of truly local media throughout the United States and in northern Minnesota here.
That's right. Again, you can go to Protect My Public Media for more information and some resources there for how you can reach out to your elected officials.
Yeah, and get involved. And another way that goes a long way to show support as well is our membership, that we're able to say, hey, we have people that are putting dollars into our organization because they believe in the work that we're doing. Mm-hmm. And so if you've been lapsed on your membership to KAXE, now's the time to help, and step up and donate a little, because then we can prove like, hey, we have this local support. People depend upon the work that we're doing. And so donating is another way that you can help support us.
You can do that at KAXE.org. Coming up at about 8:30, we're going to hear a special edition of the Up North Report. Chelsea Perkins is going to tell us more about the bridge on 7th and homelessness issues in the Brainerd area. Right now, we're going to listen to some music from Courtney Barnett. She's got a recent cover of a Neil Young song. This is her version of Lotta Love.
Okay.
La 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 la. A lot of love to change the way things things are. It's gonna take a lot of love, or we won't get too far. So if you look in my direction and we don't see eye to eye, my heart needs protection, and so do I. It's gonna take a lot of love to get us through the night. It's gonna take a lot of love to make things work out right. So if you were out there waiting, I hope you show up soon, 'cause my heart needs relating, not solitude. Got a lot of love, got a lot of love. La 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 la. It's gonna take a lot of love to change the way things are. It's gonna take a lot of love, or we won't get too far. It's gonna take a lot of love. It's gonna take a lot of love. It's gonna take a lot of love.
That is Courtney Barnett, who you can see September 6th at Grand Rapids River Fest.
Yes, our headliner for this year's event. We also have Margot Price along with Courtney, Jeremy Albino, and Alan Sparhawk to round out the day. And early bird tickets are on sale now. You can get those at grandrapidsriverfest.com. And it's such a fun day of music, and really looking forward to this lineup.
Yeah, and that version of Lot of Love there comes from a new tribute album called Heart of Gold, the songs of Neil Young, which I've heard a little bit of, and it's got tons of great artists, including Brandi Carlile, Fiona Apple, Mumford & Sons, Eddie Vedder, Rodney Crowell, Steve Earle, lots more on that album.
Yeah, I heard the Fiona Apple, she does the cover of Heart of Gold,
yeah.
and it's fantastic, so I'll have to check out the rest of that.
Yeah, it is the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. I'm Jennifer Barr with Sarah Bignall, and we receive support from Hot Tubs of Northern Minnesota on Middle School Avenue in Bemidji, offering hot tubs, pool tables, and saunas. Learn more online at hotspringhotTubMN.com.
And our thanks also goes out to the First National Bank of Coleraine since 1906, serving the needs of the community and working with their friends and neighbors with branches in Coleraine and Grand Rapids. More information at colerainbank.com, member FDIC.
Coming up at 8:45, we're going to learn about warbler walks at the Forest History Center in Grand Rapids. But right now, it's time for the Up North Report.
For KAXE News, I'm Chelsea Perkins with a special edition of the Up North Report.
Would it be okay to go in the closet and pick out a few pairs of socks?
You can go in there and get a few pairs of socks, yes. Okay. That's open to you guys anytime. You can go in there.
People checked in steadily to the Bridge on 7th warming shelter in Brainerd on Monday night, looking for a place to sleep and maybe a couple of donated items like socks to make their days a little more tolerable. The shelter would only be open for 3 more nights before shutting down on May 1st. It won't open again until September. William was one of the guests staying at the shelter. He's excited to soon start a new job as a demonstrator at Costco in Baxter. He just doesn't know where he'll sleep at night this summer. The 58-year-old says he's been homeless since an eviction more than 2 years ago, and he spent last summer sleeping outside.
I lived on the second bench on the trail, just right down the road here, and that's where I slept. Actually, I had one blanket.
But that's now illegal in Brainerd and Baxter following the passage of camping bans on public property. Leaders of Bridges of Hope, the nonprofit that operates the shelter, had hoped to extend their services through the summer months because of this ban. But the Brainerd City Council denied that request earlier this month, and the shelter's interim use permit was shortened from 3 years to 1. Questions over whether the shelter attracts people from outside the city, perceived public safety concerns, and potentially murky data on those utilizing the shelter set the stage for the council's decisions. Councilmember Gabe Johnson says he supported the shelter from the beginning when it opened in 2021. Before that, there was no shelter at all, and as it stands, Bridge on 7th is the only one between Bemidji and St. Cloud. But Johnson doesn't see himself being convinced of the need of a year-round shelter in Brainerd, nor does he support the idea that the city of 13,000 people should be responsible for serving a 6-county area.
I don't know what the solution is. I know the concerns shared from our staff and our chief of police, number one, who I really trust on the matter, was that there is some hesitation and concern about a year-round shelter further expanding the problem of unhoused people in our community.
Data collected as part of a point-in-time count completed on one night each year in January does show that the number of homeless counted in Crow Wing County has risen significantly in the last few years. But shelter leaders and supporters say that the council's decisions are based on faulty reasoning, leaving Bridge on 7th on shakier ground and some of the community's most vulnerable people with no place to legally sleep. Brainerd resident and local business owner Amanda Quisberg expressed disappointment to the council over its decision. She says that she and her children have raised money for the shelter by sleeping outside themselves, and while volunteering there, she's seen how it helps people be stabilized.
Closing the shelter during the warmer months won't make the need go away. It just pushes people into more difficult and dangerous situations.
According to Bridges of Hope, a total of 50 people of the 170 who stayed there this year are now in more permanent housing solutions. And 70% of those who've stayed there since it opened have utilized the shelter for 14 days or fewer. Bridges of Hope Executive Director Janice Sjogren says these outcomes are thanks to partnerships with several other organizations. The shelter serves as an entry point to connecting with resources to find places to live, help with mental health or substance abuse, and jobs like Williams.
We're going to lean into this and say, hey, we do have data. We think you made the wrong decision. There is a path to come back to the table here and make a different, better decision.
The Bridge on 7th closed for the summer as of Thursday night, a rainy and cold one, and the building now sits empty. Faith leaders are scrambling to provide solutions, with at least one Brainerd church handing out tents and talks of opening their doors or lawns to those in need. 50-year-old George says he hopes he can find a place to camp where police won't harass him. 64-year-old Jeffrey plans to fix up an old pontoon and spend the summer living on a lake he knows like the back of his hand. And William hopes his job works out and leads him to once again live in stable housing.
I just got to keep my mind, straight and none of those curves, but the challenge is, again, like I said, it's getting there and back. I'll get it. I'll do it.
That's it for this special edition of the Up North Report from the KAXE News Desk. I'm Chelsea Perkins, telling the stories of northern Minnesota through local news.
The Up North Report is made possible by Woodland Bank, serving the area since 1920, with locations in Grand Rapids, Cohasset, Hill City, and Deer River. Woodland Bank believes in building community and serving local nonprofits like KAXE.
Hear the latest edition of the Up North Report today at 5:30 during All Things Considered here on People-Powered KAXE. 8:36, it's the Monday Morning Show. I'm Jennifer Barr with Sarah Bignall.
Good morning. And our thanks goes out to ICTV. ICTV connects, informs, empowers the community through diverse media. Learn more at watchictv.org.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, DJ Dang, your host for Headwaters. It's your source for great music. A lot of new music in there mixed with old. And on Mondays, we do the request line at 10:30, taking your song suggestions on a theme. Today, Dan wants to hear your songs about work.
Okay.
Which, the first one that comes to mind, I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's by Van Morrison, and it's about washing windows.
Okay.
I like that song because he's like, I'm a working man in my prime.
Oh, funny.
Yeah.
All that I can think of is, do you remember, and I don't know if this was everywhere or maybe it was just on the pop station here in northern Minnesota, but on Friday, they had the 5 o'clock whistle.
Okay.
And then it was Lover Boys working for the weekend.
Yeah.
And so that's the first thing that popped into mind. You know, a little, everybody's working for the weekend.
Great song. Another great song about getting off of work is 5 O'Clock World by the Ventures.
Oh, that was the Drew Carey. Yeah.
For a while, it was the Drew Carey theme song. And then they went to Cleveland Rocks, I think, after that.
Oh, correct. Yeah, I think you're correct on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there you go. If you have any recommendations for Dan on songs about work, other than Loverboy, I'm blanking.
Text us 218-326-1234. You can also text us about your favorite teachers. That's our question of the week. It's Teacher Appreciation Week, and we'd love to hear from you. 218-326-1234. Text in.
And the Fire in the Village, it's a collective of artists and cultural organizers, have room 203 Welcome Week activities each evening at 6 o'clock. That's going on now through the 9th. You can join them in their room at Old Central School in Grand Rapids. They'll have bingo today, and then they'll have games on Tuesday, a fireside cinema on Wednesday, karaoke on Thursday, and music with S. Carey on Friday.
We just heard from our development director, Chris Walker. He said, my second grade teacher, Miss Mackey, was my absolute favorite. She was one of the nicest people I had ever met. We always lightly made fun of the other because she liked country music and I liked hip hop. So at the end of the year, she gave me a Billy Ray Cyrus cassette and I gave her a Salt and Pepper one in return. I ran into her years later when I was a sophomore in high school and she instantly remembered me, which I was so appreciative of. It always amazes me, like when teachers will see their students as a much older version of themselves and still recognize them.
Yeah. And I love the fact that Chris got a Billy Ray Cyrus
cassette.
That's
love that.
That's pretty awesome. I wonder if he knows the dance, the little achy breaky line dance.
Yeah, that was huge.
That was pretty big.
That was very big. Yeah, I have some teachers that I don't live in my hometown anymore, but they recognize my parents still, which really amazes me because they didn't see them a whole lot. But my mom worked at a grocery store, and so she was this, someone people saw. Yeah. This was later. She didn't work there when I was in elementary school, but she, people would see her there and they'd be like, "Oh, how's Jennifer?" And they'd just be like, they still know that you're my mom. Like, how does that
Yeah. So I come in contact with my fourth grade teacher who, when I had her in fourth grade, had really long hair. Yeah. And they used to have on Wednesday, it was a religious release day. And so if you did not go to the religious release, you'd stay back for that. And we were able to comb Miss Lamont's hair.
Oh, wow.
Yes. She had the longest hair. It was so long. And it was very exciting oh my gosh, I get to comb her hair. And now that I think about it, it's a little odd, but
it is. And I don't think that would necessarily fly today, but I'm glad you enjoyed that. And it's a happy memory.
A happy memory of combing Miss Lamont. And she's a lovely human. And I'm glad that I still get to, see her from every now and then. So that's fun. Reminiscing of teachers and school time. And again, we want to thank all of the teachers as well as it's Teacher Appreciation Week. They have a hard job.
They do. Yes. And you can text in about your favorites, 218-326-1234. Coming up, we are going to talk with Brian French from the Forest History Center. We're going to learn about warbler walks that are happening this month on Wednesday and Saturday mornings. Right now, we're going to hear from the Be Good Tanyas.
Well, I feel like an old hobo on the sad, lonesome and blue. I was fair as a summer day. Now the summer days are through. You pass through places, and places pass through you. But you carry them with you on the soles of your traveling shoes. Well, I love you so dearly, I love you so clearly. I'll wake you up in the morning so early just to tell you I got the wandering blues. I
That is The Littlest Birds by the Be Good Tanyas here on the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. I'm Jennifer Barr with Sarah Bignall. And joining us now is Brian French from the Forest History Center. He is one of the Forest History staff leading warbler walks during spring migration at the Forest History Center in Grand Rapids, Wednesdays and Saturdays during the month of May, starting at 7 a.m. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning.
So let's get started there with what is a warbler?
What is a warbler? Warblers are a family of birds. So, of course, we've got lots and lots of birds that live in the United States, around the world. And throughout the world, there are warblers. Here in the United States, it's in the family Parulidae. But what you really need to know is that they're colorful little birds. And in the springtime, they come back right about now. Usually it's early to mid-May through the month of May, and there's maybe about 15 to 20 species of warblers that we'll see here. And, you know, the normal person probably knows what a robin is, or a crow, or a pigeon. And those are all different families of birds as well. But the warblers are a type of bird that it's just so colorful and pretty and active. And when we're looking for the signs of spring, the warblers are the ones that we really look for. And so when we do our warbler walks, we're not just looking for warblers, we're looking for all the birds. And what we do is we meet at 7 a.m. at the Forest History Center right in the parking lot. We do a quick introduction. I've got a whole bunch of binoculars if people want to borrow some binoculars. And then we'll just take a easy rambling walk through the woods. We've got the John Latimer Boardwalk that often is underwater just because of how it was constructed years ago. The beavers came along and they didn't really have the same honor of John that most of us do. And so, but right now it's above water. So we are actually able to walk through there. And so we get to see lots and lots of red-winged blackbirds and lots of swamp sparrows and all sorts of fun birds. We've got the raptors. We've got, so on the warbler walk that we just did this past Saturday, we're walking along, and of course, chickadees are pretty popular with everyone because they're just so charming. Mm-hmm. And we saw a chickadee fly up to a tree and then go into a hole in the tree. And then it came back out, and it had its little tiny beak full of wood chips. It was digging out a little cavity in the tree for a nest. And that's not the sort of thing that you see every day. And so we were just quite thrilled about that.
Yeah. Is that something that a chickadee would normally nest inside of a tree cavity, or? Yeah,
so I've seen chickadees nesting in tree cavities before, but they also will make a little cup nest, sort of the traditional little nest that you might see. Yeah. But but to be able to see it is what's really exciting most of all.
So you talked about the warblers being colorful birds. So what? Or is it like a yellow bird? Like what colors are we talking here?
Yeah, right. So actually yellow, it's good that you pulled that out, because yellow is one of the colors in a warbler that you really will see a lot of. And a lot of the warblers have yellow in their names. So you've got the yellow-rumped warbler, which we affectionately call the butterbutt. Yep. We also have the common yellow throat. We also have the yellow-winged warbler, the golden crown. So there's lots of different warblers that have the yellow, and they often have sort of a fun pattern to their feathers that a lot of birds don't necessarily have. So yellow is something that you'll often see, but there are warblers that also have orange. So the American redstart is a good example of that. Even though it says red, I think it's a little more orange. Of course, we all perceive color slightly differently. And then there's also the green-throated, the blue-throated. So like there are other colors that you'll see, but yellow is one that you really want to look for. That's one that you'll definitely see.
Yeah. So now most of these warblers that are here, are they just passing through or now, or this their nesting ground, or?
Yeah. So warblers generally will winter down south. And by down south, I mean, southern United States, Central America, South America. And then in mid-March, mid-April, they'll begin their journey north. And so a lot of these warblers, they're going to nest here. So they spend all of our fall, winter, and spring down near the equator. And then they come up here to nest. And part of the reason that they do that is there are so many birds down around the equator that when they come up here, they don't have as much competition. And so this is just an easier place to raise their young, to get food. And they time it. They're kind of smart because they time it to all the insects coming back. And so right as we start to notice mosquitoes and all the other things that we don't really want to see anymore, that's when the warblers show up and they're like, oh, I love the mosquitoes or all the other bugs. And so, they are big bug eaters. And so we also love them for that as well.
Good. So what kind of environments do warblers like? Do they vary by the species or? Yeah.
So every bird has just a slightly different niche that it likes to occupy. And warblers in general, they're often called wood warblers, and you will find them mostly in the woods. A lot of us have feeders at home, and I've got feeders at home too. The only warbler that I tend to see at home is a yellow-rumped warbler, like actually coming to my suet cakes. But other than that, most warblers, they prefer to be out in the woods, away from all of the hustle and bustle of town. So, woods is where you'll find them for the most part.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So the walks that are happening Wednesdays and Saturdays at the Forest History Center, you mentioned you've got the John Latimer Boardwalk, which is currently dry, but like how else is the terrain? Is it pretty level ground or like what can people expect?
Yeah, it's pretty level. Of course, if it happens to rain, then it's going to be a little mushy. We had one person who showed up wearing his bogs, the tall knee-high boots that are rubber. Didn't need them at all. We're not doing that sort of walk. But in general, it's fairly flat, but it's also going through forest trails here at the Forest History Center, and so every once in a while there might be a stump or a root that's sort of making its way up, but for the most part it is pretty flat. It's easy walking, and we usually go between 1 mile and 2 miles over the course of 2 hours, so we're not going fast. And it happens where we'll be walking along and then someone will hear a bird, and then we'll pause, and then we'll just listen, and we'll look, and we'll see if we can find it. And so there are a lot of times where we're sitting there for 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And if there are a lot of birds all at one time, what we're trying to do is we're trying to count. And so we keep track of all the different birds that we see. And so at the end of the day, each time we're done, we'll tally up everything that we saw, how many species, how many different individuals of each species, and then we'll submit that to eBird, which is part of a university system. The Cornell University has a big bird ornithology program, and so they're just keeping track of all the different birds that are out in the world. And so that's part of our citizen science that we do there.
Right. So where do you meet then?
Yeah, we meet right at the Forest History Center parking lot, and I'll just be there with my box of binoculars, and a lot of people bring their own stuff. One person brought his own camera because he wanted to try to get some good bird photos, and in fact, he got a photo of a broad-winged hawk with a frog in its talons. That was very exciting to see.
Yeah. Is there any cost to attend?
Yeah, this is free for anyone. Of course, we encourage people to join the Forest History Center to support all the work that we're doing. But yeah, anyone can show up and we will happily bring them along.
And does it happen rain or shine?
It happens rain or shine unless there's lightning.
Okay.
If there's lightning, we will cry uncle, but otherwise we're going to be out there watching for birds.
So 7 a.m. Wednesday and Saturday mornings at the Forest History Center in Grand Rapids. And that's Brian French. Are you leading all of them, or do you have a staff that kind of takes turns?
I'll probably be leading all of them. The other staff that we have who also are into birds, they also live an hour away. And so for them to get there at that hour means that they have to wake up at 0:30, which is just a little early. Yep. So yeah, I'll probably be leading them all, but I guarantee we'll have a good time.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming by today.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. It's Brian French from the Forest History Center. It's the Monday Morning Show on KAXE.
Leave traces in the leaves. Never thought I'd see her
she looks younger now. She finishes off my drink and puts on a bonnet of pins and says, I thought I'd find you much quicker than this. You must have thought I didn't exist for you. I do. We better go before your boyfriends cry. She says she takes photos of tractor balls and sells them to model luxury homes. The closest thing she's ever found to love is the kind you can't get rid of fast enough. She finishes off my drink and puts on a bonnet of pins and says, I thought I'd find you much quicker than this. You must have thought I didn't exist for you. I do. We better go before your boyfriends cry. Take the stairs to the bottom where the lights are out, and I'll be there with a lighter and a Nabokov cocktail. Forget the questionnaires and the oral history. I don't care how many times you almost said you missed me. It's a cup trick show and it's a puff of smoke, and it gets me every time. It's a pretty good joke. I know that you miss me. I know that you miss me. This stuff takes a lifetime. She finishes off my drink and puts on a bonnet of pins and says, I thought I'd find you much quicker than this. You must have thought I didn't exist for you. I do. I thought I'd find you much quicker than this. You must have thought I didn't exist for you. I do. We better go before your boyfriends cry.
That song's called Bonnet of Pins. It's by Matt Berenger from The National. He's got a solo album coming out called Get Sunk. 2 minutes before 9 o'clock. Thanks for listening to the Monday Morning Show on KAXE. I'm Jennifer Barr with Sarah Bignell.
We receive support from Grand Dental Center, where doctors Lisa Johnson, Leanna McBride, and their staff provide full-service family dental care for patients of all ages in Grand Rapids and surrounding communities. More info at granddentalcenter.com.
We also thank Dragonfly Coffee in Central Square Mall in Grand Rapids, featuring a scratch bakery and offering espresso, bubble tea, and more, empowering inclusion and community through employment. Special order pricing and more at drinkdragonfly.com.
In weather today, sunny, highs anywhere from 75 to 78 with south winds around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Some gusts could be higher. Clear skies overnight tonight with lows anywhere from 43 to 49. And tomorrow, Tuesday, sun continues with highs in the upper 70s. For most of northern Minnesota, a bit cooler in the Bemidji area with light and variable winds, and more sun on Wednesday with highs anywhere from 61 to 67.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, it's DJ Dang with Headwaters. His request line theme is songs about work. We've gotten a few suggestions on that. We've also heard about your favorite teachers. We heard from Michael Small, who said his favorite teacher was a history teacher at Grant High School in Portland, Oregon. And he would refer to JFK as Snot-Nosed Kennedy, offending almost everyone. He wanted us to think, defend, and argue our point of view. It worked. And he's got some work song suggestions, too. So
you can text those in. Again, that phone number, 218-326-1234. And this is 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids and 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker. We are people-powered radio in northern Minnesota. Join us at KAXE.org.
Time now for Headwaters with DJ Dang.
invisible crowd, but one honey chirp of a cricket in the grass cuts through the
Come over to the window, my little darling. I'd like to try to read your palm. I used to think I was some kind of gypsy boy before I let you take me home. Now so long, Marianne, it's time that we began to laugh and cry and laugh about it all again. Well, you know that I love to live with you, but you make me forget so very much. I forget to pray for the angels, and then the angels forget to pray for us. So long, Marianne, it's time that we began to laugh and cry and laugh about it all again. We met when we were almost young, deep in the green lilac park. You held on to me like I was a crucifix as we went kneeling through the dark. Oh, so long, Marianne, it's time that we began to laugh and cry and laugh about it all again. Your letters, they all say that you're beside me now. Then why do I feel alone? I'm standing on a ledge and your fine spider web is fastening my ankle to a stone. Now so long, Marianne, it's time that we began to laugh and cry and laugh about it all again. For now I need your hidden love. I'm cold as a new razor blade. You left when I told you I was curious. I never said that I was brave. Oh, so long, Marianne. It's time that we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all. Oh, you are really such a pretty one. I see you've gone and changed your name again. And just when I climb this whole mountainside to wash my eyelids in the rain, oh, so long, Marianne. It's time that we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all.
TV tired, bleeding on the bed. The milk is just expired, all the leaves are dead. I'm not quiet, you've been quiet, just receiving what you said. Reeling, feeding, feelings filled by everything you fed. I see you as you see yourself through all the books you read. Overwhelmed with guilt and realizing the disease. You give me chills, I've had it with the drills. I'm nothing, you are nothing, we are nothing with the pills. I'm empty till she feels, alive until she kills. And her vampire empire, I'm the fish and she's my gills. Falling, yeah. Falling, yeah. I see they're rejecting all your earthly power, protecting and dissecting till you've emptied every hour. We jump into the pond and then we come under the shower. You lay upon my pillow and you open like the flower. I wanted to see you naked, I wanted to hear you scream, I wanted to kiss your skin and your everything. I wanted to be your woman and I wanted to be your man. I wanted to be the one that you could understand. You give me chills, I've had it with the chills. I'm nothing, you are nothing, we are nothing with the pills. I'm empty till she feels, alive until she kills. And her vampire empire, I'm the fish and she's my gills. Falling, yeah. Falling, Well, I walked into your dagger for the last time in a row. It's like trying to start a fire with matches in the snow. And you can't seem to hold me here, can't seem to let me go. So I can't find surrender, can't seem to keep control. You turn me inside out and then you want the outside in. You spin me all around and then you ask me not to spin. You say you want to be alone and then you want children. You want to be with me but then you want to be with him. You give me chills, I've had it with the chills. I'm nothing, you are nothing, we are nothing with the pills. I'm empty till she feels, alive until she kills. And her vampire empire, I'm the fish and she's my gills. Falling, yeah. Falling, yeah.
Adrian Lenker, formerly of Nisswa, Minnesota, and currently the lead singer of Big Thief. That's off her solo record, Bright Future, and that's her solo version of Vampire Empire. Big Thief recorded their own version of that song and put it out in 2024 and got tons of airplay. And all the time, that same song was hiding on her solo record. And shout out to Darren White for letting me know that version of the song was on her solo record. Before that, Charlie Parr, Don't Send Your Child to War, off of the Roustabout record. Leonard Cohen, So Long, Marianne, and Lowland Hum started the set out with a drive through the countryside. Good morning, everyone. This is Headwaters on KAXE, your source for the nicest sounds from all the towns. Sort of new. We've been doing this for about 5 months now on KAXE, weekdays from 9 to 11 a.m., and I am thrilled to be your host this morning. I am DJ Dang. Support comes from Bike Bemidji's Loop the Lake Festival. The 17-mile ride around Lake Bemidji celebrates bicycling and features food and music at rest stations along the way, starting at the South Shore Beach between 7:30 a.m. and 10 a.m. on the summer solstice, Saturday, June 21st. Registration now open at bikebemidji.com. Friends of the Grand Rapids Area Library have a Spring Fever pop-up book sale today, Monday, May 5th, from 10 a.m. to 6 at the library. And Fire in the Village, a collective of artists and cultural organizers, have Room 203 Welcome Week activities each evening at 6 o'clock tonight through the 9th. Join them in their old room at Old Central School in Grand Rapids for bingo on Monday, games on Tuesday, fireside cinema on Wednesday, karaoke on Thursday, and music with S. Carey on Friday. Coming up later this morning, in about half an hour, we will have the slice of green cheese. And at 10:30, we will have Request Line. We're looking for your requests, asking for songs of work. And so far, we've heard from 3 or 4 of you, and we are for sure going to squeeze those in. What do we have requested? Sharon Jones, People Don't Get What They Want. We have a Utah Phillips song requested. And I think we're going to get 16 Tons in there as well from Michael Small. Okay, back to the music. T-Bone Burnett has been around a hot minute and is maybe more known as a singer or as a songwriter. I think a lot of his songs got recorded by other people. But he put out a recent record called The Other Side, and this is going to be a song called The Pain of Love right here on Headwaters.
The pain of love comes over you from above, over no virtue. A rain of dreams to pursue, and another lover to notice you. The pain of love comes over you. We are like gods, but we are not gods. We can create and we can destroy. We can shoot straight, we can decoy. We are like gods, but we are not gods. We can break rank, we can walk the line, we can walk the plank, we can cloud nine, we can shoot blanks, we can whine, 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 we can give thanks, we can mine, we can rob a bank, we can build a shrine. We are like gods, but we are not gods. The pain of love comes over you from above, over no virtue. The rain of dreams to pursue, and another lover to notice you. The pain of love comes over you.
Fly me any way. No matter what folks may say. Fly me any way.
my string. In every great promise, I just gotta sing. Maybe you're lost, or maybe you're free. But God, I wish you were here with me. Oh yeah. You are the grease spinning my wheels. In every great notion, I just gotta feel. Maybe you're lost, or maybe you're free. But God, I wish you were here with me. In a shotgun seabed with the best of flowers. Past the catboat mast and the crowfoot grass, by the birch bark trees, dropping last year's leaves, where the bird bombs mix with the shells and the sticks, and the seaweed glows in the dark. Oh, maybe you're lost, or maybe you're free. But God, I wish you were here with me. In a shotgun seabed with the best of flowers.
Hamilton Lighthouser, also known as the leader of the Walkmen, with his song Fist of Flowers off his new record This Side of the Island. Before that, Marabou State featuring Holly Walker on vocals, Peace Talk, Valerie June off her excellent Owls, Omens, and Oracles record Love Me Any Old Way, that featured the Blind Boys of Alabama, and T-Bone Burnett started the set off with his song The Pain of Love featuring Lucius. I believe we have a new record from Lucius that just came out. Should be getting a lot of airplay here on this here station. This is Headwaters on KAXE, KBXE. I'm your host, DJ Dang. You can catch Headwaters every Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. till 11. Coming up in about 15 minutes will be our slice of green cheese, and 1 hour from now at 10:30, our request line theme is songs about work. We've already heard from 3 or 4 of you. Just keep sending them in, and I'll keep laying them down. Support comes from Katie Floral, located on 4th in Minnesota in downtown Bemidji, offering floral arrangements for all occasions and indoor plants, curated gifts, and space to express your creative side. KatieFloral.com on Facebook and Instagram. A couple of the local events going on today. Friends of the Brainerd Public Library continue their Brown Bag Author Series today, Monday, May 5th at noon. Minnesota author Mary Seifert will discuss her new book, Maverick, Movies, and Murder, the first in a new mystery series. The Grand Rapids Area Community Foundation announces 100 Women Who Care giving event Monday, May 5th at 6 p.m. at Timberlake Lodge. Each attendee will donate $100 and pool their resources for a local nonprofit. Learn more by following 100 Plus Women Who Care, Itasca Area on Facebook. The KAXE album of the week is What Did the Blackbird Say to the Crow by Rhianna Giddens and Justin Robinson. They are 2/3 of the legendary Carolina Chocolate Drops reuniting. And that group was very, very much influenced by African-American fiddler Joe Thompson. And this album compiles more of the songs that they learned from the fiddle tradition in a very particular area of North Carolina. They were taught those songs by Joe Thompson, and Rihanna Giddens and Justin Robinson were also heavily influenced by a guitarist that's new to me, but she played the Piedmont blues, and her name was Etta Baker. Many of the tunes originated before the Civil War, and on some of the tracks they're accompanied by Justin Harrington on bones. Let us know what you think of our album of the week. You can text us at 218-326-1234. But this is Rihanna Giddens and Justin Robinson with this song, Old Molly Hare.
Back there.
We thank the Natural Harvest Food Co-op on Silver Lake in Virginia for their support. Their wellness department offers a full array of supplements and body care products to the Iron Range community. Open 8 to 8 Monday through Friday and 9 to 7 on weekdays. Learn about career opportunities at naturalharvest.coop and on Indeed.
Well, here I am pulled over now, just crying on the shoulder down the road that I've been driving on for days. So I ain't my moral compass, but it's spinning like a wheel. You could take that many different ways. I've had days as black as nighttime and nights that lasted years. I spent 1,000 hours on my knees. Broke down and started praying, but I was pleading with the wind just to never feel a difference in the breeze. They say heaven knows the road is slow. Lord, how the hell would heaven know? Just where am I supposed to go from here? How much longer now before I'm in the clear? Better find a place to stay, 'cause the lightning in the distance and the thunderheads roll by, and the morning seems to hurry far away. When the fog lifts off the valley where the half moon hides a halo beneath the veil of silver linen haze, maybe then I'll journey onward with the darkness in my eyes while I'm holding on to hopes of brighter days. They say heaven knows the road is slow. Heaven know. Just where am I supposed to go from here? How much longer now before I'm in the clear? They say heaven knows the road is slow. Just where am I supposed to go from here? How much longer now before I'm in the clear?
I've never seen the inside of a barroom or listen to a jukebox all night long. But I see these are the things that bring you pleasure. So I'm gonna make some changes in our home. I've heard it said, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. So if that's the way you've wanted me to be, I'll change if it takes that to make you happy. From now on you're gonna see a different me, because you're good girls are gonna go bad. I'm gonna be the swingin'est swinger you've ever had. If you like 'em painted up, powdered up, then you ought to be glad, 'cause you're good girls are gonna go bad. I'll even learn to like the taste of whiskey. In fact, you'll hardly recognize your wife. I'll buy some brand new clothes and dress up fancy for my journey to the wilder side of life, because you're good girls are gonna go bad. I'm gonna be the swingin'est swinger you've ever had. If you like 'em painted up, powdered up, then you ought to be glad, 'cause you're good girls are gonna go bad.
Born on this day in 1942, Tammy Wynette with her song, Your Good Girl's Gonna Go Bad. Happy birthday, Tammy. Before that, Billy Strings off the Highway Prayers record, In the Clear, Bird Talker with Dogs and Rocks. And our album of the week, Rhianna Giddens and Justin Robinson, What Did the Blackbird Say to the Crow is the name of the record, and we heard Old Molly Hare. Let us know what you think of our album of the week. You can text us at 218-326-1234. Good morning. This is Headwaters on KAXE, KBXE. I am your host, DJ Dang. So glad you're listening. Coming up at 1 o'clock, your volunteer on the river host from 1 until 4 will be David John. And this evening, over in the Grand Rapids studios at KAXE, DJ the DJ will be your volunteer on the river host from 7 o'clock until 10. And now it's time for a slice of green cheese, our daily trivia question. Be the first to call in with the correct answer, and we'll send you a coupon for a treat at an area business. Thanks goes out to today's sponsors, Wild Hair Bistro in Bemidji and Molly Poppins Gourmet Snacks in Park Rapids, for making the daily slice of green cheese possible. If you've won sometime in the last 30 days, please hold your calls and give someone else a chance. Here is today's question. On this day in 1984, Chrissie Hynde, the leader of the Pretenders, married Jim Kerr, who was the lead singer of what Scottish band? If you know the answer or you want to make a guess, call 218-326-1234. The question again is, on this day in 1984, Chrissie Hynde of the Pretenders married Jim Kerr, who was the lead singer of what Scottish band? Call 218-326-1234 with your guess. And while we're waiting for that, we're going to take a trip to Mali right here on Headwaters. We do have a winner for today's slice of green cheese. Please hold your calls. We have a winner. Please hold your calls. We have a winner for today's slice of green cheese. Ziggy from Bemidji is going to Harmony Food Co-op. And Ziggy correctly answered the question. On this day in 1984, Chrissie Hynde of the Pretenders married Jim Kerr, who was the lead singer of what Scottish band? And that band was Simple Minds, who were hugely popular in their day, but probably don't have the staying power of the Pretenders, at least as far as I'm concerned. Fight me. We'll see. Listen weekday mornings around 9:45 for a slice of green cheese, and tune in Saturday nights from 7 to 9 for KAXE's popular green cheese trivia show. This week's host is Janet Brademan and Christy Norland out of the Bemidji studios. We're going to keep the tunes moving right along. This is a new record from Little Barry and Malcolm Cotto. The song is called Electric War, right here on Headwaters, KAXE, KBXE. Really digging that sound by Little Barry and Malcolm Cotto. Malcolm Cotto has been the live drummer for DJ Shadow, has his own group, Heliocentrics, and Little Barry has been putting out music for a good while now and collaborates with a lot of people. The name of the record is Electric War. The name of the song was Electric War, giving off heavy Can vibes. The German group Can sounds right in that ballpark there. I like it a lot. Before that, off of the original Sound of Mali 2 record, Bubu Sako and Sakona Sako with their song Mama Nia. Coming up in the next hour, let's see, starting in about half an hour, we are going to have the request line. We've already got a bunch of requests in. The theme of today's request line are work songs, and we've had requests for Sharon Jones, Tennessee Ernie Ford, Utah Phillips, and Bob Dylan. And probably we're reaching our limit of the amount of songs we can squeeze in for that last half hour. But let us know what you got. Coming up next... Well, I got to handle my business first. Let's do that. This is 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker, we are people-powered radio in northern Minnesota. Join us at KAXE.org. This is Headwaters every Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. till 11 a.m. I am your host this morning, DJ Dang. Hope you're having a great Monday morning. It is sunny and beautiful out. We are going to have another warm day. Let me see if I can find the weather. Oh, we want to go the other direction there. Here we go. Yeah, today highs, 75 to 78. South winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, gusting higher. And clear skies overnight. Lows 43 to 49. And tomorrow, Tuesday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s again for most of northern Minnesota. A bit cooler in the Bemidji area. And light and variable winds. And Wednesday, another sunny day. A little bit cooler in the mid-60s. Looks like we're expecting highs in the mid-60s that day. Our KAXE question of the week is, it's National Teacher Appreciation Week. Tell us about your favorite teacher. Text us at 218-326-1234. We've already heard from several people today. Just keep them coming. Let us know who your favorite teacher is. I worked with kids for 30 years and have nothing but mad respect for all the educators out there. This song was the lead single off the Aladdin Sane record. It was released today in 1973 by David Bowie. And apparently, according to Bowie, this song was a smorgasbord of imagined Americana. And the protagonist in the song was inspired by Iggy Pop. And the title being an allusion to author Jean Genet, who is French and not American, but okay. And it's easily one of Bowie's most famous tracks. We are going to hear Genie right here on Headwaters, KAXE, KBXE.
Flashback blazers and ate all your razors while pulling the waiters, talking about Monroe and walking on Snow White. New York's a go-go and everything tastes nice. Poor little greenie. Get back on. Genie lives on his back. The Genie loves chimney stacks. Scratching the sand, let go of his hand. He says he's a musician, sells you nutrition, keeps all your dead hair for making up underwear. Poor little greenie. The Genie lives on his back. The Genie loves chimney stacks. He's outrageous, he screams out he moans. The Genie I'm strong as a woman could be. The good and bad, they come and go. Ups and downs, the highs and lows. Rain or shine, sleet or snow. One day you're hot, the next you're in the cold. Keep on holding on, keep on holding on. Keep on holding on. You know I've seen them come and I've watched them go. The sound of hurricanes pushing on my door. I've been on both sides of a broken log. I felt the pain and learned how to let it go. People tell me that all in good time the world will be a better place. But maybe people have lost their damn mind, and this is just the end of days. The truth and lies, the rights and wrongs, touch the sky from the ground that you're standing on. You borrow time, to each his own. One day you're born, the next you're dead and gone. Keep on holding on, keep on holding on. Keep on holding on. You know I've seen them come and I've watched them go. The sound of hurricanes pushing on my door. I've been on both sides of a broken log. I felt the pain and learned how to let it go.
was a late night get down. I had to give it to him. Late night get down. I worked hard all the evening, busking and singing the blues, throwing round these hips for an extra dollar or two. But I tried to make it home long before the midnight crowd, 'cause things get rowdy when they count. For the late night get down, I had to give it to him. Late night get down. Late night get down. Ooh. Late night get down. Late night get down. Fill my cup, roll me up. That's the give and take. If you trying to see this ass shaking, lift me up. Hear me now. All I got in my soul to give is a late night get down. I had to give it to him. Late night get down. Late night get down. Late night get
Okay, Southern Avenue. Off the record, Family with the song Late Night Get Down. Before that, Butcher Brown, I Remember, featuring Yaya Bay on vocals. And a killer new record from Galactic and Irma Thomas, or actually, let me flip that around. Irma Thomas featuring Galactic as her backup band. Audience with the Queen. People was the song we heard. And then celebrating its release in 1973 off the Aladdin Sane record, the song Genie by David Bowie. This is Headwaters on KAXE, your source for great music. You can catch it every Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. till 11 a.m. I'm your host, DJ Dang. Coming up at 1 o'clock, David John will be your On the River host, and tonight from 7 to 10, DJ the DJ will be playing those good tunes. Do you love KAXE? Do you work in a business in northern Minnesota? You can support this station by becoming a business sponsor. Find out more. Email sponsors at kaxe.org. Kick It with KAXE Thursday, May 22nd. Join us as we kick off patio season with a free outdoor concert with Molly Mayer and Woodbline meets T. Galaxy featuring the T&T Hi-Fi at Rapids Brewing Company. Event starts at 5:30. Before music, there will be KAXE's annual meeting with a brief recap of the past year, a nomination and introduction of new potential board members. Interested in joining the board? Email Sarah at kaxe.org. Made possible with support from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. It's also a huge night to celebrate all of the volunteers here at KAXE. We have over 100 people helping us on air primarily. 70% of the music on this station is brought to you by your neighbors and friends from the community, and we'll be celebrating them that night, Thursday, May 22nd. All are welcome. And if you're interested in becoming a DJ, you're a music lover and think you might want to do a radio show, if you're thinking about it, you probably should. And we're going to have a set of trainings coming up in the beginning of June over at KAXE, June 3rd from 5:30 to 7. And the next night, June 4th, will be over here at the KBXE studios in Bemidji. You only have to attend one of those meetings, and you can email me, dgannon, Gannon, at kaxe.org if you want more info. All right, we got lots of birthdays of cool musicians. But first, we're going to start off, I guess this is life and death in this set. Millie Small had a huge hit that was number 2 in both the United States and in the UK. And on this day in, where am I at? In 2020, Millie Small passed away, and we are going to hear her song, My Boy Lollipop. After that, we're celebrating birthdays of Echo and the Bunnymen's lead singer Ian McCullough, the guitar players from the Specials, Roddy Radiation, and we already heard from Tammy Wynette. Coming up at 10:30 will be the work song set. Here we go. This is My Boy Lollipop by Millie Small.
My heart told me so. got your love anymore. I'm the one you're leaving her for. Rumor has it. Whispered in my ear, tell a story that I cannot bear to hear. Just 'cause I said it, it don't mean that I meant it. People say crazy things. Just 'cause I said it, don't mean that I meant it. Just 'cause you heard it. Rumor has it. It, he's the one I'm leaving you for.
Happy birthday, Adele, born on this day in 1988, and I'm kind of shocking myself playing an Adele song. What do you know? Rumor has it, off of her 21 record. Before that, it's all birthdays. Ian McCullough, the lead singer of Echo and the Bunnymen, the song off their very first record. Crocodiles, we heard the song Do It Clean. The Specials, with the song A Message to You, Rudy. It was Roddy Radiation, their guitar player's birthday today. And Millie Small passed away on this day in 2020. And she was introduced the sound of ska and the broader sounds of Jamaican music to the world with her smash hit, My Boy Lollipop. We received support from Arrow Embroidery on Northwest 5th Street in Grand Rapids, creating custom embroidered and screen printed apparel, hats, and uniforms. More info at arrowembroidery.com. And we'd like to thank the National Alliance on Mental Illness of the Grand Rapids area. NAMI offers a free and confidential monthly support group for family and friends of persons with mental illnesses. More at NAMIGrandRapidsMN.org. It is time for a request line where we reach out to you, our listener, and get some suggestions for a theme. And today's theme is songs about work. And we've gotten several requests in. We're going to hear a little bit later from Sharon Jones and Tennessee Ernie Ford, Utah Phillips, and Bob Dylan. But first, coming up in July, opening up for Trampled by Turtles in Duluth, and last year's performer at Grand Rapids Riverfest, we are going to hear S.G. Goodman with her song Work Until I Die, right here on Headwaters, KAXE, KBXE.
rich, more rich, no, it won't be you. Pennies for your diamond, crumbs to chew. Song of the South, take a little piece of pie with a bust your mouth. You make the rich more rich, no, it won't be you. Pennies for your diamond, crumbs to chew. Money don't fall.
love you. I've been grinding so long. I've been grinding so long. Been up, through way down, through way up, through way down, through way up, down, back up again. And I say, woman, make me feel so good. Make me feel alright. Make me feel alright. You alright, 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 alright. You alright, 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 alright. Make me feel so good. Set my soul on fire. Set my soul on fire. Ooh-wee.
Van Morrison with the song I've Been Working off of his band and the Street Choir record. Before that, Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings. That was requested by Dave Halverson. Thanks so much, Dave. Killer tune. People don't get what they deserve. And S.G. Goodman, Work Until I Die off of her Teeth Marks records. This is Request Line on Headwaters. I'm your host, DJ Dang, and we are playing songs about work. Support for KAXE comes from Great Lakes Aquarium with its new exhibit, Lava to Lakes, offering a discovery into what was here before the land we call Minnesota, including sharks, jellyfish, and giant prehistoric fish. Hours and tickets at glaquarium.org. Special Olympics Minnesota is looking for volunteers to help out at a track meet at Grand Rapids High School Saturday, May 17th. No experience needed. For more information, visit specialolympicsminnesota.org. We're going to get back into the work set here. We're going to hear right now from Nina Simone off of her High Priestess of Soul record. This is Work Song.
Breaking rocks out here on the chain gang. Breaking rocks and serving my time. Breaking rocks out here on the chain gang. Cause they done convicted me of crime. I hold it steady right there while I hit it. Well, I reckon that ought to get it. Been working and working, but I still got so terribly far to go. I committed crime, Lord, I need crime of being hungry and poor. I left the grocery store and breathing when they caught me robbing a store. I hold it steady right there while I hit it. Well, I reckon that ought to get it. Been working and working, but I still got so terribly far to go. I heard the judge say 5 years on chain gang you gonna go. I heard the judge say 5 years of labor. I heard my old man scream, Lordy, no. Hold it right there while I hit it. Well, I reckon that ought to get it. Been working and working, but I still got so terribly far to go. See my sweet honey babe, I'm gonna break this chain off the run. I'm gonna lay down somewhere shady. Lord, I sure am hard in the sun. Hold it right there while I hit it. Well, I reckon that ought to get it. Been working and working, working and slaving and working and working, but I still got so terribly far to go.
I spent my whole life making somebody rich. I busted my ass for that son of a bitch, and he left me to die like a dog in a ditch, and told me I'm all used up. He used up my labor, he used up my time, he plundered my body and squandered my mind, and gave me a pension of handouts and wine, and told me I'm all used up. My kids are in hock to a god you call work, slaving their lives out for some other jerk. Yeah, my youngest in Frisco just made shipping clerk, and he don't know I'm all used up. Young people reaching for power and gold don't have respect for anything old. For pennies they're bought and for promises sold, someday they'll all be used up. They use up the oil, they use up the trees, they use up the air and they use up the sea. Well, how about you, friend, and how about me? What's left when we're all used up? I'll finish my life in this crummy hotel. It's lousy with bugs and my God, what a smell. But my plumbing still works and I'm clear as a bell. Don't tell me I'm all used up. Outside my window the world passes by, gives me a handout and spits in my eye, and no one can tell me 'cause no one knows why I'm living but I'm all used up. Sometimes in my dreams I sit by a tree. My life is a book of how things used to be, and kids gather around and they listen to me, and they don't think I'm all used up. And there's songs and there's laughter and things I can do, and all that I've learned I can give back to you. I'd give my last breath just to make it come true. No, I'm not all used up. They use up the oil and they use up the trees, they use up the air and they use up the sea. Well, how about you, friend, and how about me? What's left when we're all used up?
Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bones. A mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get for another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, to bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. Fighting and trouble are my middle name. I was raised in the canebrake by an old mama line. Can't no high-toned woman make me walk the line. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't, a lot of men died. One fist of iron, the other of steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store.
Settling over town, starlight by the edge of the creek. The buying power of the proletariat's gone down. Money's getting shallow and weak. Well, the place I love best is a sweet memory. It's a new path that we trod. They say low wages are reality if we want to compete abroad. Cruel weapons have been put on the shelf. Come sit down on my knee. You are dearer to me than myself, as you yourself can see. While I'm listening to the steel rails hum, got both eyes tight shut. Just sitting here trying to keep the hunger from creeping its way into my gut. Meet me at the bottom, don't lag behind. Bring me my boots and shoes. You can hang back or fight your best on the front line. Sing a little bit of these working man blues. Well, I'm sailing on back, ready for the long haul. Tossed by the winds and the seas, I'll drag them all down the hill and I'll stand them at the wall. I'll sell them to their enemies. I'm trying to feed my soul with thought. Gonna sleep off the rest of the day. Sometimes no one wants what you've got. Sometimes you can't give it away. Now the place is ringed with countless fools. Some of them may be deaf or dumb. No man, no woman knows the hour that sorrow will come. In the dark I hear the night birds call. I can feel the lover's breath. I sleep in the kitchen with my feet in the hall. Sleep is like a temporary death. Meet me at the bottom, don't lag behind. Bring me my boots and shoes. You can hang back or fight your best on the front line. Sing a little bit of these working bad blues. ride. I got to be careful, I don't wanna be forced into a life of continual crime. I can see for myself that the sun is sinking. How I wish you were here to see. Tell me now, am I wrong in thinking that you have forgotten me? Now they worry and they hurry and they fuss and they fret. They waste your nights and days. Them I won't forget, but you I'll remember always. Old memories of you to me have clung. You wounded me with your words. Gonna have to straighten out your tongue. It's all true, everything you've heard. Meet me at the bottom, don't lag behind. Bring me my boots and shoes. You can hang back or fight your best on the front line. Sing a little bit of these working band blues.
Working Man Blues, number 2 by Bob Dylan, off of his Modern Times record. That was requested anonymously via our text line. Before that, 16 Tons, a classic tune by Tennessee Ernie Ford, as suggested by Michael Small. Nina Simone with Work Song. And where did we get? Oh, yeah, I forgot Utah Phillips. How could I forget the great Utah Phillips? All used up as requested by Michael and Karen. The theme of today's request line was work. And thanks to all of you who participated in getting these songs out there. This has been Headwaters. I've been your host, DJ Dang. Thanks so much for tuning in. Had a great morning. Hope you're having a great one, too. And this is 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker.
From NPR, it's World Cafe, and today we are lost in the supermarket.
I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily.
That's right, songs about shopping.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket.
Songs about stealing. And songs about the thing that makes the world go round. This hour, music from Devo, Pet Shop Boys, Jane's Addiction, The Smiths, Madonna, and a whole lot more. And we don't accept cash, no credit card, no Venmo. It's free. Imagine that. I'm Kaleo. This is World Cafe.
For KAXE News, I'm Chelsea Perkins with a special edition of the Up North Report.
Would it be okay to go in the closet and pick out a few pairs of socks?
You can go in there and get a few pairs of socks, yes. Okay. That's open to you guys anytime you can go in there.
People checked in steadily to the Bridge on 7th warming shelter in Brainerd on Monday night, looking for a place to sleep and maybe a couple of donated items like socks to make their days a little more tolerable. The shelter would only be open for 3 more nights before shutting down on May 1st. It won't open again until September. William was one of the guests staying at the shelter. He's excited to soon start a new job as a demonstrator at Costco in Baxter. He just doesn't know where he'll sleep at night this summer. The 58-year-old says he's been homeless since an eviction more than 2 years ago, and he spent last summer sleeping outside.
I lived on the second bench on the trail, just right down the road here, and that's where I slept. Actually, I had 1 blanket.
But that's now illegal in Brainerd and Baxter following the passage of camping bans on public property. Leaders of Bridges of Hope, the nonprofit that operates the shelter, had hoped to extend their services through the summer months because of this ban. But the Brainerd City Council denied that request earlier this month, and the shelter's interim use permit was shortened from 3 years to 1. Questions over whether the shelter attracts people from outside the city, perceived public safety concerns, and potentially murky data on those utilizing the shelter set the stage for the council's decisions. Councilmember Gabe Johnson says he supported the shelter from the beginning when it opened in 2021. Before that, there was no shelter at all, and as it stands, Bridge on 7th is the only one between Bemidji and St. Cloud. But Johnson doesn't see himself being convinced of the need of a year-round shelter in Brainerd, nor does he support the idea that the city of 13,000 people should be responsible for serving a 6-county area.
I don't know what the solution is. I know the concerns shared from our staff and our chief of police, number one, who I really trust on the matter, was that there is some hesitation and concern about a year-round shelter further expanding the problem of unhoused people in our community.
Data collected as part of a point-in-time count completed on one night each year in January does show that the number of homeless counted in Crow Wing County has risen significantly in the last few years. But shelter leaders and supporters say that the council's decisions are based on faulty reasoning, leaving Bridge on 7th on shakier ground and some of the community's most vulnerable people with no place to legally sleep. Brainerd resident and local business owner Amanda Quisberg expressed disappointment to the council over its decision. She says that she and her children have raised money for the shelter by sleeping outside themselves, and while volunteering there, she's seen how it helps people be stabilized.
Closing the shelter during the warmer months won't make the need go away. It just pushes people into more difficult and dangerous situations.
According to Bridges of Hope, a total of 50 people of the 170 who stayed there this year are now in more permanent housing solutions. And 70% of those who've stayed there since it opened have utilized the shelter for 14 days or fewer. Bridges of Hope Executive Director Janice Sjogren says these outcomes are thanks to partnerships with several other organizations. The shelter serves as an entry point to connecting with resources to find places to live, help with mental health or substance abuse, and jobs like Williams.
We're going to lean into this and say, hey, we do have data. We think you made the wrong decision. There is a path to come back to the table here and make a different, better decision.
The Bridge on 7th closed for the summer as of Thursday night, a rainy and cold one, and the building now sits empty. Faith leaders are scrambling to provide solutions, with at least one Brainerd church handing out tents and talks of opening their doors or lawns to those in need. 50-year-old George says he hopes he can find a place to camp where police won't harass him. 64-year-old Jeffrey plans to fix up an old pontoon and spend the summer living on a lake he knows like the back of his hand. And William hopes his job works out and leads him to once again live in stable housing.
I just got to keep my mind, straight and none of those curves, but the challenge is, again, like I said, it's getting there and back. I'll get it. I'll do it.
That's it for this special edition of the Up North Report from the KAXE News Desk. I'm Chelsea Perkins, telling the stories of northern Minnesota through local news.
The Up North Report is made possible by Woodland Bank, serving the area since 1920 with locations in Grand Rapids, Cohasset, Hill City, and Deer River. Woodland Bank believes in building community and serving local nonprofits like KAXE.
Welcome to World Cafe. Hey, I am Kaleo. Today the theme is Lost in the Supermarket. We're going shopping. Or check that. Maybe we're going stealing. Or maybe we're buying nothing. Got a lot of songs for all stripes and shades today, but we began with the humble grocery store, which didn't make its way into existence until 1916 when Piggly Wiggly made their first supermarket. And we had to start at the supermarket because that's what Jarvis Cocker would do if he was trying to explain consumerism to a rich person. Here is Common People on World Cafe.
She came from Greece, she had a thirst for knowledge. She studied sculpture at St. Martin's College. That's where I caught her eye. She told me that the tap was loaded. I said, in that case, I'll have rum and Coca-Cola. She said, fine. And then in 30 seconds time, she said, I wanna live like common people. I wanna do whatever common people do. Wanna sleep with common people. I wanna sleep with common people like you. What else could I do? I said, I'll see what I can do. I took her to a supermarket. I don't know why, but I had to start it somewhere. So it started there. just laughed and said, oh, you're so funny. I said, yeah. I can't see anyone else smiling here. Are you sure? You wanna live like common people. You wanna see whatever common people see. Wanna sleep with common people. You wanna sleep with common people like me. But she didn't understand. She just smiled and held my hand. I went to flash above the shop. I cut your hair and get a job. I smoked some roaches, play some pool. Pretend you never went to school. And still you'll never get it right. It's when you're laid in bed at night, watching roaches climb the wall. If you called your dad, he could stop it. Oh yeah, you'll never live like common people. You'll never do whatever common people do. Never fail like common people. You'll never watch your lives slide out of view. And then dance and drink and screw. Because there's nothing else to do. Sing along with the common people. Sing along and it might just get you through. Laugh along with the common people. Laugh along even though they're laughing at you. And the stupid things that you do. Because you think that it's cool. Like a dog lying in a corner. They will bite you and never warn you cat. They'll tear your insides out. 'Cause everybody hates a tourist, especially one who thinks it's all such a laugh. Yeah, and they keep stays in Greece. Oh, come out in the bath. You will never understand how it feels to live your life with no meaning or control, and with nowhere left to go. You are amazed that they exist, and they burn so bright whilst you can only wonder why. I rent a flat above the shop, cut your hair and get a job. I smoke some roaches, play some pool. special offer, guaranteed personality. I wasn't born so much as I fell out. Nobody seemed to notice me. We had a hedge back home in a suburb, over which I never could see. I heard the people who live on a ceiling scream and fight scarily. Hearing that noise was my first ever feeling. That's how it's been all around me. I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came in here for a special offer, a guaranteed personality. I'm all tuned in, I see all the programs, I save coupons, packets of tea. I've got my giant hit discotheque album. I empty a bottle, I feel a bit free. Kids in halls and the pipes in the walls make me noises for company. Long distance callers make long distance calls, and the silence makes me lonely. I'm lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came in here for the special offer, a guaranteed personality. It's not here, it disappeared. I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came in here for the special offer, guaranteed personality. I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came in here for a special offer, guaranteed personality. I'm all lost. I'm all lost in the supermarket. I'm all lost. I can no longer shop happily. I'm all lost. I came in here for a special offer, a guaranteed personality. I'm all lost. I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I'm all lost. I came in here for a special offer, guaranteed personality. I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came in here for a special offer, guaranteed personality. I'm all lost. I'm all lost. I'm all lost. I'm all lost in the supermarket. I can no longer shop happily. I came here for a special offer, guaranteed personality.
There's a wonderful world where all you desire and everything you've longed for is at your fingertips, where the bittersweet taste of life is at your lips, where aisles and aisles of dreams await you, and the cool promise of ecstasy fills the air. At the end of each working day, she's waiting there. I'm in love with the queen of the supermarket. As the evening sky turns blue, a dream awaits in aisle number 2. With my shopping cart, I move through the heart of a sea of fools, so blissfully unaware that they're in the presence of something wonderful and rare. The way she moves behind the counter, beneath her white apron, her secrets remain hers. As she bags the groceries, her eyes so bored and sure she's unobserved. I'm in love with the queen of the supermarket.
All right, so here's a fun story. The Bruce Springsteen subreddit had a big poll, and they wanted to know what the best song Bruce has ever written by every letter in the alphabet. Q, Queen of the Supermarket, the only Q song Bruce ever wrote, lost a 2-3, the only cover that won in the entire poll. So a divisive song, to say the least, from Bruce Springsteen, 2009's Working on a Dream, Queen of the Supermarket. And he's gone on record and going, not everyone likes it, but I thought it was lighthearted and fun. Clash, Lost in the Supermarket from London Calling, and Pulp, Common People. Pulp, by the way, new album, first in almost 25 years, dropping in June. It's called More. Excited to have Jarvis Cocker and company back. All right, so we talked a little bit about shopping. What about the inverse when we get back to World Cafe?
Happy Monday morning, and thanks so much for listening to the World Cafe right here on Northern Community Radio, KAXE, KBXE. My name is Dan Gannon. We received support from Headwaters Music and Arts in downtown Bemidji, announcing their summer sampler program with a choice of 4 lessons offered with various instruments, also offering an array of children's camps throughout the summer. More information on lessons and camps at headwatersmusicandarts.org. All ages can participate in Happy Dancing Turtles Spring Bingo Scavenger Hunt, going on now through May 15th. Look for 24 items on your bingo card and submit photos. Register and find more details at happydancingturtle.org. We'd like to thank the First State Bank of Big Fork, with branches in Big Fork and Kelliher, offering tools for managing money on any mobile device. Hometown banking at its best since 1912. FSBBigFork.com. Member FDIC. Coming up at 1 o'clock today, your volunteer on the river host will be David John until 4 o'clock. Now back to the World Cafe.
And we're back on World Cafe. Lost in the Supermarket. Songs about shopping, songs about stealing, and songs about buying nothing. Here's the stealing part. Can't do any better than this one from Jane's Addiction.
Well, let's assemble the waves. Now, today, tomorrow, and always. My only weakness is a list of crime. My only weakness is, well, never mind, never mind. Shoplifters of the world, unite and take over. Shoplifters of the world, hand it over, hand it over, hand it over. Learn to love me and assemble their ways. Now, today, tomorrow, and always. My only weakness is a listed crime. But last night the plans for a future war was all I saw on Channel 4. Shoplifters of the world, unite and take over. Shoplifters of the world, hand it over, hand it over, hand it over. Shoulder, pushing it sober. Out of life that crashes down. 6 months is a long time. Try living the real world instead of a shell. But before I began, I was bored before I even began. Shoplifters of the world, unite and take over. Shoplifters of the world, unite and take over. Shoplifters of the world, unite and take over. Shoplifters of the world, take over.
The Smiths from 1987, Shoplifters of the World, Unite. Or as my friend used to say, bad spellers of the world, untie. Jane's Addiction, been caught stealing before that. We're lost in the supermarket. Song's about consumerism today. And there are a couple of different ways you can think about fashion. In a moment, nothing but the best. And sometimes nothing but cheap is the best, according to Macklemore.
What?
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome.
Nah, walk into the club like, what up? I got a big. I'm just pumped. I bought some from a thrift shop. Ice on the fringe is so damn frosty. The people like, damn, that's a cold ass honky. Rolling in hella deep, headed to the mezzanine. Dressed in all pink, set my gator shoes. Those are green, draped in a leopard mink. Girl standing next to me. Probably should have washed this. Smells like R. Kelly sheets. But it was 99 cents. Copping it, washing it. About to go and get some compliments. Passing up on those moccasins. Someone else has been walking in. Bummy and grungy f***ing man. I am stunting and flossing and saving my money. And I'm hella happy that's a bargain. I'ma take your grandpa style. I'ma take your grandpa style. No, for real. Ask your grandpa, can I have his hand-me-down? Velour jumpsuit and some house slippers. Dookie brown leather jacket that I found. Dig it. They had a broken keyboard. I bought a broken keyboard. I bought a ski blanket. Then I bought a kneeboard. Hello, my ace man, my mellow. John Wayne ain't got nothing on my fringe game, hell no. I can take some pro wings, make them cool, sell those. The sneakerheads will be like,
He got the Velcro. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome.
what she know about rocking the wolf on your noggin? What she knowin' about wearing a fur fox skin? I'm digging, I'm searching right through that luggage. One man's trash, that's another man's come up. Thank your granddad for donating that plaid button up shirt. Cause right now I'm up in her stunt. I'm at the Goodwill, you can find me in the I'm not stuck on searching in the section. Your grandma, your auntie, your mama, your mammy. I'll take those flannel zebra jammies secondhand and rock that. Whoa. The built-in onesie with the socks on them. Whoa. I hit the party and they stop in that. Whoa. They be like, oh, that Gucci, that's hella tight. I'm like, yo, that's $50 for a t-shirt. Limited edition, let's do some simple edition. $50 for a t-shirt, that's just some ignorant. I call that getting swindled and pimped. I call that getting tricked by business. That shirt's hella dope. And having the same one as 6 other people in this club is a hella don't. Peep gang, come take a look through my telescope. Tryna get girls from a brand, man, you hella won't. Man, you hella won't.
Goodwill. Poppin' tags. Yeah.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome. I'll wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in this big air coat from that thrift shop down the road. I'll wear your granddad's clothes.
Damn right.
I look incredible.
Hey, come on, man.
I'm in this big air coat from that thrift shop down the road. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is being awesome.
Is that your grandma's coat?
Some boys
I really wonder how that song would play in the 2020s if it came out. Because when it dropped in 1985, people were like, yeah, pure indulgence. And Madonna had to point out, much like a Virgin, Material Girl was satire. Material Girl from Like a Virgin, released as a single in January of 1985. Before that, Macklemore and Ryan Lewis, still catchy and still not a bad way to think about your fashion, upcycling, recycling your clothes. Thrift shop. All right. On the way, a few songs about not wanting to buy anything when we get back to World Cafe.
The World Cafe is brought to you by KAXE, KBXE every Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dan Gannon. We received support from the Minnesota Deer Hunters Association, dedicated to conserving the rich ecological landscape of Minnesota, offering memberships, educational camps, and habitat projects. More information available at mndeerhunters.com. Special Olympics Minnesota is looking for volunteers to help out at a track meet at Grand Rapids High School Saturday, May 17th. No experience needed. For more information, visit specialolympicsminnesota.org. Our listeners love supporting the businesses that support KAXE. If you're interested in connecting with KAXE listeners, call 218-326-1234 and ask for Peggy, Jen, or Chris. Big thanks to all our current business supporters. We'd like to thank Clock Owl Brewing Company in Grand Rapids, making traditional old world styles of beer as well as modern classics for 7 years now. Their tap room is open daily at 3 on weekdays, noon on weekends. More info at clockowlbrewing.com. Now back to the World Cafe.
Welcome back. We are lost in the supermarket. Songs about shopping, songs about stealing, and songs about not wanting to buy anything or being unfulfilled by the shopping experience. Did you have a late night Amazon purchase that showed up at your house and you're like, why did I buy that? What was the point of that? I don't like what they're selling. Then this Rolling Stones song is for you.
I
What people thought was initially a tongue-in-cheek song about frivolity was actually commentary on Margaret Thatcher's efforts to privatize the UK. I got heavy all of a sudden. Pet Shop Boys, Shopping from Actually. Devo with Freedom of Choice. Rolling Stones, I Can't Get No Satisfaction. Songs about shopping, about consumerism, about not wanting to buy anything. And here's one from Pink Floyd that speaks volumes. It's Money.
told me it was equivalent to number 2. He was asking why it wasn't equivalent on 3011. So after I yelling and screaming and telling him why it wasn't coming.
Things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I want money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Your love gives me such a thrill, but your love won't pay my bills. I want money. Money don't get everything, it's true. What it don't get, I can't use. I want money.
The number one song for the UK group, The Flying Lizards, back in 1979, their cover of Barrett Strong's Money, putting the wraps on this edition of World Cafe. Lost in the supermarket, I don't know, after hearing this hour of music, I can't decide if I want to go out and buy something or never buy anything again. Want to thank our affiliates nationwide who make this show possible, a show we produce from WXPN at the University of Pennsylvania in Philly. I'm Kaleo. This has been World Cafe.
World Cafe is supported by the Lodestar Foundation, inspired by the principle that helping someone else less fortunate is a path to a happier, healthier, and more meaningful life. Learn more at lodestarfoundation.org, and by the Doris Duke Foundation, which aims to support the well-being of people and the planet for a more creative, equitable, and sustainable future.
This is 91.7 KAXE Grand Rapids, 90.5 KBXE Bagley Bemidji, 89.9 Brainerd, and on your smart speaker, we are people-powered radio in northern Minnesota. Join us at KAXE.org. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Gannon. Weather in our listening region today, it's going to be warm and sunny. Sunny highs mid to upper 70s, south winds 5 to 10, gusting higher. Clear skies overnight, lows 43 to 49 degrees, and tomorrow, Tuesday, more of the same, sunny with highs in the upper 70s for most of northern Minnesota, a bit cooler in the Bemidji area, light and variable winds, and Wednesday cooling down a bit but still sunny, highs 61 to 67. It's National Teacher Appreciation Week. Tell us about your favorite teacher. Text us at 218-326-1234. Grand Rapids Riverfest is Saturday, September 6th. This year's lineup features Courtney Barnett, Margot Price, Jeremy Albino, and Alan Sparhawk. Early bird tickets are on sale now. $10 discount on each ticket for KAXE members during the early bird sale. Questions about membership? Email Heather at KAXE.org. Buy tickets and find info at GrandRapidsRiverfest.org. The Friends of the Grand Rapids Area Library have a Spring Fever pop-up book sale going on right now, today, Monday, May 5th, from 10 to 6 at the Grand Rapids Library. And now let's get you back to more from the World Cafe.
Imagine this. It's late, you're tired, and you need a snack before you head home or off to your next job. So you stop at the humble convenience store and you step into a world of bangers.
Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch.
Today, we are shouting out convenience stores like Wawa, Quick Trip, and Circle K as we play some of their best bangers today on World Cafe, including the B-52s. Michael McDonald.
I keep fucking, we're not in love anymore.
And Iconopop.
I don't care. I love it. I don't care.
And here, there are plenty of free refills. And yes, you can wheeze the juice. This is World Cafe. This has got to be a 21st century Hall of Famer when it comes to convenience store music. Here's Coldplay with Clocks.
Lights go out and I can't be saved. Tides that I tried to swim against. Pulled me down.
From NPR, it's World Cafe. Hey, I am Kaleo, and today it's the Ode to the Humble Convenience Store soundtrack. Songs that'll sound good when you're trying to make a cross-country trip at 3 a.m. or feel like an old, warm hug when you're just looking for a honey bun. Whether you're a fan of Quick Trip, Circle K, Come and Go, 7-Eleven, Buc-ee's, Lawson's, God forbid, Sheetz, it doesn't matter. We're all united under these comfortable songs. And we represent Wawa out here in the Mid-Atlantic, coming from Philadelphia, our backyard, Wawa, Pennsylvania. So we pulled some of their best bangers to start the show, starting with Mark Ronson. Here's Uptown Funk.
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Stylin', wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band about that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band about that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah.